sorry, I didn't. It's the persistent mixture of environments. Yeah. Sometimes you have to understand that if people criticize you, it's not because of regime change. We just want things to be done. We want ideas to be shared. So sometimes you say something and then you are calling the own pick because you spoke about against certain leaders and certain people in authority. It's not helping us, and that is why we have poverty of ideas in our game. Because everybody prays and get rewarded, or talk and get punished, and that is not. And I feel that it's hard time to all get to a point where they see that if you are criticizing anybody in the FA, it's not because you want to remove. If I have a vote, I'll vote for Kurt anytime. He has very good ideas. He just doesn't want to take allow the people around him to take criticism. He's so shielded that good ideas don't get to him. But I asked the question, why, for example, do we have a white lady coaching our women's national team when we have somebody like Super City there?
Yeah, but that white lady you speak of, her name just, is it Halep or something, has done amazing things for the team. I think out of 30, how many matches, she's won almost all of them, a few draws, very few losses in there. Even some have even gone to the extent of saying that she's performed so well that she should handle our men's team.
No. To Namibia and to Zambia, those were the biggest matches I was looking at. If you follow football, all the matches and the PR that were going on, I mean, they were the major tests. These are countries that were still struggling in terms of their game. If you want to say you are a successful coach, go beat Nigeria. Yeah, you win a match against Nigeria, you go to the Olympics, or you win a trophy, fine. If it is beating Senegal and other countries, and it's not, I don't think that is impressive. And I always knew these days were going to come. It's just like our current black satellites. You want to ask, what is the next level? You look at the other teams, and they are very young, very energetic. You know they have a future. You look at our team, and you're like, okay, after here, can they move to the Black Stars? And you are facing...
and those are questions we'll have to ask. But unfortunately, because of time, we have to make tracks and get to other stories. So I'll lump up all the stories in the daily graphic together, and then you can respond to them. Let's start with ex gratia, unfair and just. Now, participants in a stakeholders conference on the emoluments and privileges of Article 71 office holders have called on an end to the class system that the concept has created in the country. The proponents, drawn from state and non-state institutions and groups such as the Trade Union Congress, Fair Wages and Salaries Commission, Ghana Medical Association, among others, contend that Article 71 has created a class system which is, quote, unfair and unjust. They therefore propose the scrapping of ex gratia as well as a review of the timing for the determination of emoluments of Article 71 office holders from the last year of the president's tenure to the first. There's also talk there. A member of the committee, Professor Isaac Oseakoto, said the discussions on Article 71 office holders needed to be held, bearing in mind that it was an entrenched, not enshrined, entrenched provision in the 1992 Constitution that had strict rules relating to its removal, cancellation, or amendment. And then let me also get into this story. First woman to run for president in Senegal inspires hope, and I'm talking about Anta Babacar Ngom. She's a presidential candidate, and for someone who supports women in leadership, I wish her the very best, especially looking at Senegal and their peculiar political situation right now. In other stories, I'll go to page 13 and do two stories briefly from there. So the 3 pre-tertiary teacher unions in the country yesterday declared an indefinite strike over a collective agreement that hangs in limbo. The Ghana National Association of Teachers, National Association of Graduate Teachers, and the Coalition of Concerned Teachers Ghana consequently called on the Ministry of Education and the Ghana Education Service to put in place measures to address issues affecting teachers' ability to effectively deliver on their mandates. So I've spoken about ex gratia, I've spoken about teachers' conditions of service. I will quickly top up with, actually staying on that page. $45 million in pharmaceutical products locked up at the port. Now, health commodities worth $45 million and purchased with global fund allocations to the country have been stuck at the port since August 2023 due to the importers' inability to pay the import duties. This comes even as the country has run out of some of these commodities, which include malaria rapid diagnostic test kits, that is RDTs, insecticide-treated nets, antiretrovirals for those brothers and sisters who have HIV, and others. The amount involved is part of the $234 million the Global Fund allocated to the country to enhance the fight against HIV, AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria from 2023 to 2025. This country, in this sense, makes no sense to me. I know of some people who had donations of computers from abroad because, you use it for a few years and they want to ship it so that it could come to rural communities here for use. They were not going to use it for themselves. Because of import charges, they had to give them out. Your reflections, Doc. It has to be snappy because we are pressed for time.
Yes, I will take this last issue. It's a problem in the country regarding our definition of what is the country. I have been saying here in the when people say what you are doing doesn't benefit the university, they eventually just mean it doesn't benefit the administration at the center there. When people say it doesn't benefit the country, they're talking about something going into the coffers of government, into the consolidated fund and government spending. But these are things that even if the money doesn't come directly to you, you could look in the broader interest of the Ghanaian people and then put in measures to allow these things to be lifted and then the payment system arranged. You don't need anything to get this. We shouldn't be talking about this. If we had a system that was reactive and assertive enough, they will know that this is a priority issue and they will be talking to the importer. These are things that shouldn't stay 1 week at the port. If you are somebody who understands the implications of this for our health system. And I'm particularly surprised that we have gotten here. We need to take this matter seriously. Right. Somebody needs to put a payment structure and let the importer live these things. And the payments could be done later. Even if we don't get paid, but 10 lives are saved. Right. We have a president that can transform this country. So we need to look beyond what we define as government and what is in the interest of people in this country. Right. On S. Gracia, Ben, I don't want to talk about it. That thing is not going anywhere. That law is not going to go anywhere anytime soon. Because the people who will change it, unfortunately, are the beneficiaries. Right. So so far, they have not exhibited anything to show that they are willing to sacrifice a penny of their entitlements and emoluments in the interest of the people of this country. So I'm not going to belabor the point. It's unfortunate my former professor, Aji Kosia Koto, is already saying something we know. But yes, it's unfortunate, Prof. That law is going to stay for a very, very long time. Right. But unfortunately, it's not going anywhere. Okay. I don't see a majority voting to take down this law when they have already set up an ad hoc committee claiming that their conditions of service are not good. We are talking about, I think the day before yesterday or so, I was discussing somewhere about that ad hoc committee Parliament has put in place to improve their service conditions of service and so on. So you can imagine, Article 71, yes, the way it is operationalized is problematic. It brings the stability to the labor front. It kind of promotes what I say, open looting of state resources, if I may, for want of a better word, I may add, because it doesn't make sense to have people sitting in Parliament every 4 years going on retirement and coming back. So you need to look at its operations. If we can streamline it, make sure that at least it is tied to our existing remunerative systems and emolument system, it will work better. And Parliament ought to get to a point where they know that for the sanctity and for the ability of government to function, something has to be done about this law. Because as we are sitting now, very soon there will be the 71 office emoluments published, and it's going to disturb the labor front. You are already talking about strikes. And when you see those things, you can't tell anybody there is no money.
Right.
Because if MPs are taking amount, it is unfair and a violation of human rights to tell the teacher that there is no money to pay him.
I think we get the thrust of that. It's that conversation alone is something that could take all the time. But right before we go, Ghana tops all at WAEC Excellence Awards, and that took place on Tuesday. And out of the 3 Ghanaian students, it was an all-boys affair. St. James Seminary towered above all in terms of the 2 million plus candidates that were looked at. In the New Finder newspaper, and Doc, we have 30 seconds when I'm done for any reflections of any sort. Teachers declare nationwide strike. That story is there. This one is interesting. GNCCI embraces Baumia's policies, suggests additional measures for consideration. That story is on page 2. I'm talking about the Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And then finally, the Daily Guide. It talks about what we've already looked at. Bagman's showdown. Parliament won't approve ministers. We've already taken a look at that. You have some 20 seconds, Doc. Final words.
Yes, strangely, I will go in for the Ghana Chamber of Commerce, their endorsement of Baumiopol. I have always said one of the challenges we have in this country is the lack of a clear policy. And I don't see what Baumia policies are. If you look at, if you listen to what Kwame Pianim said the other time when he said he wasn't consulted before being put on the Baumia manifesto team, he said something that struck me, that he doesn't know about what does he stand for. So if once in a while you put in just ideas, write them on a PowerPoint and go and present and call them your policy, that is different. We're looking at his track record, and I'm looking at his place in government, his leadership of the economic management team, and you don't see a clear policy articulation. You don't know whether he's a fiscal conservative, he is a social democrat.
Right.
You don't see that. You don't see any clear cut strategy to empower industry. And I'm surprised it's the Chamber of Commerce because this is the same government that has raised the cost of production to the highest. And as we speak, our businesses are the least competitive in the neighboring environment. So you can't tell that somebody now presents a PowerPoint and you want to believe what is on the PowerPoint rather than what you are seeing on.
I get you. So I get your point.
I don't know. I can't make head and tail of them. That is my position.
Right. Dr. Michael Ayamga, we're grateful for your time. Thank you for joining us this morning. He is a development economist at the University for Development Studies. Before we go, a few thoughts coming through from here. So, happy birthday, Dorcas Safua Eyisi. Dorcas Safua Eyisi. And this is from Millicent of our camera department and the Eyisi family. They say they love you. Dorcas Safua Eyisi, today's your birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday as well to Cecilia Ashoko Ajay of Cowbank Graphic Road Branch. May the Lord be gracious to you and favor you. It's from Ekosam, your family, and friends. And I have to thank 2 people very quickly. Wallace Hudson. So 2 very interesting developments. Wallace Hudson sent me something interesting for my birthday all the way from Tennessee. God bless you, Wallace. And then yesterday, I got a call from someone totally unexpected. My birthday was the 3rd of March. People are still giving me gifts. I appreciate you. Sally France, and she actually gave me this outfit together with 3 others. So if you love this, reach out to Sally France. She is located at Dansuman Estates. She says, strings to fashion. The number is 0542 085 587. 0542 085 587. And what's amazing, she didn't take my measurements. Or share me, or susu me, or didn't need susu me, and or me. So thank you very much, Sally France and Wallace Hudson. Endpoint Homeopathic Clinic helped us bring you this segment. They're offering you prostate screening for free if you're a man, fertility screening for free if you're a woman. Reach out to them at any of their branches in Accra, Spintex opposite the Shell signboard, Kumasi, Chronomabwehian behind the Angel Educational Complex, the Stakrade Anaji Estate, Tema Community 22, Techiman Hanswa, and the Siamanzama. Their call lines 0244 867 068 or 0274 234 321. Endpoint Homeopathic Clinic, the end to chronic disease. We serve you sports. Up next.
medals in the men's and women's 4x100 meters relay final. But their performance was overshadowed by Nigeria, who won 5 gold medals on the night. Muftar Nabila Abdullah was there and reports.
The country with over a 200 million population. 5 gold medals won on the 3 of the track and field events here at the University of Ghana Sports Stadium. In the mixed 4x100, they won it. In the 4x100 men, they won gold. In the 4x100 women, they won gold. In the 400 meters, they won gold. And what a day for Nigeria. Quite unfortunate for its rivals, Ghana. The country was disappointed by the fact that its medal hopefuls unfortunately could not lay its hands on gold. Samankwa was one person who had been quite dominant during the heats and in the 800 meters, but he was not able to finish in the podium. For the men's 4x100, they finished second. What a photo finish that was. Nigeria, previous champions of this competition or of this race. A country Ghana dethroned 5 years ago has come back to lift its gold medal. And also for the women 4x1, Ghana was able to finish third and walked away with a bronze medal. Well, it is a night that Nigerians will celebrate, but a night that Ghana would have wished that the country did better as host of the African Games. Muftar Nabila Abdullah, Joy Sports.
Let's check out how Ghana narrowly missed out on a gold medal in the men's 4x100 meters relay final after finishing second with a time of 38.43 seconds, just 0.02 behind eventual winners, Nigeria.
To go. The final of the men's 4x100 meter relay. And off they go. There's no turning back now. The final of the men's 4x100 meter relay. The Nigerians are going very strongly. I think that he's already been caught by on the back straight for Ghana is Benjamin Azamati. But Nigerians, Ocon is also running really well. Look at Botswana 2. Very well run. Solomon Hammond is being handed over by Benjamin Azamati. Hammond is going up against Alaba Olukule of Nigeria. This is it now. The college is Shorishi. Oh, the Ghanaians have. Oh, it looked like they were dropping the baton, but they did. It's Shorishi against Joseph Polamo. It's a race for 1 and 2. No, Nigeria. Nigeria have got it. Yes, on the line. They have exacted revenge on the Ghanaians. And the gold medal will go to Nigeria. It's a sweet, sweet, sweet revenge for Nigeria. On home soil, they have shocked the Ghanaians. Ghana will have to settle for silver, but there's a bit of controversy. Wait for it. What's happening?
Well, the Nigerians have it. The Nigerians have it. The Nigerians have it. It was a storming run from JP. However, there was a lapse in the change here, and for a moment JP hesitated, and that cost him a few seconds. Iriki with an almost perfect handover, but watch John Paul from Ghana try to complete and try to close the gap. He almost overwhelmed him in the line, and it was not enough. In microseconds, and by milliseconds I should say, the Nigerians have it. And just look at Oshiriki, focused, moving towards the line. He saw the Ghanaian at the corner of his eye, but he just focused on his race with every sinew of energy that he had within him. He dipped towards the line.
And he fell.
And he fell in the process.
He had to
That's
dip.
just how determined he was.
He had to dip.
And at the finish of the race, he wasn't even sure whether he had done enough to win it because of the sheer acceleration that the Ghanaian came into the
Nigeria
race
finally have their revenge. Ghana got the gold in this event in 2003 in front of Nigerian fans in Abuja in 2003, and the Nigerians have done exactly the same thing.
The favor. and they will celebrate. You can see how much it means to them.
Silver medal for you and your colleagues tonight. The crowd again cheered for gold. Unfortunately, it didn't come.
Yeah, quite a little bit disappointing. We're looking forward to defending our title. We're not able to, make that happen. But of course, still competitions ahead. Hoping to run faster. We are hoping to make it to the Olympic Games. There's a world release coming up. But before that, we still have the pen release, which we'll compete in to get a faster time to help us get into the Olympic Games. So, yeah, we were hoping to, defend our title and make the whole nation proud, but it didn't happen. But we still keep our head up and then concentrate on another game.
So gold for Nigeria and then silver for Ghana. To the women's event, Ghana's female sprint quartet also finished third to win bronze in the 4x100 meters relay final. Let's check out the highlights.
And they are away. They final 4x1 relay. They got a really great start. But so are the Liberians as well. And for Liberia, it's definitely running really well. The changeover is smooth. The Ghanaians are coming through from Mensah. Mensah is running great, but so is Nigeria's Olajide as well. But look at Liberia. Strong changeover. Oh, the changeover is not smooth for Liberia, but the Nigerians are off on the inside lane. Right now, for Nigeria, it's 400. 400 has the lead. She's running incredibly. Hands over to Toby Amusa. Catching her. Wholeheartedly of Ghana is chasing shadows. Liberia's ankle leg is Carrie Josephine. And Nigeria takes the gold. Liberia with the silver. Ghana settles for bronze. And Toby Amusa after her individual gold medal in the 100-meter hurdle. She's anchored Nigeria home, aptly named Toby Express, and she has brought them home.
That is world-class running. But for the Ghanaians, this is party pooping at its best. And it all came down to the smoothness of the Nigerian transitions and how they finished this. When Toby got this battle, there was no doubt who was going to win this race. Horse simply did not have enough to append the Liberians. And take note, the Liberians almost had an incident at the point of changing the baton.
Absolutely.
But they still recovered to run the final leg. But the Nigerians undisputed, and they could not be contested in this race. They got their technique right, they got their changeover right, and when you have a world-class athlete like Nigerians, Ghana have to settle for bronze, but Liberia.
Now, Ghana's representative in the 800 meters final, Alex Amankwa, was unsuccessful in his attempt to win a medal for the country. The middle distance runner ended the race in 5th. Highlights for you.
Kari Ahmed Saif, not expected to be in among the gold winners, but you can never tell in the final.
And they're off the final of the men's 800 meters. This is going to get really frantic very, very shortly. This is a test of true endurance and speed. The 800 meters is what they call it. It's the best test of both speed and endurance. It is the Botswana Nkape Tubo who's taking an early lead. But look at the Ugandan as well. The Ugandan champion, Tom Rodriga, is come on the inside. As they approach the bend in the first 300, coming onto the home straight of the first 400 meters, it's the Botswanan in the slight lead. The two Kenyans are also battling their way onto the front. The Ghanaian is in the middle, but look at Nabil Osama as they hear the bell. Nabil Osama is coming out really strongly as well. He's a bronze medalist from 4 or 5 years ago in Rabat. So he's not going to stand and watch the Moroccan, but it's still the Botswana and Petumo in the lead at the moment. Look at the Ugandan, he's keeping up as well. Trigger Tom. The increase here. Look at the two Kenyans kicking really early. Chemenegwa alongside Kipetich. Kipetich is going really strong, but that is the Ugandan, the Trigger Tom, who is going really strongly on the inside lane. But yet again, Kipetich is kicking really strongly. Kipetich is above everyone, but his countryman is coming. Chemenegwa. Oh, what is it? Chemenegwa against Kipetich.
Well, it looks like Chemenegwa came through in the end, because for the last 20 meters, it looked as if Kipetich.
I'm disappointed, honestly. I feel like I could have finished top 3, but I didn't have it the last stretch. So yeah, it's disappointing, but you know, I'm happy that I made the final. This is an inch closer to the Olympics, which is the ultimate goal, and the support that I'm getting from Ghana is like incredible.
What does that mean, the support from Ghanaians?
Everything. Like, you know, I'm disappointed in myself because I felt like I could have done more, but everybody's coming up to me and congratulating me and showing me so much love and so much support. Like, it's I can't even describe the words. It's amazing.
A few of us have had the privilege of seeing you. I was following you out there. I was in Oregon with you for the World Champs. But now you're running in front of your very own people. How is it feeling like?
Yeah, I mean, I can't. It's a lot of pressure, but it's good pressure. You know, like they motivate me, they push me to come home strong, and you know they bring the best out of me. And you know, I'm in front of the home crowd, so I want to show my best. Just because this is where I'm from, you know, so I love them and they show me so much love.
What next?
I might do the 4x4 tomorrow or Friday, and then after that I'm gonna go back home and rest for a little bit. It's been a long trip.
Away from the track and field action, now 2 days ago, South Africa announced they will not participate in both the men's and women's hockey events based on recommendations and guidelines by the International Hockey Federation. According to them, the Theodosia Oko hockey pitch is not adequately prepared to host the competition, and it poses a risk of injury to their athletes. But the president of the African Hockey Federation, Ahmed Saif, disagrees.
The rules of FIH said the turf has to be certified. Yes, for qualifying tournament, and this tournament is not qualifying, as we had our qualifying tournament some months ago. With experience as a TDs, we have here 2 tournament directors, one from South Africa and one from Ghana. We have 2 umpires managers, one from Nigeria and one from South Africa again. And we have 6 members of the African Hockey Federation here. I call for immediate meeting for all together to decide will we play or not. Actually, no one make any objection against the turf. We said we can play on it. We came to play hockey, not to look for a reason not to play. And we decide to start our technical meeting, and South African team managers, both men and women, did not show up. Me as a president of Africa, COO, we have received email from Johannesburg, from Saha headquarters, that the 2 teams want to withdraw. What is the procedure to withdraw? Because they said the turf will be not ready on 17th. They came 2 days before, took some pictures here, and they said it's impossible to be finished on 17th. As an African Hockey Federation and tournament director, we did not see the team managers. They did not came to discuss the matter with us. They did not came to show us their concern. They took their decision from their heads, which not affect us any centimeter. They was, and we are here. The turf in front of you. We played 6 matches, 3 yesterday, 3.
Meanwhile, representatives of the various countries participating at the continental event have commended the government for what they describe as a good organization of the competition. Now, despite encountering challenges, they believe Ghana found a way to make the games a successful one. Here's more.
I wish to congratulate the government of the Republic of Ghana and most so the Ministry of Sport of Ghana for the amazing facilities that was created, to pull off a very good African Games. We saw all facilities, and these facilities is raising the profile of sport in this country to another level. Thank you, God, for your hospitality, and thank you for giving our athletes the opportunity to bring the best of sport to West Africa.
I really commend the government able to build this stadium, the one here and the one in Fatima. And with these facilities I've seen, I think Ghana, we can host any game. And we hope this will go on for a long time. Because now, most of the African countries who came and ran this field, they are very impressed. They are very impressed of the facilities we have here.
This is the first time to see something well organized and successful, and really admire what's going on here. We don't see any problem for us. We are home. We thank the Minister of Sports for his effort. I know that he's not sleeping day and night, for sure. We have experience before in that, and wish him all success.
Let me tell you, if I would like to, of course, to thank His Excellency, the President of the State, President Nana Akufo-Addo, for his commitment. Excellency met with us in 2 months 5 times, which means that he cares for very simple details. And without his efforts, it would never be a games, because it was some disturbance, but at the end of the day, His Excellency came to Addis Ababa with Mr. Musa Faki, the chairperson of the African Union, with myself. I was honored there, and then we were supposed to have the games last year, but for the finalizing all the sports facilities, which is wonderful now, we had to postpone it until this date, and thanks God we have calmed down now. So I am very proud that Ghana could be able to do that. Thanks to all of them, thanks to the Prime Minister and all his people, thanks to the Ministry of Youth and Sport, my dear son, Mr. Mustafa, as I call him always, because he's always calling me father. And then I thank each and every one. I thank Dr. Kawaku Afuso Asari, the chairperson of the LOC, and each and every one has done and give a great effort for having the games like it is.
We end with some community football, where Joma Smart Football Club won the maiden edition of Arsenal star Eddie Nketiah's Foundation Cup after beating Strong Heroes Academy in the final. Lawrence Bade was there and filed this report.
The two best teams, Joma Smart and Strong Heroes, ended up in the final of the competition. Both had to ease past formidable opponents, including Highest Academy, Aboma, Mercury Academy, and Basajan at the group stages. But the final had one winner, Joma Smart, who scored a second-half goal to emerge champions. Their head coach, Dominic Esiema, spoke to Joy Sports.
Well, first of all, we thank the organizers. We give glory to the Almighty God for giving us this platform. And I hope he said, I'm looking forward to see more of this. Once we are coming out with victory, we expect at the end, we will see more of this foundation of bringing the youth chap, giving them the exposure, giving them that big platform so that they can showcase their talent. So we are grateful to him and his family.
The tournament was put together by the Nketiah Foundation, a non-governmental organization set up by Arsenal star Eddie Nketiah in partnership with Elite Project Sports Agency, which is based in London. Speaking to Joy Sports after the event, the father of the English-born Ghanaian, Edward Nketiah, said he was impressed with the success of the first edition despite the short notice.
Oh, it's been amazing. I think we call people at short notice, but in terms of the quality of the football and the fun that was had by all of us, I think it's been wonderful.
I mean, it's a foundation not many have got to know of it. Could you tell us a bit about the foundation?
Well, it's simply just trying to inspire people and the youth through football. So Eddie is a story, comes from very humble beginnings, and he's gotten to where he's gotten to. And we want to use that platform to help people to move to a level, have fun, but also, whilst we're having fun, tackle some of the serious social issues, such as poverty, isolation, and try and, have fun at the same time.
I mean, this is the first edition, which 6 teams. Going forward, what should we expect from the foundation?
Listen, the sky's the limit. We want to keep this going as it is. You will see more of us in the year to come. We'll be doing various projects. Some of it will continue to keep on the quiet because not everything deserves the publicity. But what we're going to do is we'll be working with a lot of communities through sport to try and tackle, as I said, a number of social issues, poverty being one of them, education, health issues. But for now, we just want to focus on football by creating an atmosphere like we have done today, inspires the youth so that we can hopefully in the process get some decent players as well.
Each participating team walked home with a cash prize as well as football, while the top 3 teams got medals in addition. The first runner-up, Strong Heroes Academy, were rewarded with 1,000 Ghana cedis cash prize, while the winners, Joma Smart FC, also received 2,000 Ghana cedis.
That's your sports. My name is Harun Warak, and have a good morning.
look at the economic management team, it is quite clearly a fantastic team. Professor Jambafo, Senior Minister Yao Osafo Maf. What a solid team.
It is your essential guide to the pulse of Ghana's democracy. Election Brief offers you a front row seat to the latest updates, in-depth analysis, and comprehensive coverage.
What does this mean? We therefore project it is almost statistically impossible for President John Dramani Mahama to achieve 50% plus 1. Our projection is that Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo will win the 2016 presidential election.
The champion, undefeated,
During this campaign season, our experienced team of reporters will bring you exclusive insights, breaking news, and unbiased reporting from every corner of Ghana.
The people have met him with excitement and they keep chanting Savior to imply that they believe that he holds the key to turning the economic fortunes of the country. As Vice President, I am like a driver's seat. But by the grace of God, if you make me the president, I will be in the driver's seat with constitutional.
We dive deep into the strategies, the promises, and the people shaping the future of our country. Election Brief isn't just about the headlines. It is about the voices of the people.
In election, these people came to us that they are going to maintain everyone. And that's the case, we have the videos, evidence. And now they've taken our names out. Look at the number of people here. And you expect us to let the election go on. Never.
Join the conversation and have your say. Your voice matters in shaping Ghana's future. Catch the Election Brief every weekday from 2 to 2:30 p.m. only on Joy News. Joy News, your election headquarters.
One, delay with negotiation of the new collective agreement. It will interest you to know that following the expiration of the collective agreement in 2023, negotiation of the new collective agreement should have completed on or before February 29 this year. But this has not been so. Thus, the new collective agreement stands unnegotiated, and we raised this concern in our letter to the Director General of GES dated 29 February 2024, and also informed the National Legal Commission accordingly. As we gather now, the issue is still outstanding. Service does not have a functional scheme of service for teachers. That's a much cogent and appropriate one, which takes care of all requirements in the teaching profession, needs to be developed for us. We have cried out over this to no avail. Are the following issues: the inability of government and the service to complete the distribution of the laptops to all teachers is of concern. The rampant changes of the school calendar without recourse to negotiation with the teacher unions is affecting the smooth operation of the service. Also, the blockade of teacher salaries by the Office of the Special Prosecutor without recourse to the laid down procedures is a major worry. We, the pre-tertiary teacher union, do stand with our members and hereby declare a nationwide industrial action effective today. Wednesday, 20th March 2024, to press home our demand.
Welcome back on the AM show. Time now for us to get into our big stories, and we zoom straight away into that first mammoth story. It has to do with the teachers' unions. I'm talking about NAT, the Ghana National Association of Teachers. I'm talking about NAGRAT, the National Graduate Teachers Association, National Association of Graduate Teachers, and the CCTGH, the Concerned Teachers Grouping. All three of them downing their tools with immediate effect. And it has to do with their conditions of service, their engagements with the various groupings that are supposed to ensure that their issues are tackled. And they feel these people are playing with them, toying with them, so to speak. We get into that all-important conversation, first off with the ranking member on Parliament's Education Committee. I'm talking about Peter Nochu Koto. He joins us via phone. Good morning to you, sir. Thank you for joining us on the AM show.
Yeah, good morning, and how are you doing?
I'm okay under the circumstances. I've had my doomsaw issues, but we insist, we persist, and so we are here doing this work for God and country. How did we get here?
Thank you very much. I also experienced mine late last night, but this morning I think they have restored it. So life goes on.
It does.
Yeah, you were asking about how we got here. Hello?
Yes, I am. I'm listening to you.
Yeah. The news got to us yesterday about the declaration of a strike by the three teacher unions on a number of issues. They have the erratic school calendar, the laptop, the embargo on teacher salaries, some teacher salaries by OSP, and then there are conditions of service. Yeah, for some time now, over 2 years now, we have been talking about the new curriculum that was introduced in our basic schools, especially at the primary level. And the textbooks were not available. So I'm sure the teacher unions and the Minister of Education entered into agreement that they should load laptops with the materials for them so that they can be guided as to what to teach. And the teachers were made to pay 30% of the cost of the laptop. And we wanted to raise an issue as a minority, but the teacher unions told us that no, it was an agreement between them and the ministry. So we lay down our tools. Now, for 2 years more, the laptops have not gotten to every teacher. We are aware they have given some of them. This is because government has failed to pay each part of the bargain, the 70%. 2 days ago, it became necessary for Parliament to approve 98 million Ghana cedis as part of Get Farm formula to enable the government raise money to pay for the outstanding arrears of 98 million before the laptop can be given to the remaining teachers. Meanwhile, some of the teachers have gone even on retirement after paying the 30% cost of the laptop. So it's rather unfair. They have not treated them well. If you roll out a curriculum and textbooks don't follow, teaching learning materials don't follow, what are you going to achieve? So it is making life difficult for teachers, especially in the delivery of teaching in the classrooms. So I sympathize with them, and I feel very ashamed that we should be treating the teachers this way. As a teacher myself, I am not happy about it. If we have entered into agreement, and this is a working tool for me to deliver on my mandate, I have played my part, and you are not doing so. I don't think you deserve a sympathy. So government must do well too. How they will raise money to pay their outstanding arrears to whoever learns create technologies to supply the laptop, they should do so. Then the school calendar. As a minority, we have spoken about this. That since the introduction of the double track system, the calendar has become distorted. We ask government when they will abolish the double track so that teachers can go back to the normal 3-term calendar as we were having. They give us a time frame of 5 years, and the 5 years is over. Still, a lot of schools are running the double track. So currently, in some of the schools, the second year and the third year students are in school. So the first years are holidays. Another time, the second years will come home, then the first years will go back and join the third year students. Then when the third year students leave, then the second year will go and join them. In fact, it is making the work difficult for teachers. As far as I know, I have been visiting some of the schools, I've been talking with them, and they are getting tired. You see, they have a life to live, and so they cannot plan anything ahead of time for themselves. So I agree with the teacher unions that government should look at the school calendar and make sure that within the shortest possible time, they revert to the old system so that the teachers can plan their teaching or work activities and personal life activities. On the part of the OSP, I don't know what information they got. I am told when I inquired from the minister that there were ghost teachers. Who employed the ghost teachers? But who validates them every month to be paid? So why are you now visiting this on poor teachers?
Right.
You see, because there is validation every month. If you're not validated, you don't get your salary. So why don't you get hold of those who have been validating the teachers to account for that? And then teachers who are generally working and employed are in the school. You are now you are laying embargo, or you have laid embargo on their salaries for some time now. It is not fair. The salary is not anything to write home about. So even that bigger salary, you have laid embargo on it. What do you expect the person to feed his family with? So I think the OSP is not doing good to the teachers. GES should have taken this matter up, and as quickly as possible, they know how to do it and get hold of a ghost teacher and whoever puts the ghost teachers on the payroll, because heads of schools no longer prepare vouchers. Everything is done at the IBPD. So that is where they should start the investigations from and leave the poor teachers alone. After the conditions of service, I think it is the feet dragging or foot dragging of a government that has led to this. So yesterday I met with the minister. I told him that he should make sure that before the week runs out, he meets the teachers teacher unions resolve the matter, because it is not going to help our students. Students in the senior high schools are preparing for their WASE. Some are writing their mock now. So if the system is disrupted, how they are going to work, I don't know how they will prepare the students for the examination. Yes, the strike is unfortunate, but I think government must try to be proactive at times and make sure that you need these things in the bag so that they don't come out. So it came as a surprise, but they also have very good reasons. So the Ministry and the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission and then the National Labour Commission should, as quickly as possible, resolve the matter so that they can go back.
Right. Just hold for me, Peter Nochukoto. Let me bring in Austin Game. He is a labor expert. Austin, when you look at the latest barrage of issues that the teachers have brought to bear, from their conditions of service to the laptop situation, where some of them have never got those laptops, they contributed 30% towards to the school calendar, among others. We'll look at the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission statement later. But what are your initial thoughts on these developments?
Thank you, Ben. To be honest with you, I think that let me provide my professional view on what's happening. You see, government should understand, or whoever manages the labor aspect of government should understand, that when it comes to labor relations and the issue of negotiation and resolving labor-related issues, government wears two hats. One as employer, and therefore acting as a human resource manager, and therefore meeting labor as contained in the labor law and best practices. Now, the labor law enjoins the employer and the union to jointly have rules that will govern their relationship when it comes to negotiation under Section 1012 of the Labor Act. I'm sure they have. And if they have, then there is no need, or there is no way either party can, flex muscles beyond what they have agreed to do. That's one. Two, delaying negotiation beyond 14 days is frowned upon by the Labor Act, Section 104 of the Labor Act. Within 14 days, when they give you the proposal, you have to get seated and negotiate. And negotiation should not go beyond maybe some 3 days, maximum 1 week, they should be able to finish. If there's a reason why they cannot finish and they want maybe an expert to sit between them and facilitate the negotiation, or they want to go to the National Labour Commission for them to determine the way forward, the two parties, all that are enshrined in the rules that will govern the negotiation procedures. But it does appear as if normally it is not easy for government to have a real, hand on the human resource part of this kind of management. And that's what has been creating the problem. And it's assumed as though because we are government, maybe we can instruct. In negotiation, we don't instruct. We don't force issues. It's about, that's why they call it negotiation. Particularly under this law, is more of an interest-based approach. So the way they are going about it is what has invited the unions to get a little bit upset and are flexing their muscles, as it were. That's what it is.
Let's begin to, and you say they are flexing their muscles. Some would ask whether it is relevant to flex their muscles, especially when the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission says every process that has to be enacted or brought to bear has been brought to bear in these negotiations. What's your quick thought on that before we take apart the issues raised one by one and then get to the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission and what it says? Are the teacher unions not jumping the gun?
Well, not necessarily. Let me be very open to you this way. I lead a lot of the health sector workers in negotiation from the nurses to the laboratory people to the all of them. I lead them. My company leads them to the negotiation. That is why there is some healthy kind of thing, because we go by the principles, and because of that, you don't hear of the catcalls, as the case may be. If we are not there, it should have been a different ball game. So it's about the quality of the leadership of the team.
Are you suggesting the teacher unions are not negotiating properly?
Not the teacher unions. It is incumbent. Normally, it is the employer. That's why I'm not calling it government. Government should know that they must put on two hats. As government, you deal with parliament, you deal with executive branch, you go to cabinet. But when it comes to labor relations, it's purely management, employer, and the workers. And at the negotiation table, the employer chairs the meeting, and the union side will be co-chair, as the case may be, or vice chair. And therefore, both parties have a say in it. It may not be one side, to be accused in this case. So both parties are the people causing the problem. So they should sit down and negotiate two ways: one, non-financials, and then financial. If you finish with the non-financials, which I'm sure the fair wages is referring to, 16 items, and that they are finished with 10, leaving 6, that non-financials may be a lot more easier. Now, if it comes to financials, and this is at the heart of the negotiation, if Ministry of Finance believe that they have a say in what the numbers will look like, they must provide sufficient information, as according to Section 97 of the Labor Act, to convince the other party that this is the reason why they cannot do A, B, C, D. That negotiation would have been over by now.
Right.
But if they are not supplying the information, what do they expect? And they have been negotiating always based upon inflationary and other related matters. Since that is what they know and they are doing, let them concentrate there and face the music. But I don't think that is the proper way to go about it.
Let me come to, hold for me, Austin. Let me come to Peter, not you, Koto. So I want to walk both of you, gentlemen, starting with Peter, through the three major points that are raised by Nat Nagrat and the CCT-GH. The first point has to do with the delay with negotiation of the collective agreement per their statement, and they talk about the fact that following the expiration of the collective agreement in 2023, the negotiation of the new collective agreement should have been completed on or before February the 29th, 2024, but that had not happened. And they go on to mention that the new collective agreement stands unnegotiated, and they raised this concern in their letter to the Director General of the Ghana Education Service, again to the National Labour Commission. Then they talk about their scheme of service, where the point is made that they have drawn the attention of the Director General of the GES to the fact that the Ghana Education Service does not have a functional scheme of service for teachers, and which makes their work even more difficult. They say they have cried over that time without number and nothing has been done. And finally, there is the point made about the inability of government and the service, that is the Ghana Education Service, to complete the distribution of the laptops to all teachers. So taking them apart, we've already started talking about the laptop situation. Do you have any idea, since you sit on that committee, do you have any idea which chunk of these teachers have not got their laptops yet? Mr. Nochukoto, are you with me?
I don't have the real figures, but my information is that quite a large number, about 45%, received the laptops. So
about 45% have not received it, or about 45% have received it.
That is my information.
45% have received it.
Yeah, especially those in the primary schools. And then the junior secondary school or the junior high school, many of them have received, as well as the senior high school. But in the primary school and the KG, that's where we have the higher concentration of teachers. they are yet to receive them. So the issue, as I said earlier, is about money. Government entered into an agreement without making the necessary budgetary allocation for it. Now, you realize that the amount of money that should have been used to construct school blocks, that should have been used to provide furniture and other things at the basic level, is what we are going to use now to pay for the laptops, 98 million Ghana cedis. That was what Parliament approved as part of the Get Fund formula 2 days ago.
And you say this should have been used for what? Purchasing
It should have been used to
desks
provide
and stuff?
infrastructure. The money was for basic education. It should have been used to provide furniture or school blocks or other teaching materials for use by pupils. But this money is now going to be used by government to pay for the laptops before they can be distributed to the teachers. So that is the challenge. But for Get Fund, I don't think government will even get any money to pay. And I can tell you that for the 2024 budget of the Ministry of Education, there was no allocation to pay for the laptops. That is the saddest part of it. So you can imagine how Get Fund is suffering. Money meant for other facilities will have to be diverted, or don't know what to attempt to use to provide the laptops for the teachers, which is not fair.
That means that those areas are going to suffer, and how do we account for them?
Oh, definitely they are going to suffer. And when you argue, they will tell you that, oh, they are teaching learning materials, there are kits that the teachers also need. But if the Ministry of Education has entered into agreement, make it part of your annual budget. Meanwhile, Get Fund has been capped. And instead of 7.93 billion that Get Fund should have received this year, the Ministry of Finance has allocated only 3.2 billion to them. So already the government has taken about 4.7 away from them. Why don't you use part of that 4.6 billion to pay for the laptops? But they have pushed the payment for the laptops to Get Fund again. So Get Fund is being crippled, and that's why they are owing a lot of contractors money they have spent on providing or constructing classroom blocks, providing other materials for schools in the country. So you see the irony of the situation. If you knew you were not going to have the resources to provide the laptops, why did you promise the teachers? And that is where we find ourselves now.
Hold for me, Peter. I'll come to you on the other points as well. So Mr. Game, Austin, here we are. Peter talks about the fact that there was a promise made without necessary budgetary planning or allocation or thinking, if you like. And now we've had to divert money from the Get Fund. The Get Fund in itself, what is supposed to be allocated to the Get Fund, we do not give. We take away from it. And in this instance, quite a chunk of money, maybe about 50-60%, has been taken off by the Finance Ministry. That has been happening for a number of years. So they don't get what is allocated them. And in addition, now they have to divert some of those funds that should have been used for infrastructure into the laptop saga because no provisions were made on that promise to fulfill the entire commitment. And he says the Get Fund is being crippled. What is your take on that point? And how could it have been handled better, Mr. Game?
Well, to start with, the workers and the leadership, that the unions, have been fairly charitable to the employer. I am completely not in favor of mentioning the operative word government. That is the reason why I'm using the word employer when it comes to relationship. According to the Labour Act, Section 9, which is the duty of the employer. The duty of the employer.
The employer, Mr. Game, the employer is government.
Yes. So So they should know that they are the employer in this case and not operating as a political entity to give instructions. Now, according to the Labor Act, it is undiscussable. It is the duty of the employer to provide not just the work, but appropriate raw materials, machinery, equipment, and tools. One of the tools they think could be a chalk, could be a laptop, could be anything that is related to the work that they have to do. I have read to you now what the law says. And our labor law is not a legalistic document. It's an operative law to help the employer and the union and workers to work conscientiously in their lawfully chosen occupation. So clearly what it is that if the workers are to provide, enhance the productivity of the employer, they must supply them with the tools, with the equipment, with the machinery, and not the workers paying for it. That's why I said they are charitable. And I'm speaking for workers in general, including the teachers. It's not about government today or government to come tomorrow. They must ensure that the tools are provided. I'm an employer myself. I've also provided the tools and the machinery and equipment for my working people. That's why we do what we do. So if they are not able to fulfill that promise, the issue about free can always create problem and the tension that we are witnessing today. The law didn't say the workers will contribute to it. The employer will be the one as a duty providing it. That is it. That's what it is.
Let me come back to you, Peter. Then the other point, in fact, the first point they make has to do with the delay of negotiating their collective agreement. Now, it expired in 2023, and the new collective agreement should have been completed on or before February the 29th, 2024. It's another crucial matter they mentioned. They have brought in the Ghana Education Service, they brought in the National Labour Commission to no avail. For which reason? It's one of the reasons they've cited for downing their tools. On this specific point, what more do you know beyond what the release tells us?
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm sure what Honorable Ottengame said earlier about the negotiations, the time frame, that has been our concern. That if you entered or started negotiation and you have timelines within which to operate and come to an agreement, why do you fail in that agreement? Even if you cannot meet their demands in full, I think it would just be appropriate to meet them as early as possible and tell them, oh, we can do A, B, C, D, but X, Y, Z, we are able to do it. Probably at another time, we will consider it. Then they'll come to a compromise decision. But when you delay for 2-3 months and you don't call them and tell them anything, they feel that you have not respected them, so they will take that action. So per rules of engagement, I think the Labour Commission and the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission, as well as the GES, have delayed too long. They are handling teachers, they are handling our children, and today they are at home. Some of the schools, I'm sure the children will go there before they will realize that, oh, our teachers are on strike. So I think we should be proactive whenever we find ourselves in such situation, that when we are dealing with people, I think due respect should be given to them. That is my concern. We should be proactive, work with time, and then we'll move forward. So the delay, I'm sure, is what the teachers are against, and that is the situation in which we find ourselves.
Mr. Game, and I want us to take apart these 3 points before we go to the response from the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission. So it makes a lot of sense from the angling from both parties, the 3 teachers groupings and the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission. On that same point, from the negotiation standpoint, The teachers are saying this has been left unnegotiated. That's the word they use, and that, like I mentioned, they've reached out to the GES, the National Labour Commission, and now things have come to a head. What from the negotiation standpoint is not going well on this point, that if you were negotiating on their behalf, for example, you would pinpoint?
Well, I think that the rules that govern the procedure of negotiation is not being adhered to by the parties. I know the kind of rules that they have there because I contributed to the making of it at the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission, and even the one that they use at the national level. To be honest with you, they are not following it. That's one. Two.
So when you say they, please clarify for me. Do you mean the teachers? Do you mean the employer, or you mean both parties?
No, not one party negotiate. It's both parties that have to negotiate.
All right.
If they stick, look, I lead negotiation with the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission. If they are online, they will confirm it to you. I lead various negotiations in the public sector between nurses and them, between all the over 5,000 laboratory people, the anesthetists, and so forth. I lead that negotiation. And we don't have the hula baloo as it is because we will not sit there as professionals and they will abuse the process. It cannot happen, not in my presence. And therefore, it is not appropriate for the GES and the Fair Wages to have these meetings and suffer the kind of situation they find themselves in now. It means something is not being done well. They should learn the art and science of proper negotiation and not allow these things to create unnecessary tension in the country. I'm not looking for any of the two parties to blame. All I'm saying is that they should stick to the processes as outlined under Section 1012 and Section 1034. So we don't suffer these things again. The law is very clear. I don't know why
you say the law is very clear. Are you suggesting then that the teachers' unions are inadvertently allowing themselves to be bullied?
I am not too sure whether the word bully will be the case, but it's about the employer also ensuring. In fact, I think that the onus lies more on the employer. If they have any information that they think the teachers should have access to, and it's not even going to be at their pleasure, the law demands and enjoins the employer under Section 97 to ensure that they provide that information. It's compulsory. You must provide that information. And if you have access to that information, I guarantee you the negotiation can be 1 hour. I lead negotiation with many private sectors, and it takes us 1 hour to complete negotiation. Well, if you don't understand something, get somebody who is more a professional person to assist you. Why are we ashamed of getting people who know better than one? If I don't know something, I ask other people. I honestly ask other people.
Some people may think you are pitching yourself as the primus inter pares when it comes to negotiation, but you know that there are others also in the space, and they trust that they can go through these processes and get some pretty fair results.
Benjamin, anybody who cares to know. We get out from this country. I went to Singapore and I met Ghanaians come there. They don't know that I was the main guest speaker. I went to Tanzania and there they are. I was the guest speaker. You don't like your prophet, you will always face the consequences you want to face. Look, if you don't know something, you don't know. I myself speaking to you, anytime I am in need of something, I go to people I think have that adequate knowledge. So why are we pretending that there are not, are all the fingers the same? So the labor law is very clear as to what to do when it comes to negotiation. It's not about you can read and write. I teach it at master's level at the University of Ghana. And so let me tell you clearly that if you don't know something, ask. Why are they suffering like this? Suffering is an option. If they want to suffer, it's up to them.
Right. So maybe this may, from where you said, this could be self-inflicted. But on the
Exactly.
final point, before I go to Nochukoto, Peter Nochukoto, they have also cited reaching out to the Director General of the GES on their scheme of service for teachers. It does not have, the GES does not have a functional scheme of service. I can't even think about how that is possible, but that, per this statement and per what the three groupings have said, is the reality. How much of a problem does that create in all these negotiations?
Employers are not supposed to design a scheme of service which generally leads to training and development of skills, and which leads to promotion, guidance generally as to how the relationship relative to training and development of skills should be. It's not a one-sided affair. We have been doing it with them and other people all the time. I wonder why a very simple thing about a scheme of service should lead to strike, for instance. I wonder why. Benjamin,
But is it not a valid point? Is it not a valid point they raise? Is it not a valid point they raise that they need a functional scheme of service?
Yes, I agree with the teachers. That's why I'm saying that it is nothing so dramatic. It's a very simple thing. I'm not saying that we should simplify things per se, but I'm saying that, to be very honest with you, designing and making a workable scheme of service that will enable the parties to fulfill part of the sections of the law. So the law enjoins the employer to train, retrain, develop the human resource and the skills of the working people to enable them enhance the productivity of the employer. And so therefore, if you don't have a scheme of service, how will the people be guided through as to how they will be trained, how they will go through promotional things, and so forth and so on? Because what the element that is in the collective agreement is too small. And therefore, you must have a scheme of service that will be read as virtually part of that collective agreement. But the collective agreement is powerful, and maybe that's why some of the employers don't want to have it done. But I think that this should be understood clearly. It's nothing worrying. If they think they don't know how to go about it, they should look for other people. There are so many professors at the University of Ghana and many other universities or professionals in the country. If they don't want to talk to some of us, they should go to where they can go.
Right. Hold for me, Austin. On that same point, the scheme of service, how shocking is it for you, if at all, that the GES still hasn't provided a functional one for these teachers, Peter?
You want me to talk?
Yeah, no, Peter Nochukoto. That's for Peter.
That this should be part of issues that form part of the reasons why they are going on strike. It's something even within a week they can resolve. How do you go about promotional issues in the service? How do you provide materials that they need? Those are things that they can quickly resolve. And I even foresee something which is serious for the GES to handle. Currently, we are producing graduates into the system, graduate teachers from colleges of education, and they are going to start them as a principal superintendent. Meanwhile, there are some teachers who have been in the service for more than 10 years now who have not even attained that grade. But somebody just out of college of education is going to be made a principal superintendent. That's a looming danger, even in the service, which when we are talking, they are not listening to us. So for me, the Director General should quickly convene a meeting with the teacher unions, and then probably some labor experts, and quickly draw these conditions or scheme of service. It is not anything that should take so much time that it should be a reason for strike action. I think some people are sleeping on the job, and they need to wake up and do the right thing.
Who are those sleeping on the job?
Well, they know themselves.
But maybe you could clarify for us who are sleeping on the job.
Those the employers.
The employer.
Yes.
So So government is sleeping on the job.
Oh, yes. As far as education is concerned this time, we are not seeing the way forward clearly.
Gentlemen, let me now walk you through the statement from the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission, and then you can juxtapose them, put them side by side, and weigh their merit. The statement from, or the release from the teachers' unions, and that of the, the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission by way of response. Now it says, and the title says it all, government continues to show good faith towards pre-tertiary teacher unions, that is NAT, NAGRAT, and the CCT in the public sector. And it reads, the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission has cited a news item by some media outlets where 3 teacher unions, it goes on to talk about them, have declared an indefinite nationwide strike. The teacher unions are concerned about the delay in negotiations of their conditions of service. And then they go on to say that the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission wishes to categorically state that there has not been any delay in the negotiations. We, however, wish to respond to the concerns raised by the teachers' unions as follows. 1, at the meeting held on January 20th, 2024, the government team was able to reach an agreement with the teacher unions on 10 out of the 16 items submitted for negotiation. 2, the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission indicated that there was the need to secure further mandates from the Ministry of Finance on the outstanding items in order to conclude negotiations with the unions. 3, subsequently, the Commission extended an invitation to the teacher unions on Tuesday, 19th March 2024, for a meeting on Thursday, which is today, the 21st of March 2024, at 10 a.m. to continue and possibly conclude the negotiations. And they attached that letter. Then they say the Commission went further to contact some leaders of the teacher unions as part of preparations towards the meeting on Thursday, the 21st, which is today. There was no indication whatsoever of their intention not to be available for further engagement. Point 5, and I'll just do the last 2 points. Therefore, without serving the required notice to embark on a strike, contrary to the relevant provisions of the Labour Act 2003, Act 651, and the rules of engagement signed with the teacher unions, they have indeed embarked on an indefinite strike, which action we deem as a show of bad faith, though it refrains from calling it an illegality. And then finally, the Commission wishes to therefore appeal to the leadership of the teacher unions and their members to call off the strike immediately and come back to the negotiating table to continue with the engagement in good faith. So they tell them they're operating in bad faith and that they should come back and negotiate in good faith. What's your response, Peter, before I go to the technicalities with Austin Game? Peter, what is your immediate response to this?
Yeah, for me, I think it is a time lapse that is creating the challenge. The Fair Wages Commission, I think, is an arm of, it's an establishment of the state. So in any case, they will have to defend the state in matters of this nature. And that's exactly what they have done. But the teachers have also set their side of the story. But my position is that once you have wasted so much time, you don't expect the other party to be continually waiting for you. They will have at a point to show some resistance to whatever delay you are causing. So for me, it is because they have delayed. And so the excuses they are given may not convince the teachers or the teacher unions very much. And that is what I think they should first of all admit the delay, that they have caused the delay, so they are sorry for it. So go back to work and let us negotiate. I think we should approach it in that way, rather than trying to prove your case right. Once you try to prove your case right in every situation, the employee or the unions may also not take it kindly, because they are leading a group of people and they will not be in a position to fail their people. So for me, where they have said it, they are giving reasons, but it is not convincing enough.
In other words,
they have waited for too long.
In other words, are you saying that the Commission's release, the Commission's response does not serve the purpose of trying to bring the teachers' unions back? In fact, it only agitates them further.
Yes, if they take that position, then it will be very difficult to convince the teachers to go back to the classroom, and for the negotiation to continue. So I think they should take a softer stand in this matter. Look at what is going to happen to the children who are at home waiting for their teachers to come back to school. We have to look at that angle. So for the sake of the children, the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission, as well as the Labour Commission, should as quickly do and stop the blame game and then get to negotiations and end it within a very short time.
Now, to you, Austin, the Labor Act 2003, Act 651, has been brought into the fray by the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission. On the basis of that same act, do they have a point? Especially where they also talk about the fact that the teachers' unions have acted in bad faith. Now, mind you, there was a meeting scheduled for today, but the teacher unions also prognosticated, they forecast that it would be the same situation normal. And so they decided to embark on a strike or an industrial action yesterday. Who has the foreground here or the upper hand?
It seems that the teacher unions have also waited for too long, or that is their decision. Well, we have expected you to do A, B, C, D. They have taken the decision already. And probably the letter must have gotten to them even after they have declared the strike, or after they got it, whichever, I don't know. But once the strike has been declared, it is now for the employer to make sure that as quickly as possible, meet them, and then plead with them, negotiate with them, so that they can go back to work. That is all I think for the time being they should do, and not blame each other for what is taking place. I think proper engagement will solve this problem.
What then would you say is the way forward? Now there is this standoff, right? What then is technically the way forward? If you had been called into the fray in a situation like this, how would you handle it, Austin?
You see, many a time when teacher unions, either at the pre-tertiary level or the tertiary level, go on a strike as this, we try to come in. Then they will tell us, the last time you spoke to us, we went back. Government failed to do A, B, C, D as decided. So we are finding it very difficult now to call on striking unions to lay down, to go back to work. It's becoming difficult for us because government or the employer has, rather you say the employer, is trying to make things difficult for the community. You see, one with the University Teachers Association of Ghana, we sat down, we took the decision, do this, the government agreed before we realized the government related on its responsibilities or obligations. So also with teachers of technical university and even the pre-tertiary teacher unions. So we have that experience, and it's becoming very difficult for us now to intervene in matters of this nature because the employer, when we agree on ABCD, is unable to fulfill their obligations to the teacher union. So we are having it very difficult now. So we are finding it difficult to have the moral obligation or the moral morality about the whole thing. How do we go about it? That is becoming our biggest challenge now.
And for you, Peter, what would you say would be the proper way of navigating this very tricky situation? These teachers down their tools and the entirety of that sector suffers. What's the way forward?
For me, the way forward is once they are meeting tomorrow, I think they should as quickly as possible engage very well and then conclude their negotiations or whatever agreement they can reach before the close of the week so that Monday they can go back to school.
All right. Right before I led, and for Austin Game, I mean, we're done with the conversation, but I had to sneak in this bit. It's a tangential issue. Today we have the national dialogue on empty plates, the free SHS promise. I want to believe you have got some snippets of that, Peter Nochu Koto. What is your reaction? I mean, based on what you've seen and this national dialogue we're going to have, how do we alleviate that situation?
Yeah, in the first place, I want to appreciate the work done by JoyNews because you've gone to vindicate the minority on what we have been saying for some time now, which the ministry has vehemently been denying. We've spoken about the type of food given to our children at the senior high school, the quality of food and the quantity. And nobody seems to be supporting us. So with the documentary that we have come out with, we are now getting the support of even parents who hitherto were saying that we were doing propaganda with the free senior high school policy. But I think it has come to light now. And I appreciate your efforts as a media house. You should continue that way so that when we see the real things, we believe them and then work towards resolving such issues. That's why we are calling for a review of the free senior high school program. Nobody is saying that it should be cancelled. It's a constitutional obligation. So let's look at it. How do we do it to the benefit of everybody, including government? But people will not listen to us. They will tell you it is a propaganda, you want to cancel it. Nobody is interested in cancelling it. We just want to make sure that it works and works very well. So your station interviewed me, I think, on Monday on this, and I made my points clear that it is now time for the review of the program. And one thing we must do, as far as feeding is concerned, is to decentralize the procurement of food items. Send all the money to this, just as they do for colleges of education. The 10 Ghana cedis that is released for the feeding of students, none is kept in Accra for colleges of education. Everything is sent to them. So why don't you send the 10 cedis to the senior high schools also for them to manage? And I can tell you, our investigations have shown that the Free Senior High School Secretariat has become a conduit of corruption in the system because they provide underweight food items. They provide food items that are not wholesome. And when you are saying it, people are not understanding it. So thank you very much for the documentary. It is an eye-opener. And I hope that the Ministry of Education is listening or is watching, and they will make amends. So well done for what you are doing for Ghana.
Well, forgotten country. That's what we always do, and that's why we're also independent, fearless, and credible. I'd like to thank you, gentlemen. Austin Game is a labor expert. He joined the conversation. Thank you, Austin. We also had Peter Nochukoto. He is ranking member on the Education Committee of Parliament, joining us for this conversation. But stay with us because still to come, we're going to be talking about the anti-gay bill, the LGBTQI plus bill, and the standoff right now. There's an impasse between Parliament and the executive. The president has signaled that he will not sign this until there is some finality as far as the court process or processes are concerned. You know, it's a two-pronged issue. Dr. Amanda Odoi together with Richard Delaskai in court on different matters. But then the minority is saying, especially with those 3 attempts by the Clerk of Parliament to serve the presidency, that the president is literally overreaching. Now, you know, there's a counterbalance between the 3 arms of government. The question is, what is this going to lead to? Parliament has already signaled that it will not approve the ministerial appointees or nominees of Mr. President. It's also signaled that, listen, we just might push for an impeachment of the president. But where do we go from here? And how does the cookie crumble? That conversation up next on the AM show. Do stay.
Everybody knows Acrobato. And if you know Acrobato, it means you know Endpoint Homeopathic Clinic. Endpoint Homeopathic Clinic is my pillar. Let's hear what others are saying about Endpoint Homeopathic Clinic. Who will be careful Endpoint one?
Chese na me ankasa me period na se problems wom ntina ma wo ho idea ma me papa chese na nya asem ketewa na me coin point no mo hwe me modam no mo hwe bibia na so mo meduro me fire no ene ma won kra mienu foforo kwa na mkwan mu a eba head everything yourself
me ma me no adwodwo eda ho a wontumi nante ene ne ko endpoint o mama no nura ene ne ho idea watimi asori anante.
That's endpoint for you.
Papa Acrobato.
Hello.
Hey, ohwehwe what che?
Okay.
A free bra wo di endpoint wa dance. Am me call you no. Me Johnson se ma na enkoyie e paso na ma yemre nyina na ma gina sebe ma na me ni fie for de e ho de nyina jaresa.
You heard everything. I have secret. Endpoint is my secret. Endpoint Homeopathic Clinic. I'm free.
On the 10th of November last year, His Royal Majesty the King Osei Tutu II, Tumfo, launched the Hill Komfanoche project. It's a drive to raise funds for the rehabilitation or renovation of the almost 70-year-old Komfanoche Teaching Hospital, which was named after the great priest of the Ashanti Kingdom, Komfanoche. Incidentally, when Komfanoche first put the sword that was supposed to be a unifying factor of all the Ashanti states on the ground, it was Otumfuo Osei Tutu I who was the king of Ashanti then. And so, as part of the 25th anniversary celebration, when the king decided that the time had come for him to lead that drive, for people from far and near to contribute to the renovation of the almost 70-year facility, which has never seen any renovation since it was built in 1955. It was welcoming and refreshing, and it's marked of leadership that every young man or woman would aspire to. Now, like I said, every day, on the average, we receive about 1,000 patients who are coming from at least 12 out of the 16 regions in Ghana. So Komfanoche serves as a referral facility for 12 out of 16 regions in Ghana. Ordinarily, retooling of a hospital like Komfanoche would be seen as a responsibility of government. It is indeed true, but in many developed democracies, like the United States, Canada, UK, Germany, I'm sure many of us who have lived there at one point or another in our lives are aware that these things are done. Private individuals, philanthropists, and so on give, non-governmental organizations give towards the renovation, the building of new hospitals, and so on and so forth. And so the king, being a golfer himself, the golfers decided that it was one of the ways by which they could contribute to the king's vision. And so today what has happened is that the golfers are launching a competition of a sort that would see to them contributing generously to the king's drive. I have absolutely no doubt that the golfers have done, their names will be written in gold. Posterity will judge them favorably. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Look at the economic management team. It is quite clearly a fantastic team. Professor Jambafo, Senior Minister Yao Osafo Maf. What a solid team.
It is your essential guide to the pulse of Ghana's democracy. Election Brief offers you a front row seat, latest update, in-depth analysis, and comprehensive coverage.
What does this mean? We therefore project it is almost statistically impossible for President John Dramani Mahama to achieve 50% plus one. our project.
During this campaign season, I experienced over your exclusive insights, breaking and all from every corner of Ghana.
The people have met him with excitement and they keep chanting Savior to imply that they believe that he holds the key to turning the economic fortunes of the country.
As Vice President, I am like a driver's mate. But by the grace of God, if you make me a president, I will be in the driver's seat with constitutional.
We dive deep into the strategies, the promises, and the people shaping the future of our country. Election brief isn't just about the headlines. It is about the voices of the people.
This is an election. These people came to us that they are going to maintain everyone. Here lies the case. We have the videos, evidence. And now they've taken our names out. Look at the number of people here. And you expect us to let the election go on. Never.
Join the conversation and have your say. Your voice matters in shaping Ghana's future. Catch the election brief every weekday from 2 to 2:30 p.m. only on Joy News. Joy News, your election headquarters.
Aflao, a bustling border town where community and family ties run deep. Meet Christian Nyalete, a 38-year-old driver whose life took an unexpected turn when he was diagnosed with tuberculosis. Little did he know that his diagnosis would not only test his physical resilience, but also challenge the bonds within his family.
First, I sick, and I take it like normally sickness like malaria. And first I'm at Accra, and I drop down here. I come and go hospital at Agbozume, and they say I should come to the hospital here, what they call it, Michigan. And I come, and they come and do the test for me, and they give me, and the doctor tell me that I have a coughing, like a door.
Christian's world crumbled as he faced a heartbreaking reality. The very person who should have provided comfort and support, his own mother, turned away. Stigmatized and isolated, Christian was forbidden from sharing meals with his family, a painful separation that extended to his own children.
I go to the hospital, and the doctor give me the medicine, and I come and explain what sickness that worried me. Oh, now my mother changed her lifestyle to me. And now if I speak, my mother will be shouting, hey, Christian, hey, I told you not to be spitting at the public, so I should go outside and go and, even if my children come back to school and they come closer to me like that. Hey, if my mother can meet, hey, they will be calling the children that they should not near me. They should not near me. They should not near me, so they don't know that this is the sickness that is worried me.
Amidst the darkness, a glimmer of hope emerged in the form of TB Impact GH, a digital tool designed to empower those affected by tuberculosis.
One day we can go meeting, and I tell Sister Joy that how my mother will be behaving to me, and one day, and Sister Joy called and explain how the sickness is this. But before she calmed down, and like now she can do to me.
Christian was linked to a TB advocate through the TB Impact GH app. That would change his life for good.
I got to know Christian through the TB disease. So as a TB advocate, we go to the hospital, we take names of clients, then we do contact tracing by visiting them, educating them, motivating them to take their medicine to get better.
I thank them. If it could not be them, like by this time, I don't know where I'll be. And me, how the sickness catch me, you know. Even my fellow people, my friends, I'll be saying, hey, Christian, ube. And I feel so sad, you know, to myself. But as I come and I come and collect the medicine, and I've been drinking it, eating in normal time, doing everything, I can say that I'm fit.
Introduced in Ghana in 2022 by Hope for Future Generations, the TB Impact GH has become a beacon of change, breaking down barriers, challenging human rights violations, and confronting the pervasive stigma associated with TB. This has reduced the TB mortality rate, especially in the 9 high-burden districts in the Volta, Central, and Greater Accra regions.
And when we diagnose the people of the condition and they get back to their various homes, because of the stigma that is attached to the conditions, they don't follow up in terms of taking the drug. They don't want people to be aware of the conditions they have. So the intervention of Hope for Future Generation has actually created some awareness among the community members, and this is yielding a good result. Our defaulter rate has reduced drastically, and the rate at which people are dying in terms of the disease has also reduced. So it's a sign that their contribution in terms of support to the clients in the community is very laudable.
Hope for Future Generations established TB support groups within all 3 implementing regions. These provide a very good platform for TB patients to share their experiences and support each other. It is also collaborating with the district health management teams to sustain the support groups even after the project.
The activities they've carried out in the municipality has actually helped us in getting a lot of people to voluntarily come for screening, and some were found to be positive and have been put on treatment. It has actually helped us to even exceed our target for this year. As a municipality, we were given a total of 120 cases to find within the year 2023. We were able to get 148. That is about 123% of our target. We have exceeded the target.
Please, we are pleading. We are on our knees. This Hope for Future Generation program, it shouldn't come to an end. Please, we are on our knees. We have our brothers and sisters in the community who are also going through the same thing we went through, which is the TB disease.
The TB Impact GH appears to be the game changer in addressing challenges, preventing patients from receiving treatments. Hence, the push to have the initiative go nationwide.
It's a software that the country must adopt. It's very important because it also helps you to track the quality of work that you are doing. It gives opportunity to the people to engage you, to let you know that what you are doing is helping us or not helping us. It also contributes to efficiency and effectiveness of your work. which is very important, especially at this difficult time where resources are limited.
Yomekpe, translated as the cough that leads one to the grave. This gloomy local term not only describes the disease, but carries with it a heavy burden of stigma, influencing the perceptions of those affected. But, thanks in part to Hope for Future Generations and the TB Impact GH, the name has been changed to PSS, which means hard cough, which can be cured through a 6-month treatment regimen. Emmanuel Jivenu, Joy Prime.
Welcome back on the AM show. Now, each year, on the 24th of March, the world marks World Tuberculosis Day. It's a way to commemorate or to join hands globally to propel the fight to eliminate tuberculosis. According to the World Health Organization, about 1.5 million people lose their lives to tuberculosis. It poses a significant global health challenge, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa. And as our way of marking World Tuberculosis Day, we are going to have a conversation. I'm joined in the studio by 3 wonderful guests. Emmanuela Kwame, Programs Manager of Hope for the Future Generations. Dr. Yao Edusupoku, Programs Manager of National TB Control Program under the Ghana Health Service. And Anthony Echia, who is a community member and someone who's been affected by tuberculosis. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to have you here in the studio. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
How are we all feeling?
Very well, thank you.
Right. So according to let me start with you, Dr. Edusi. According to the World Health Organization, it says about 10 million individuals worldwide are affected by tuberculosis. What is the case for Ghana?
Thank you very much, sweetie, and good morning to all of us. Yeah, so for the case of Ghana, every day, 30,000 people fall ill. Every day, so for the case of Ghana, every day about 121 persons fall ill, and then every day about 30 persons die.
From
Clearly,
tuberculosis?
From tuberculosis. So really, it's threatening to society, and we have to do something about it. It's not that we cannot cure it. It's about advocacy. Have I heard it? You see the tape that was ruled out. This is a guy who is in a village, who is minding his own business. I mean, trying to get something going. And then he starts experiencing symptoms. He doesn't know what it is, but thankfully, he heard something from either on TV or on the radio, and then he came to the health facility. He was assisted by the community. One of them is the Hope for Future Generation advocates. So you see how it goes. We can cure TB.
Right. And in that regard, the TB Control Program under the Ghana Health Service has partnered with Hope for Future Generations to create awareness, to stop stigmatization, and really just educate communities about what this disease is and assure them that it's not the end of life. Also in that same line, you've developed an app. Could you please tell me a little bit about that app, Madam Kwame?
Okay, sure. So Hope for Future Generations brings in the civil society perspective and contribution to the TB response in Ghana. And as an NGO, you know, we are donor-driven, and so supported by Stop TB Partnership Geneva, the global community was able to come together to develop an app to specifically tackle the gaps in TB implementation worldwide. The app, which is called One Impact globally, but it has been adapted in Ghana as TB Impact GH. And so every information on the app mostly was generated by the National TB Control Program, and then civil societies coming together to put those information there. When we look at some of the challenges being affecting the TB community in Ghana, it includes stigma, it includes discrimination, it includes barriers to TB services. And so looking at how can we address these gaps, because they have existed for so long. So the TB community members, we as an NGO, we are people-centered. And so we decided that to be able to put people at the center of the implementation, let us develop or let us adapt this app from the global community that will encourage and empower the TB-affected people to lead the implementation by themselves. So this app is to monitor how TB services are delivered in Ghana in terms of quality, accessibility, availability, and even affordability.
Right.
Right.
I'll circle back to you both, but I want to speak with Anthony. You have been affected by tuberculosis. Could you briefly share your journey with us since you first suspected that something was wrong and treatment to the point where you're here to share your story to the world?
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you to our viewers. Most of the times when you get affected by TB, you often don't know that you are contacted TB. You have to call for some time, go to the pharmacist, get some medications, take in the medications to, for if the cough is out of your system, then you know that, oh no, it's not tuberculosis. But when the cough persists for some time, then you know that you, and you get a good health facility or through the community, you have information on what your next steps are. That's having a sputum check. Then you are identified and you know that you have tuberculosis and you are linked to care, as in to a health facility for treatments. And the duration of the treatment for mine was 6 months at a time. I had to take medication every day at the dot service or the dot center, and for them to monitor and for me to also adhere to the medications and taking them and getting well as well.
Dr. Idusi, do you have these programs all over the country where, you know, each community can have access to programs or activities that sheds light on tuberculosis so that they can at least take their health seriously?
Thank you very much. Yes, we do. No, we work with NGOs. If I say we, the health workforce.
Ghana Health Service?
Ghana Health Service. We have some NGOs, they are not in all districts, who also find cases. Some are in the hard-to-reach areas, very difficult terrain, but they have decided to be there. And then some are also, as Anthony is one, we call them the community-affected persons. They are very good in counseling because they've once been affected before and they have been cured. So, I mean, they align themselves well with people who are on treatment. And so we get less and less default rate. It's very important to collaborate with all these people, especially around this time when we are marking our World TB Day, 24th of March, but we are commemorating it on the 22nd on Friday, which is tomorrow at the Jubilee Park. Look at what I'm wearing. Yes, we can end TB, and that's what Elatu is wearing. Why? TB is not just a medical issue. It has a social component. It's a social disease, you know, and it has a component of stigma, high one. If people get it when they are in overcrowded areas, some people sleep in kiosks, about 10 of them, prisons, and then if you don't eat well, you will come down with TB because you breathe the germ in the atmosphere. Somebody breathes it out. When the person sings loud, sings or shouts or coughs, and then you also inhaled it.
So I think we should bring it all the way down. Tuberculosis is an airborne disease, correct?
Excellent.
Exactly how does this germ act? And how does it get transmitted? And who is at risk?
Very good question. How does it act? So it's from a person who is already infected. The person is expressing symptoms. The person sits on the trotro, so we are all at risk. Right now, if we should disaggregate our data, all professions are in, including the health staff. The health staff belongs to the at-risk population, the vulnerable group. So on the vehicle, in the classroom, when teacher is teaching, somebody is coughing, teacher must be able to indicate that, look, I have to let your parents know that you need to go for screening. So you see, exactly how does it come about? So we breathe in it, but we breathe this germ and then it goes into our body. Some hide. It hides for a long time, sometimes 10 years, sometimes 5 years, sometimes 8 months. It depends on your immunity. If you smoke, if you drink, you bring your immunity down. If you have HIV, you bring your immunity down. And so these germs come up. So you start expressing some symptoms like fever. Anthony mentioned it, fever, chest pain, weight loss, drench, you sleep and everybody is not sweating. You are sweating profusely. So these are some of the chest pain, these are some of the symptoms.
And the only way to know for sure is to be screened at a hospital.
Very good. We screen at the hospital, but we also have his organization, for instance, who also screen them in the communities.
But screening is the only way to tell
Screening,
that you have...
two main types that we do. Okay. It's the symptom screening and then the X-ray.
Okay.
It's very, very, very critical. We have them. We have the digital X-rays, as many as about 79. And then we have the gene experts that test the sputum, about 200 of them in country. But they are not enough, and we have some strategies that we use, like transporting these sputum samples from areas where they don't have the gene expert to areas where they have the gene expert. It's a machine. Within 2 hours, results are ready. But before, as he indicated, before he was diagnosed, he went to the pharmacy to buy medicines for cough. And that is what a lot of people do. Some also have to buy chicken and then take it to the soothsayer because they don't believe that it is curable. So these are the misconceptions and the myths that come with it that we need to. But we need to have the collaboration, political. When I say political, it's not a seat of government. I'm talking about the chief executive officer in a district who will stand and say that, look, all persons who are coughing, go to my district hospital or go to my health center. We will screen you. Or the MP who is in the constituency and say, look, I'm campaigning. This is my mantra. Go to the hospital, the health facility, and get tested. This is the way to go. The teacher is teaching, and then realizing that some are chronically coughing. So everybody, and you are interviewing us, people who are watching us, they will go to the health facility for screening. So it's a work that we all need to do.
Okay. Emanuela, I know this cannot be overemphasized because it's very important, but why did Hope for Future Generations decide to actually focus on tuberculosis? And could you share some success stories with us on some of the things that you've been able to achieve, through your awareness programs?
Yes, okay. So being an NGO, we seek to improve the health of vulnerable populations. And so if people are marginalized because of their health, which for conditions such as TB, which is purely preventable and curable, Hope for Future Generations, we care about community members. And so for us, we think that we can take on interventions to prevent and then also to improve the health of these people. And so we get to the grassroots, the remotest places as possible, where sometimes Ghana Health Service cannot even go. We also have our resources to augment what Ghana Health Service is doing. And so, especially with bringing the app in question on board as well, is also to ensure that the people most affected by TB are the ones leading the implementation of the response. What does that mean? It means that people are meaningfully engaged to bring on board their view of what can be the most effective solution to end TB in Ghana. So for Hope for Future Generations, that is what we do. And it's been very beneficial. Through the app, we have been able to have about 1,000+ people engaging on the app. These are people affected by TB who are reporting issues such as stigma, issues such as discrimination, issues such as lack of nutritional support and lack of financial support. And for some of the success stories, recently there was a case of a student in Central Region who was sent home because he was on TB medication, which is not right. For TB, doctor can attest that for the first 2 weeks of having been diagnosed of TB, you are infectious. But once you are on treatment and then you pass the first 2 weeks, there's a huge reduction in the infection rate. And so the possibility...
So it's not transferable at that
point, yes, the possibilities reduced.
Okay.
Okay. And so if someone has gone past 2 months of TB treatment, why do you send such a person home to go and sit home?
Because they don't know.
For six months, exactly. And so that is where we come in, first to advance the rights of these people. So we had to engage the school because we think that they don't know, like you said. We engaged the school to let them know the right thing to be done. So at the end of the day, the student was brought back. And another thing that was also asked was for the student to even bring their medical records so that they can file that on the students' records in the school, which isn't right. And so for some of these things, that is where we come in to intervene for the client.
Anthony, I've heard a lot of the word stigma and discrimination used a lot. As someone who's been affected by tuberculosis, did you experience it, and how did you navigate that?
I also experienced TB stigma.
Okay.
See, at the time when I got my TB stigma, my older sister is a health worker, and she will advise you, hey, this TB, you shouldn't bring it close to us, crowd. You should isolate yourself, take more fruit, be drinking water. Even the cups and the spoons, you will not be using the ones that your family are using because you are afraid that they will get affected by the tuberculosis as well. And when you go into vehicles and stuff, the moment you cough, everybody's looking at you. Although you use a tissue to cover your mouth from other people getting infected, they don't understand that you have passed your 2 weeks and they will not get affected, but you are doing your possible best. But once they see you coughing, everybody will be looking at you some style. It's not comfortable.
Coughs are uncomfortable when you're around people. But it's a step in the right direction. This, I hope, sheds more light on this issue when people understand that tuberculosis is not a death sentence and we should not discriminate against individuals who are treating stigma. So in about 1 minute, we need to wrap this up. Any final words, considering today we are marking World TB Day?
Thank you very much. So, for the first time in this country, in 2023, we notified over 19,000 cases, as against 2022, which was about 16,000. So the disease is there. It affects the workforce of this country. People are laid off work. They don't, because you have to treat for so long, they are unable to go to work, and the stigma as well. So we need resources. I told you, the first line of diagnosing this is using the gene expert. The gene expert is 200. We have the 200. The district we have is 261. So there's a shortfall. In this gene expert, we use cartridges. One is $10. So we need resources from government, resources from private. We need all this. Together, we need to partner with media. And so we want to thank your station. It's real. We need resources. We must all come together. Thank you.
Well, Emanuela,
yes.
How do we get access to this app? Because obviously it's the first step towards a pool of information and how to even navigate the world of tuberculosis. How do we get this app? And then you can wrap up with any final words you want to add.
Right. So the TB Impact GH app is downloadable on Google Play Store and then the App Store. So once you get there, you can, and then you go through the registration and you can have access to all the information on the app. We also have a toll-free number that you can reach us on for TB counseling, psychosocial counseling services. It's 0800 457 231. Should I take it again?
Yes, you can take it again.
Okay, so 0800 457 231. So you can reach us on the toll-free number, and then we can assist you with all the support you need to go through your TB diagnosis and treatment.
Okay. And finally, Anthony, what would be your message to all those watching you with tuberculosis, someone who's never even heard about the disease before, as someone who's been affected by tuberculosis? And you're okay now, though, right?
Yes, please.
Yes, good. Okay.
So my first thanks goes to my organization, Hope for Future Generation, for giving me the opportunity and for granting us capacity building and strengthening us with the information and knowledge about tuberculosis that we need, that we will be able to carry out our messages across. And also for the TB community, which I'm a part of, we should continue to have the information, create awareness, and share. I think through each Hope for Future Generation, there are support groups now that have been created so that we can communicate between ourselves and give ourselves morals and strength to be able to adhere to treatment, stay safe, and be as in cured out of the TB disease as well. So like, there is hope,
There is hope, right? So it's not the end of the world if you have tuberculosis. Emanuela Kwame, Programs Manager for Hope for Future Generations, the organization, non-profit organization, creating awareness and making sure that every grassroots communities where, like you said, Ghana Health Service cannot go, they understand that tuberculosis exists, but it's not the end of the world. And Dr. Yao Edusipoku, Programs Manager at National TB Control Program under the Ghana Health Service. And then Anthony Echia, member of the community and an advocate for tuberculosis. You were my guest. Thank you so much for staying for this conversation. Up next, there's more. Please stay with us.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to JoyNews Desk. My name is Aisha Ibrahim.
Let me tell you, this is not a small job at all.
What can you report from the Fana community?
We are still sounding the alarm for people who are hiding to know that help has come.
The board is supposed to be meeting this morning to deliberate on this nominee.
Yes, this problem has been recurring over time.
The people have invested the fruits of their excellence, and you want to throw it away because you think you can. No, it's not lawful for him to do it, period.
What's the basis that these financial assurances will be giving latest today?
If you follow what had transpired over the week, we got the information when the president addressed the May Day celebration, indicating that China is going to come on board.
Hey bro, what are you watching? Only the best thing ever. Cause these Easter holidays, the joy never stops. Picture this. The home is filled with LOL moments and intense drama from the local shows. The docus are just mind-blowing. It's mystery after mystery. And man oh man, is the sports of the chains? I'm talking Serie A, Premier League, UEFA Europa League, FA Cup, and even WWE Sing.
Do this all day.
Even the kids are hooked up with adventures and fun-loving bro. And the reality you don't want to miss. So stay connected to entertainment anywhere with GoTV Stream or enjoy it at home. This is the holidays. GoTV. Love it.
This coming Easter Monday is Love FM Family Party in the Park. 1st April 2024, Rotary Park, Baya de So start putting plans together and let's have the biggest family picnic experience ever. Where are my bubbly little kitty bobs, nyakapums, papas, obichikum? We will make available all the kids playing items: trampoline, bouncy castles, electric train, merry-go-round, stationary airplane, horse race, face painting, TV games. For all the adults in Kumasi, get ready for the adult corner. Get your dancing shoes on with some electrifying live band music. Date is Easter Monday, 1st April 2024 at the Rattray Park, Denyame. Rate is a cool 10 Ghana cedis, 8 a.m. sharp. The Love FM family party in the park. Easter edition. We simply can't wait.
We know the dream is big. We know the passion gets you going. And you have the potential to make great strides. The Chartered Institute of Marketing, Ghana, has always been an avid supporter of industry excellence and innovation. This is why we are excited to announce the CIMG Professional Marketing Qualifications. CIMG has designed practical courses to help you make that dream a reality right here in Ghana. We are geared up and ready to support you on this journey to becoming a world-class professional marketer. Register today and be on your way to greatness. For more information, call us on 055-274-6592. Visit our website www.cimghana.org or email us on info@cimghana.org. Chartered Institute of Marketing Ghana, working for Ghana.
Welcome back on the AM show, and we continue with our big stories. Now we're talking about the anti-gay bill. It stoked quite a conversation on different ends of our political spectrum and in our social lives as well. Now guess what? Yesterday was crucial because there had been 3 attempts by the Clerk of Parliament to serve the presidency in respect of this bill. All 3 attempts rebuffed. We heard from the presidency in that statement. But yesterday, the minority had a lot to say. The majority side had some rebuttals, among others. We'll get into the nitty-gritty, the facts of the matter with our parliamentary correspondent, Kweku Asante. He joins me in the studio.
Benjamin, it's good to see you, V-mates.
Sharp. Good to be here. Lovely shirt, by the way.
Thanks.
Your work has not been very easy in Parliament lately because of the back and forth. Tell me about it.
So much going on. And in fact, yesterday was quite chaotic because, of course, Parliament had planned that yesterday they were going to adjourn for Christmas, Easter break, I should say. But certain events had come in and had really angered the Speaker of Parliament. The Speaker of Parliament had been away for about a week. He had been in the US on some official visits. But yesterday, he decided to come in and ask MPs to hold on every business until he was in the chair. So at about 2 p.m., the business of the House was suspended, waiting for the Speaker of Parliament. At about 6 p.m., he took his chair and he came in with a very fiery response to the president's, the letter that emanated from the presidency, rejecting and ordering the clerk to Parliament to cease and desist from making any attempt whatsoever to serve the president with bills that have been passed by the House. And this time around, the controversial anti-LGBTQ bill. The clerk, like you said, have tried 3 times, and on all occasions, the presidency have rejected his attempt to serve the president with a bill so that the president will decide to either sign or not sign. The reasons the presidency have given is that there are currently actions pending before the Supreme Court. These actions also have interlocutory applications for injunctions, for which reason they believe these cases must be disposed of first before the president will be in the position to deal.
Of course, when we talk of those cases, it is in respect of 2 people, Dr. Amanda Odoi and Richard Delaskai.
Yes.
To clarify.
Yes. So these persons are before the court over the controversial anti-LGBTQ bill that was passed by the House, and they say that part of it is unconstitutional. They want the Supreme Court to pronounce on that. So the presidency said, as by virtue of these actions, I'm unable to work on the bill as has been passed by the House. The Speaker of Parliament comes in and, in a lengthy address, almost an hour,
He was livid.
Very livid, shreds apart the presidency's letter, says that the letter that came in from Nana Bedi Asante, the executive secretary, was actually contemptuous of Parliament. It has no basis in law, and that the president is trying to stultify, as it were, Parliament from being able to do its work. As far as it's concerned, the presidency has no such power to do what they're reporting to do. But be that as it may, it says the presidency have laid what he called a principle that will not be followed. And that anytime injunction applications are filed against government business, Parliament is not going to consider any of those business. As soon as the applications in court, they are not going to do that. And so...
Which is kind of like quid pro quo.
Tit for tat.
In other words, once there's an injunction, we will not touch it.
Exactly.
And that could be chaotic.
And the chaos has already started. There are 22 nominees of President Akufo-Addo currently before Parliament who have gone before the appointment committee. And we expected that yesterday, the question would have been put on them, a vote would have been taken, and they would have been approved as ministers for the president to swear them in maybe today or tomorrow. The president says Roxy Nelson Efemekpo has gone to court over these nominees and has filed for an interlocutory injunction. Because of that, he's unable to get the House to deal with that. So that means these 22 ministerial nominees will have to wait until at least May, when Parliament returns from its Easter break, before they can get any action.
That will be like
that is catastrophic.
You used the word stultify at the start of this. It would mean that the work of these ministries will come to some halt.
Yes, in fact, if you look at...
They are not substantive.
If you look at the Information Ministry now, there is no substantive minister. There are no substantive deputy ministers. Because when Kojo Pankuma was moved to the Works and Housing Ministry, his deputy, Fatima Abubakar, was relieved of the position of deputy and promoted to become minister. Right? And that means there's no deputy, there's no minister. And then there's a deputy ministerial nominee in the person of Sylvester Tete. There's also Fatima Abubakar herself to become the substantive minister. And all these persons have not now been approved. Of course, we understand that the president has appointed some substantive ministers to act in this state. But without substantive ministers at these ministries pushing through government business in those places are going to suffer. So, like you said, quid pro quo, the Speaker of Parliament is saying that if you are not going to work on the anti-LGBTQ bill because you claim there's been an injunction application, I'm also not going to do any government business in the House. And in the future, when there is any injunction application, I'm not going to work on that. And there were key government, apart from these, there were loans, 150 million cedis that government is hoping is going to, as it were, solidify the Ghana cedi, which is on a free fall decline now. There's also tax waiver requests that are currently before the House. Ordinarily, when the House is expected to adjourn, it's the government side that will lead business. They will ensure that every business is done. And then when there's no business to be done, they will give the indication to the Speaker, then he will adjourn the House. As soon as the Speaker finished his address, he adjourned the House. He banged the gavel, and the majority leader was shocked.
And we'll get into the dynamics of that and what it technically means, because this is a bigger conversation than some may see it. It basically means that government business from the executive to the legislative floor could come to a grinding halt. That means that literally government will be tied down. But what is the thinking of the majority side? Yesterday we heard from the Efutu MP, Alexander Afenyo-Markin, on whether, the cause would be to impeach Mr. President for overreaching, so to speak. Let's bring in now Eko Asifwa. He's Member of Parliament for Otafo. Eko, good morning.
Morning, my brother.
You sound rather tired. Is it on the back of your parliamentary work?
Absolutely.
Hello?
Absolutely.
Oh, I see. A sleepless night?
Come again?
Sleepless night?
Yes. I had to engage a number of media houses yesterday in the evening.
Okay, I don't know why I'm struggling to hear you, but I don't know whether it's the sound from the studio or from your end, but I'll just encourage you to speak up a bit.
Yeah, so some media houses felt that today is going to be very busy, so we should engage them so that they could record us and all that. So I started around 3 a.m. and I woke up just about 30 minutes ago.
I see. Well, thank you for granting us audience all the same. What is your take on this crucial matter that everyone is talking about?
Well, let me say a very good morning to you and to your cherished viewers. This is clear. You do me, I do you. Yesterday, because I was an interested party, I sat in Parliament and listened to the Speaker of Parliament clearly and attentively.
Okay, Mr. Asifwa, we're going to have to remedy this. I can't hear you. I don't know whether the phone is close to you but we're really struggling to hear you.
Can you hear me now?
It's somewhat better. Please go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, please go ahead. It's better.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, much better.
So, as I said yesterday, because I was an interested party, I listened to the Speaker of Parliament attentively. You could see a visibly angered Speaker of Parliament. Maybe because of the anger, it made him make very fundamental mistakes as far as the rules of Parliament is concerned.
What are those fundamental mistakes?
One, the convention has always been that when Parliament is being adjourned, synod, leadership will have to be given an opportunity, or Speaker will have to defer to leadership for them to give their closing remarks. Yesterday, it was totally absent. it seems we were not in a democracy. And all of us were really shocked to the marrow. I mean, no word from anybody. No word from anybody. So it was very surprising that it happened that way. That is number one. Number two, the basic principle in law that you cannot approbate and reprobate. At one breath, the Speaker of Parliament didn't agree with what Mr. President did. In another breath, he supported it by basing on the agreement, or if you like, the decision that His Excellency the President took to also make the same decision, put differently. His Excellency the President's letter to Parliament, as per the Speaker of Parliament, was unlawful. Now, the Speaker also takes another decision based on the same principle that was used by His Excellency the President and make a decision. Today, because of that decision, there are a number of ministries that will not have any political head for those ministries to run.
Do you then accept, because of the passage of time, do you then accept that, are you then suggesting or accepting that indeed the communication from the presidency to Parliament was technically wrong, unlawful?
Well, I don't think so. I think that for all of us in Parliament, especially on the majority side, a bit of an issue that was raised that seemed to be running the minds of most of the MPs was to the effect that the wording probably could have been relooked. But as to the principle, there was nothing, absolutely nothing.
That same principle wasn't applied when the e-levy was on the table. There were two challenges from the minority against the e-levy and from an individual in respect of Oliver Barker Vomawo, in respect of the GRA being injuncted not to continue with accessing that cash or implementing it. Mr. President went on to sign it. Different strokes for different folks?
I'm very much aware. You are also aware of Article 88 of the 1992 Constitution, which gives the Attorney General the authority or the mandate to be the principal or chief advisor to the President.
The President doesn't have to take the Attorney General's advice. We've seen that time without number.
Come again?
The President is not obliged to take the Attorney General's advice. We've seen that time without number.
I'm saying that the Attorney General is the chief advisor to the President. As far as I'm aware, I did not see any advice from the AG's office at the time that e-levy was sent to court, number one. Number two, it is also within the ambit of the lawyers in the case to move an application in court to cite someone for contempt of Parliament if that person is believed to do something that goes against the dictates of the law. If the lawyers fail to do that, it is very difficult for me to answer for them. And also, the rules of court also allows for the court itself to cite someone for contempt of Parliament, so much without any application whatsoever emanating from any lawyer. And so if a court also did not see it relevant to cite the President for contempt, and remember Article 2 of the Constitution, when someone is being cited for contempt of Parliament, especially in the person of the President, it is high crime, which is tantamount to his removal. If all these processes were not triggered, I am very surprised that you would want me to answer for that. That doesn't lie in my mind to do that. The people who feel entitled, or the persons who were interested parties at the time, should have triggered all these processes if none of them was triggered.
I am just interested in the different applications of the law based on where, because mind you, Alexander Afenyo-Markin, your majority leader, had signaled in a certain direction. The Attorney General had signaled in a certain direction. Even before that, other members of Parliament had signaled powers that be within your party had signaled in a certain direction. There's even talk about the fact that Oseiche Mensah Bonsu was for this, and maybe some things happened because he was for that. Then we have the president adopting this position. So are you then making the point that the presidency has done everything right, but the speaker has done everything wrong? I just want clarity on that.
I haven't said any of that. All that I'm telling you is that the application of the law, as per His Excellency's green letter, the principle in there for me as a lawyer, there's nothing wrong about that.
Right.
I've had the occasion to cite cases of Ayete versus Agbofu number 2, where the Supreme Court had the occasion to espouse that an attempt, or if you like, any application that is sent in court should be seen as synonymous to an injunction.
Right.
We also have other cases from the High Court, Republic versus Mufat, Espati Alote, and all of that. So, I mean, that principle for me is not wrong. But
if that principle is watertight, by that same principle, then you should also concur with the Speaker when he says that if anything comes from the executive to the legislative arm of government and there is some sort of injunction or court process on it, you will not look at it. It makes sense, doesn't it?
My brother, in the instant case, have you seen the writ that Dafiama sent to the Supreme Court? When you look at the writ very well, check point 9. The injunction that Dafiama was seeking for is not in relation to those new ministers like myself who was appointed.
No, but I'm not referring to that specific. I'm saying that generally what the Speaker has said, since you're doing this, if you bring anything before Parliament and there is an injunction or any form of process in court, we're not going to take a look at it. I'm looking at the general principle. Quid pro quo. Does it not apply?
Hold on, respectfully. The Speaker's ruling yesterday is what we should talk about. The Speaker's ruling and the basis for his ruling was Dafiama Post writ in the Supreme Court. And he based on Dafiama Post writ to rule that because of that, he cannot take the ministerial nominees. And I am suggesting to you that point 9 of the declarations or the release that was sought by Dafiama Post, that injunction application that he sought was in relation to ministers whose appointment was revoked and was reshuffled or reassigned to other places. It is not about ministers, or if you like, deputy minister designate like us. Please, just read the point 9. That is where I have a problem. And that's why I'm saying that in the process of the anger that was demonstrated by Mr. Speaker, he made very fundamental mistakes. That I will not even do. And that is the point I was trying to make.
All right. We do not have time for an expansive conversation on this because I would have wanted to take you on some parts of the law, the same law that you keep referencing. But we're going to have to draw the curtains on it here. Echo, we are grateful for your time.
Thank you, sir.
All right. That is Echo Esifua. He is Member of Parliament for Old Trafford. This conversation will continue, and likely from tomorrow, we'll still have some conversations on this, including in my blunt thoughts. But stay with us. There's a lot more coming your way on the AM show.
In the spirit of public interest journalism, JoyNews went out to understand the real situation on ground as pertains to what the children in senior high schools are eating under the free senior high school policy. We came up with the documentary Empty Plates, the free senior high school promise. And there's been a number of issues stemming from this documentary. Tonight, we crown it all with a national dialogue. I've been joined in the studio by someone I have a celebrity crush on, Emefa Apawu, to give us the nitty-gritties and everything we should expect tonight. It is my absolute pleasure to have you in the studio.
It's my pleasure to be on the AM show.
Yeah.
The AM show I've been watching all the while.
Yeah.
Now I'm here today.
Yes, you're part of the
I'm so happy
team.
to be here.
It's good to have you.
How are you doing?
I'm
You're
okay,
doing well.
Emefa.
Okay, so we are getting ready for this evening,
Right.
like you've been saying. It's the JoyNews National Dialogue. This will be the second. We had one on the renal dialysis when there were concerns at the Kolibu Teaching Hospital. We came together and put all the voices that mattered back then on the renal dialysis unit issues. And of course, we had some changes. There were some key decisions that were made after that particular dialogue. So when my colleague Kwete Nati and the team also went out from December all the way till now, when they started looking into the free SHS issues, the concerns that has been raised in terms of the feeding. First, we started with the infrastructure issues. We had a lot of talk about it. Then now we had calls to go into the schools itself. We went to about 5 regions, a number of schools that we visited, and then looked at the feeding concerns in these schools. And that's how we came up with Empty Plates, the free SHS promise.
Right.
So on the back of it, like you said, we are putting together all the key stakeholders in the industry when it comes to education. I must say that everybody agrees, at least when you hit the streets, you talk to all the stakeholders, everybody agrees that the free SHS is a good policy, is a great policy. I must say that our last born benefited from the free SHS system. I think she was in the first batch. She's now in KNUST, the final year. But it doesn't stop us from also raising the issues when it comes to the key challenges that this particular free SHS is fraught with. So that in the end, by the time one government leaves and we have another government, the free SHS will not die with just one government. We're hoping that it will be a policy that will stay and stand the test of time so that everybody can benefit from it. The next generation to come, all that will come, will benefit from the free SHS system. So that's what we are trying to look at this evening with the key stakeholders assembled right here on the Joy News channel, on Joy 99.7 FM, will be on radio, myjoyonline.com, and all our social media platforms. We get to put all of us together. The key objective is to take a look at what the way forward will be. There are infrastructural challenges. When FSHS started, people mentioned that those who can pay should be allowed to pay.
Yeah.
That was one suggestion that was made. We did not take it on board. Is it time for that to happen? What exactly are some of the solutions we can proffer going forward for the free SHS to stand the test of time? That's what we are looking at. The political talk about whether it should be a review or is going to be scrapped, among others. That's not what we are looking at. We're taking a look at how we can make the free SHS system that we see it better, infrastructure-wise, feeding concerns, what exactly are the issues, what can be done better. That's what the Joy News Dialogue seeks to look at this evening.
So like you rightly said, the policy itself is not bad. It's just the implementation and the structures in place to make it good for everybody. So what should we look forward to this evening when we tune in to watch you and the various stakeholders in this dialogue?
Okay, so I won't give out too much, but at least by now everybody has seen some of the people that will be part of it. At least the Ministry of Education will be well represented. It's only right that we hear from the Ministry of Education because they will be implementing all the suggestions that will come on board, whether they take it on board or not, so they will be highly represented here. We'll have education stakeholders, we'll have key CSOs in the education sector joining us, former general education service directors will be here. We'll have all of them joining us, some of them via Zoom, some of them also in the studios, you know, all of us coming together to talk about the free SHS and how we can make it better.
I want to put you on the spot before I let you go. How does this really sit with you? The issues that have come up from the various stores, campus stores of senior high schools and the things we've seen, how does it all sit with you? Even before we you know, tonight we have that dialogue.
It's a rather sad situation, at least. But for me, what makes me sad or even worse is the fact that those who are supposed to, you know, do something about the situation feel that it is rather putting them on the spot or is putting them in a bad light. And I don't think that that's what journalism always seeks. At least from what I know at Joy News, we are not here to put anybody in a bad light, but we are here to speak for the people, the masses, the ordinary person who cannot speak for themselves. That's what we are here for. So once the situation is like that on the ground, why would we want to embellish it and make it better to make someone look bad or someone look better? That's not the business that we are in. Whatever it is the people are faced with, we put it to bring it to light, and then we can all together find a solution to make it better. Because if my sister is in that school and eating that food, I shouldn't be happy. And you shouldn't be happy if you see anyone eating that kind of meal in free SHS. You went to SHS. Is that the kind of meal you were served with? No. Food was bad back then. I'm not saying it should be like a restaurant. It shouldn't be.
School meals are not like
But I used to love dining hall.
Yeah.
I love dining hall in Ola. I never missed dining hall because of the kind of foods we're served with back then. But I went back to Ola, and the food you're served with today, I am not sure I'll even feed my dogs with it. I should be frank with you.
That's very frank. So hopefully when they see that results come from breaking this culture of silence, then maybe going forward, the people involved in these institutions who should shed light on the challenges they're having would come out and say something. You know, they
say something. I think it's time for all those in charge to speak up.
Yes.
No matter the intimidation that they go through, it is time for you to speak up about the situation, because it could be your daughter, it could be your niece, it could be your nephew. That's
no wonder they call us regime changes. Emma, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you,
for this
sweetie.
Conversation. But please, this is not the end of the show. We have a little more to share with you before we wrap up. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Under the policy, residential
for the Jubilee House is beginning. Ghana is at a crossroads. It is time again for the people to choose, and the world is watching.
We will do this because in a nation where every vote counts, where every voice matters, there is one name you can trust for your election coverage. JoyNews, your elections headquarters.
Our team of seasoned journalists will bring you up-to-the-minute updates, unbiased analysis, and the stories behind the headlines.
The election headquarters for an informed electorate. JoyNews, independent, fearless, credible.
Live from our studios here in Accra, this is Joy News Desk. This is also live on DSTV channel 421 and GoTV channel 125 and around the world on myjoyonline.com. Coming up this morning, majority in Parliament to consider summoning Parliament for an emergency sitting to consider key government business after Speaker of the House adjourned Parliament indefinitely after row over anti-LGBTQ bill.
An injunction motion on notice seeking to restrain the Speaker from proceeding with the vetting and approval of the names of the persons submitted by His Excellency the President.
Details of the government business on hold as the legislature and the executive go on a collision course. We have more from a chaotic end to the first meeting of the fourth session of the 8th Parliament. Also ahead this morning, the Ghana Education Service has instructed head teachers to keep schools open despite the industrial action by teachers. Now, Down syndrome not a curse, and the stereotype. United Nations stresses as the world celebrates Down Syndrome Day today. Details as the UN calls for equal rights for persons with disabilities. We have details of these and many other stories coming up shortly. My name is Kenneth Jesse. See you in a moment. Hello again. The Ghana Education Service has directed regional and district education directors to ensure head teachers keep schools open after 3 teacher unions declared an indefinite strike yesterday over their conditions of service. In a statement released by GES, the service urged parents not to panic, assuring them that management is working to resolve the situation. Here are details of that statement. Right, we'll be bringing you details of that statement in a bit. But prior to that statement by the Ghana Education Service, the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission also released its own statement disputing the accusation by the 3 teacher unions that there has been delay in negotiations of their conditions of service and collective agreement. The commission is expected to meet the unions and other stakeholders today. Here are excerpts of that statement released by the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission. Right, we bring you more on that particular subject. But you're still watching Joy News Desk here on the Joy News channel. Let's quickly bring in the Public Relations Officer of the Ministry of Education, Kweku Kwatin. Kweku, good to have you on the show. I believe you've read excerpts of the statement released by the Fair Wages and then by the Ghana Education Service and by the striking unions. As a ministry, has this issue come to your attention, first of all?
All right. Good morning to you, my brother. I'm just surprised you've forgotten my name. My name is Kwesi Kwati. But anyway, yes, we have established contact with Fair Wages and Salaries Commission and even the teacher unions, for that matter, the striking teacher unions. And tentatively, we scheduled Friday to meet. It is true, apparently, Fair Wages has sent letters of invitation to the teacher unions, but according to them, the understanding is that it's on short notice. So hopefully by Friday, all stakeholders should be ready and have all discussions with the hope of resolving this impasse.
Right, and I want to find out from you if the ministry sides with the Ghana Education Services statement instructing district and regional education directorates to keep the schools open despite the teacher unions being on strike.
Yes, I mean the schools, even though I mean we work together with the teachers, the schools obviously are independent institutions, and particularly when even times like this, a lot of them are within the boarding schools and will still be around. So certainly there have to be some demonstration of leadership and some management ultimately. It is for this reason that we've directed that, of course, through Ghana Education Service, that temporarily there should be some management structures and arrangement within the schools, even ahead of our meetings to find lasting resolution to the concerns that has been raised.
Right. So really, what is the way forward? Is the Education Ministry going to be present at this particular meeting? And if you are, what is going to be the way forward?
Yes. We are all stakeholders, and the teacher unions largely are employees, and of course the strike action affects us directly and our students, and so this time is more of a government affair, and so all parties, including Ministry of Finance, Fair Wages and Salaries Commission, Employment, Education, all of us are going to be present in that meeting. But of course, the sole aim is to be able to make sure that we are able to have a very fruitful discussion and get our teachers back to the classroom.
Right. Kwesi Kwatin is the Public Relations Officer of the Ministry of Education. Now, let's go to another interested party in this, and that is Isaac Barr, who's head of compensation at the Ghana National Association of Teachers. Isaac, welcome to the program. Now, Fair Wages and Salaries Commission says there's been no delay in the negotiations of the collective agreement, contrary to what your press release sought to suggest. Is that really the case?
And good morning to your viewers, and thanks for having me. Let me say that I'll be very surprised, very much surprised if Fair Wages tells everybody that they are unaware about this action. Because before we arrive at this decision, as of February 29th, we have served a written notice to our employer. We copied the National Labour Commission and Fair Wages as well. So I'll be much surprised if they tell you they are not aware.
And I want to find out from you, is it also the case that you reached an agreement with the government on 10 out of your 16 items that were submitted for negotiations during a meeting that was held on the 20th of January this year? That was also contained in the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission's press statement.
So those 10 items he's talking about, those were distinct items already. They were just a procedural item. The most pressing ones are those that we haven't finished and have not touched it. So those are existing ones already.
And are you going to honor the invitation to come to the negotiation table once again?
We just received the invitation. I received mine this morning. So leadership will meet and take a decision. And don't forget that we identified 5 items.
Okay.
The fair wages one is just one of them. There are 4 items that we have not heard anything about yet. So it is only one item, fair wages, is inviting us on.
And that is what item?
Come again, please.
What item is that?
So we said some of our features as we speak, OSP has placed embargo on their salaries without following any lay-down procedures, without giving any reason. And as we speak, since January, they have not received their salaries. And they don't know why embargo has been placed on their salaries. There's another issue about distribution of laptops. Over 63,000 of our members who paid for the procurement of this laptop since 2021 have not received the laptop. Then we have this issue of our scheme of service. You remember very well when the current Director General of GES was appointed, we kicked against the appointment because he was brought from nowhere. Now, GES was established in 1974. As a big institution like GES, they don't have what we call scheme of service for each employee. So we need one. The case even went to the Labor Commission, and the instruction was for the GES to prepare a scheme of service for its workers. As we speak, it hasn't been done.
Okay. Right. I want to thank you very much for your time, but let's bring in another interest party, that is NAGRAT, and the vice president of that association, Jacob Anaba, joins me right now for a conversation. Jacob, grateful for your time this morning. The Fair Wages and Salaries Commission said it extended an invitation to you on Tuesday for a meeting scheduled for today to discuss your negotiations, of which there was not any indication from your union that you wouldn't honor such an invitation. So why did you go ahead to strike?
Thank you, and greetings to your cherished listeners and viewers. Unfortunately, I did not receive that invitation. My boss did, but he indicated that he received the invitation late that evening through social media communication. And already we had started our to declare the strike. We have written to our employer through the Director General. We are written to the National Labour Commission and copied the Fair Wages and Salary Commission. So already this thing was in motion to call the strike the next day. And that is what happened.
Right. Now, the Salaries Commission says it sees your industrial action as a show of bad faith. Is that really the case? Because there were negotiations, series of negotiations that were ongoing. So they do not understand why you would go behind them and embark on an industrial action.
In fact, it is the Fair Wages and Salary Commission that has really shown bad faith. The point being that since August 2023, our collective agreement document had expired. And we indicated to our employer that we needed to renegotiate. They agreed. We started the meeting till December, where Fair Wages indicated that they had a very important assignment, and therefore we couldn't conclude in December. So we extended it to January. We held a meeting in Koforidua from the 19th to 21st of January. And they did not come with a mandate because we had proposed 5 new allowances that should be included in the new collective agreement. And they said that no, they had the mandate for only one, which is an existing allowance, that is a continuous professional development allowance. They were ready to increase that. And we said no, The 4 new ones needed to be part of it. And there was a stalemate. We did not continue. So we gave them up to the end of February to have this thing concluded. And they never called us to a meeting. And we wrote to them 29th of February, indicating that if we don't hear anything, they should not blame us for any action that will emanate from that. And that is what happened yesterday.
Right.
So they should be blamed.
I spoke to NAT a while ago. They say they will deliberate on whether to attend that meeting or not. How about Nagrat?
Definitely, we are in together. So we are meeting today. We will meet and then see the way forward. We've seen a letter from the GES. We will consider all those ones and then see the way forward. So we are having a meeting amongst ourselves and we'll take the decision from there.
Right. Jacob Anaba is the Vice President of the National Association of Graduate Teachers. I want to thank you very much for your time this morning.
Thank you.
Well, this morning, after an abrupt and chaotic indefinite adjournment of Parliament, the majority side say they are seriously considering summoning Parliament for an emergency sitting of Parliament to consider some key government business, tax waivers, loans and ministerial nominees, or government businesses were the biggest casualties as the roll over the anti-LGBTQ bill led Speaker Alban Bagbin to adjourn the House without even considering these. It will be recorded that the President rejected attempts by Parliament to serve President Akufo-Addo with copies of the anti-LGBTQ bill for his assent. The presidency said this was because of actions pending before the Supreme Court. Well, following the lead of President, Speaker of Parliament Alban Bagbin has decided that Parliament will also not consider President Akufo-Addo's ministerial nominees because of an injunction application filed by an MP.
In the light of this process, the House is unable to continue the nominations of His Excellency the President to use the language of the Attorney General and Minister for Justice, quote, in the spirit of upholding the rule of law, unquote, until after the determination of the application for interlocutory injunction by the Supreme Court. Honorable members, this is the precedent that is being set by His Excellency the President for all Ghanaians to follow. So any matter that comes before Parliament, any Ghanaian can issue a writ and follow it with an application for injunction. And that is enough to injunct Parliament from proceeding with the consideration of the business in the House.
All right, let's have a conversation on the back of that. And joining me in the studio is our Parliamentary Affairs correspondent, Kweku Asante. Kweku, good to have you on the show. Apart from the, ministerial nominees, were there other issues that, happened there?
Yes, very key government business. In fact, for the last few weeks, the Minister for Trade and Industry, K.T. Hammond, has been chasing billions in tax waiver requests.
Right.
This government says it's going to show up governments in terms of the ability to create new factories under the one district, one factory. They've promised some companies some tax waivers so that these companies can set up and then employ more people. These have been pending for so long. The expectation was that yesterday there was going to be some breakthrough and those were going to be taken before the House adjourned signed that, because currently the House has no date of resumption. It could be somewhere in May, and this government business will have to be on hold. So that is also key. There was a number of papers that government has to lay so that when they come back in the next meeting, they can get some grounding and some basis to act on these. All these papers were not laid because right after the Speaker made that determination of the sound that he played, he just banged the gavel and adjourned the House, signed that. There were bills. There are so many bills that the House is running out of time to consider. The way Parliament works, if the House is unable to consider these bills before the expiration of the 8th Parliament, then they have to start the process all over again in 2025. And so that also did not happen yesterday. And then there's an astounding $150 million loan facility.
Yes.
The government is hoping is going to show up the strength of the cedi. The cedi is currently performing abysmally against the dollar.
Right.
And so if the World Bank facility that came in, it would have shown the cedi's strength a little bit. And that has also not come in because the Speaker of Parliament adjourned proceedings. So all these key government business that the majority leadership would have wished they would have been able to deal with before the House would have proceeded on break for Easter have all now been left hanging.
We saw the House being brought to an abrupt end by the Speaker yesterday. But what were the reaction from both the majority and minority to this?
Well, as you would imagine, it has taken a political twist. The minority clearly backing the Speaker they elected. They said that the President's conduct by refusing to even accept the anti-LGBTQ bill is an affront to the authority of Parliament, and that the Speaker of Parliament, in doing this, is stamping his authority. But as you'd also imagine, the majority side says the Speaker acted arbitrarily and is just not acting in the good interest of the Republic.
And we know that it was Roxanne Nelson Dafiamakpo who has sent one of the issues to court.
Yes.
But I want us to listen to what transpired in Parliament.
Of Ghana spells out in plain language when the President of the Republic of Ghana must do when Parliament passes a bill and present to His Excellency the President. The President must assent to the bill or must refuse to assent to the bill when it is presented to him as the President of the Republic. These are the only options, and in this case, there is no middle ground at all per the constitutional imperative. Ladies and gentlemen, let me also say that in the instance case of the Human Sexual Right and Family Values Bill 2024, President Akufo-Addo has taken a strange and alien position, which is unknown to the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. Given that Parliament has been injuncted in a matter of the President's nominee for the position of ministers and deputy ministers, it is obvious that this Honorable House is also unable and cannot approve those ministerial nominees His Excellency the President has also presented to Parliament. At this point, the President may have to be innovative, dynamic, and think out of the box by downsizing the size of his government. Let me say that merely piling on numbers by way of appointing ministers and deputy ministers does not signal to the people of Ghana that the President understands the seriousness of the mess that he and his government has created in our country.
Mr. Speaker said that Mr. President was undermining democracy and that he should have resorted to the Constitution in making certain communications to the House. We in the majority beg to disagree on the position taken by him. If you carefully read the letter that was sent to Parliament, Mr. President limited himself to the processes before the courts. And the fact that Parliament itself, through an affidavit, adjoined issues. Parliament has filed an affidavit in opposition and it's in court. In fact, Parliament is a party to the suit. So for us, we do not see how this would have to affect the proceedings of Parliament. In any event, Mr. Speaker has always deferred to the leadership of the House to guide him in the conduct of business. This morning, the leadership of the House sat together to discuss the various items to be taken. We have finished some of them. There were some that we were supposed to take, and we're told that Mr. Speaker would have to take the chair. It's very disappointing that after Mr. Speaker had made known his own views about the letter sent from the presidency to the clerk, he adjourned the House Sinidie without giving room for the leadership of the House to even comment.
Right, so you heard both the minority and majority reacting to that particular incident that happened yesterday. But Kweku, do we know the strategy of government on this issue going forward?
Well, we understand that the majority leadership are seriously considering bringing some resolutions to get the House to sit by way of an emergency. If you look at the standing orders, it allows for 15% of MPs. That would translate to about 40 MPs signing on to a petition, and the Speaker of Parliament would have to comply and then get the House to sit. Next week is Easter, and we expect that right after Easter, the NPP MPs are going to get that to the Speaker of Parliament and would have to comply and get the House to sit. Because according to the NPP MPs, government business is going to struggle if these urgent issues are not dealt with, particularly the ministers are not approved.
Right, Kweku Asante is our parliamentary affairs correspondent. Thank you very much. It's not always that we have him in the studio. You're still watching the Joy News desk on the Joy News channel with me, Kenneth Jesse. Let's bring you more stories this morning. And you can also follow us on DSTV channel 421, live on GoTV channel 125 as well. The news is around the world on myjoyonline.com. If you just joined us, this is Joy News desk on the Joy News channel. My name is Kenneth Jesse. We just spoke to our parliamentary affairs correspondent, Kweku Asante, who was giving us details of the issues that transpired in Parliament that led to the Speaker of the House, Alban Bagbin, bringing the House to an abrupt end. Let's bring you more stories this morning, because in a prime area nestled between Accra's iconic landmarks, Independence Square, and the burial place of former President John Evans, Atam Mills, Asomdwe Park, a distressing reality has emerged. This area, situated on the road leading to the former seat of government, the Christiansborg Castle, has transformed into a dumping ground and a hub for open defecation. Today in our series dubbed Failed Exhibition, Maxwell Agbagba brings us a report on this alarming situation.
The Independence Square and the Independence Arch, a reminder of that the colonial masters. Right beside it is the piece of land which also serves as a reminder to some unpatriotic citizens of their freedom. Freedom to openly defecate and dump their garbage. The authorities have found the perfect spot for sit-down protest against waste management. Or perhaps it is the city authorities' way of saying, Happy Independence Day, enjoy the sights and smell. Right here, we confronted a man who had just finished defecating on this hallowed ground.
So why were you defecating? Through the defecating is that low land, they've been shitting there for a long time. And it was like Bola, the rubbish dump. Some people are shitting in this water. But me, I know that some are using it to wash. I will not do that. Why were you defecating? Defecating here, if you are defecating here, those who are living around here, they will not call it to be a crime because it's a low land. Very soon, you will see people who bring this in. It was even deep down. Because of the rubbish dam, you see that it is filling. Do you think it's bad, especially because this place is very close to the Independence Square, and just right behind the walls of the Independence Square, you are defecating? You don't think it's wrong? I know that it's wrong, but here like this, it's very, very wrong. I know that here is not here, no, it's not right. But the way it was bush, if you are here, no one will call it to be a crime. That's why we are defecating here. But if you see a person shitting here, you will know that that person is not normal.
For citizens who come here, it is to celebrate our nation's freedom. But what about our freedom from this mess? Perhaps city authorities want to give tourists and patrons a 360 independence celebration. After watching the display and exhibition of our culture and all that we stand for at the Black Star Square, you can come here for a part 2. This time, a filth exhibition. Chaka Winfred Annan is a resident.
Immediately when they removed the presidency from the Usu Castle to the Jubilee House, that is fine. Immediately they could have brought the national security people to the Osu Castle so that they can keep this place clean. But now, see, if you see the rubbish and where the people go to toilet here, it's very bad. There's nothing going on here. They said nobody should come to the beach, and people are going to private all over. If you turn and look at the where the rubbish are, you see everything. So for me, it's terrible. Where the cast Independence Square is and where they go to private, I mean, it's not good. And so they're supposed to do something about it. And so if you look at the Asomdwe Park, where the people are going to the private, my man, the big LSS should do something about it.
Let's celebrate independence in every sense of the word, from freedom to cleanliness. Join us in our mission to turn this field exhibition into a showcase of cleanliness and pride. Maxwell Agbagba for JoyNews.
Well, for that report. Now, each year, approximately 3,000 to 5,000 children are born with this chromosome disorder, resulting in different health disabilities. And Down syndrome is one of them. According to the United Nations, quality of life of people with Down syndrome can be improved by meeting their healthcare needs, including regular checkups with health professionals. Let's have a conversation on the back of this. And as we celebrate World Down Syndrome Day, we have Priscilla Afute, who is a speech and language therapist. Priscilla, I believe you can hear me. Welcome to the program. What is this year's theme, and what exactly is the UN and caregivers like you trying to achieve?
So for this year's theme by the UN, it says end the stereotype. And we know that the stereotype is a set of ideas that people have, usually from personal experience of what someone has said. It may be positive, it may be negative, it may be neutral, but most of the time they are incorrect and simply wrong.
Right. We're speaking about Down syndrome disorder. What really causes this kind of condition?
So the Down syndrome disorder basically it happens when there's abnormal division in the cells of the 21st chromosome. So there are types of Down syndrome, and these types are the main causes of they spell out the main causes of Down syndrome.
Right.
So we have the trisomy 21, which is an extra chromosome in the 21st chromosome. So instead of getting two pieces, you get 3 pieces of the 21st chromosome. We have the translocation, which simply happens when some part or a whole part of the 21st chromosome is moved and then attached to the 14th chromosome. We also have the mosaic Down syndrome, which simply means that in some parts of the cell, we can find 3 chromosomes, in other parts, 3 chromosomes, 3 21st chromosomes, and then in other parts, you can find the normal two pieces.
Okay. You have been engaging and giving healthcare to countless children and adults who have this condition. What do you think has changed over this period in terms of they seeking for therapy?
I can say for now, a lot of people have tried, a lot of parents have tried to take the initiative to undergo therapy, to let their kids undergo therapy because they don't understand the effectiveness of therapy, and then they know that there are some people who understand them and who are willing to help them with their challenges.
And what are some of these challenges that you face in providing therapy to those affected?
And so usually there is no consistency in delivering therapy, which proves the progress of the child. And usually it happens because of financial needs. So the parents are not able to afford the expensive therapy because one person has to do OT, occupational therapy, speech therapy, and sometimes ABA. So one child alone is going through 3 therapies within a week. And for the effectiveness, you need more time. And often, most parents are not able to afford this. So you realize that when they see the kids are getting better, they take a
Right.
break.
Okay.
And then when the kids regress, they come back on. And also, some caregivers face discrimination. There are some people who think that just by providing services or taking care of these kids, you end up giving birth to a child like that, which a lot of people try to run away from when things like this happen.
Right, and are there national concerns that needs to be addressed, you think?
Yes, I think the government can help by situating service providers such as speech therapists, occupational therapists, behavioral analytics to various district and regional hospitals in Ghana. And if possible, it's going to subsidize the cost to make parents more appreciative of the kind of services we are providing. Because if the cost is subsidized, if you take a therapy for at least 200 CDs and then now it goes for 50 CDs, I'm sure they'll be willing to take more.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Priscilla, I want to thank you very much for your time this morning. Well, let's talk
Thank you.
politics today because flag bearer of the governing New Patriotic Party, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, has made a strong case about his credentials, insisting he's the best vice president Ghana has ever had. According to Dr. Bawumia, he's a problem solver, a reason he has always been intentional about his policies and vision for the country.
So I looked at all these problems. I'm a problem solver, and I have introduced solutions. We have not yet done it all. We are starting. If you are looking for a problem solver to be president of the Republic, then I am the one that you should look at. I have a very solid track record in terms of what I've done as vice president. Remember, I've not yet been president. I don't have that authority, but I am vice president. And if you look at my track record as vice president, most people say that I am probably the best vice president in this country's history because of my track record. So I believe that I have not been, if you give me, because I try to do things, because my mindset is one of possibilities. I am never afraid to take on new and daunting challenges. If I see that a country has this, I ask, why can't Ghana also have that?
Right, so that is Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. In a related development, the Ghana Bar Association has strongly opposed the continuous issuance of law faculty licenses to additional tertiary institutions in the country by the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission. The association argues that this practice not only saturates the legal education system with substandard graduates, but also affects students' ability to secure law firms for their advantage due to the large number of graduates each year. Yao Echampon Boafo is the president of the Ghana Bar Association, and he raised these concerns during a stakeholder meeting with the MPP flag bearer, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, as part of his bold solutions for the future engagements.
And it's caused, unfortunately, by tech thinking that it has a law. So maybe another thing that we can look at law reformers, when it comes to study of, say, law, architecture, engineering, where there's a professional, the professional bodies must be part of the accreditation institutions. I am part of the General Legal Council's inspection committee. His Excellency, when we go around and we see some of these faculties, the truth of the matter is they are pretending to be teaching law, because what we always ask ourselves is, when we were young, without the troubles of we were full-time students, we managed to pass there. Today, people in full-time work weekend.
Right, so in response to these concerns, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia stated that his government is committed to addressing these challenges and improving the digitalization of the justice delivery system.
In terms of network
and automation and connectivity that you are only as strong as your weakest link. You know, and so if you don't have some of these codes like internally and so on, part of the system, then you will have bottlenecks. And I know that you have looked into it. Would like to see, I don't know how much it will cost, but I think it is very doable. It is very, very doable, and it's an objective. I think we should set that objective and get it done. I think it will really change the system. Yes, legal education is one that is very, talked about out there. And from your point of view, what should government be trying to do? There is sometimes a sense that there is a restriction on lawyers that are being educated, and we need more lawyers. But I also understand that it's nothing as dangerous as a badly trained lawyer. And so there's got to be some balance. But I don't know, from your point of view, just picking on your brains on this issue, how should we be approaching the issue of legal education?
Get talking, and Professor Ahmed Jinapor is the Director General of the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission. He's joined me for more on this. Welcome to the program. You've heard the concerns of the Ghana Bar Association. So what do you consider before granting licenses to additional tertiary institutions?
So first of all, let me indicate that when it comes to the accreditation architecture, GTEC as a body by law is mandated to issue accreditation for programs that are academic oriented.
Okay.
Academic oriented. And by academic oriented, what we are interested in is we are looking at the curriculum, we are looking at the physical infrastructure, and we are looking at the human resource as well as the materials that comes into play for that program to be delivered. That's it. When it comes to professional programs, law is a professional program that needs to be stated. GTEC works in collaboration with entities such as the General Legal Council. In fact, the General Legal Council collaboration with GTEC is one that is always referenced when it comes to how we work with other entities that are within the professional architecture. And we said this because it's been very, very successful how we've worked with them. So GTEC has never and do not issue licenses in isolation to institutions that intends to offer law. And I can give you a typical example. We have a joint accreditation committee between the General Legal Council and GTEC with His Lordship Justice Bafuboni, who is the chairman of that committee. Dr. Chris Adumako Kwache, a lawyer, a member of that committee. Justice Charles Jemfi Dankwa, a member of that committee. Professor Omanientri, representing GTEC, a member of that committee, and Professor Kofi Awosabo Asare, representing GTEC, a member of that committee. So if you look at the composition, we're looking at 3-2. And this committee has worked together for all this while and continue to work together. So we find it a little bit disappointing that the General Legal, the Ghana Bar Association will accuse GTEC of issuing licenses. That's it. I must say that the commission in recent times has set up a policy advisory committee that is supposed to ensure that all programs that are being introduced by all tertiary institutions in this country, new as they may be, must come before the committee for approval to be given. And this is aimed at best, stopping this oversaturation of the market when it comes to this new program. So I don't know where the accusation is coming from.
Right, Professor Ahmed Jinapor, I want to thank you very much for your time this morning. He's with GTEC. You're still watching JoyNews Desk. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back with the latest in business.
Across Africa, a new era has begun, shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future, together. EcoBank, a better way, a better Africa.
On the 10th of November last year, His Royal Majesty the King Osei Tutu II, Tumfo, launched the Hill Komfanoche project. It's a drive to raise funds for the rehabilitation or renovation of the almost 70-year-old Komfanoche Teaching Hospital, which was named after the great priest of the Ashanti Kingdom, Komfanoche. Incidentally, when Komfanoche first put the sword that was supposed to be a unifying factor of all the Ashanti states on the ground, it was Otumfuo Osei Tutu I who was the king of Ashanti then. And so, as part of the 25th anniversary celebration, when the king decided that the time had come for him to lead that drive, for people from far and near to contribute to the renovation of the almost 70-year facility, which has never seen any renovation since it was built in 1955. It was welcoming and refreshing, and it's marked of leadership that every young man or woman would aspire to. Now, like I said, every day, on the average, we receive about 1,000 patients who are coming from at least 12 out of the 16 regions in Ghana. So Komfanoche serves as a referral facility for 12 out of 16 regions in Ghana. Ordinarily, retooling of a hospital like Komfanoche would be seen as a responsibility of government. It is indeed true, but in many developed democracies, like the United States, Canada, UK, Germany, I'm sure many of us who have lived there at one point or another in our lives are aware that these things are done. Private individuals, philanthropists, and so on give, non-governmental organizations give towards the renovation, the building of new hospitals, and so on and so forth. And so the king, being a golfer himself, the golfers decided that it was one of the ways by which they could contribute to the king's vision. And so today what has happened is that the golfers are launching a competition of a sort that would see to them contributing generously to the king's drive. I have absolutely no doubt that the golfers have done, their names will be written in gold. Posterity will judge them favorably. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
This coming Easter Monday is Love FM Family Party in the Park. 1st April 2024, Rotary Park, Baya Dede. So start putting plans together and let's have the biggest family picnic experience ever. Where are my bubbly little kitty bobs, nyakapums, papas, obichikum? We will make available all the kids playing items: trampoline, bouncy castles, electric train, merry-go-round, stationary airplane, horse race, face painting, TV games. For all the adults in Kumasi, get ready for the adult corner. Get your dancing shoes on with some electrifying live band music. Date is Easter Monday, 1st April 2024 at the Rotary Park, Denyame. Rate is a cool 10 Ghana cedis, 8 a.m. sharp. The Love FM Family Party in the Park, Easter edition. We simply can't wait.
Hi, good morning. Welcome to Business. My name is Darrell Kwao. Governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Ernest Addison, has challenged the Ghana International Bank to play a critical role in transforming trade in Africa. The governor, who is also the board chairman of the Ghana International Bank, was speaking at the launch of the bank's 65th anniversary celebration in Accra. Dr. Addison said the bank has already supported many business transactions on the continent, including more than $8 billion of trade facilitation in 2023.
International Bank has been established 65 years ago to support international trade financing between Ghana and other African countries and their European partners. According to the governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Ernest Addison, the bank has been able to facilitate trade amounting to about $8 billion for the Ghana Cocoa Board and other state agencies in the year 2023. He therefore charged the bank to play a key role in transforming trade on the continent. He was speaking at the 65th anniversary launch of the bank in Accra.
Celebrating the 65th anniversary of GHB is a landmark event and serves as a major milestone in the history of Ghanaian banking, and I am pleased to share this moment of reflection. As chairman of the board and the governor of the majority shareholder of this venerable institution, I am pleased with the status of the bank and excited about its prospects. It is my sincere hope, as we continue to navigate through the challenges and complexities of global financial markets, GHIB will continue to play a critical role in the transformation of trade in Africa and rise to greater heights in the coming years.
Chief Executive for the Ghana International Bank, Dean Adansi, has been speaking with journalists about the impacts the bank has created on many economies in Africa.
5 years, after 65 years of being in London, the next 65 years, we believe GHIB is poised to become much bigger and to achieve more scale and to be more consequential in trade finance across sub-Saharan Africa. So I think when people think about GHIB in the future, I'd like them to think about GHIB as a major provider of trade finance, as a major correspondent bank, and as a bank that's having an impact on the lives of people across our markets.
The bank continues to serve many African governments with trade financing between their partners.
Now, Ghana faces the risk of delay in achieving a green economy if it continues to engage in practices that deplete the environment. This is according to findings from the Ghana Statistical Service as it develops a robust natural capital accounting system. Dr. Bernice Ofosu-Bedu, head of Agriculture and Environment Statistics at the Ghana Statistical Service, has been speaking to Joy Business at a stakeholder engagement in Accra.
Natural capital accounting is a set of objective data and reporting system on elements in the natural ecosystem, such as fisheries, forest, water regulation services supplied in wetlands, and more. The formulation of a robust system is expected to boost Ghana's current natural capital accounting system and further assess the impact of major natural capital threats, such as land and habitat degradation, as well as illegal mining on the country's economy. Speaking to Joy Business, Dr. Bernice Ofosu-Bedu, head of Agriculture and Environment Statistics at the Ghana Statistical Service, explained that the initiative will ensure a sustainable economy in the medium to long term.
We have a lot of these natural resources in Ghana. So for the natural capital accounting, it's like adding an account or accounting for the natural capital that we have been using. Whilst you are producing, you have to produce to make your environment sustainable. You don't produce and have a degradation of your land. You don't have to produce to have a depletion of your natural resources, so that when the future, there will be nothing for the future generation. So we are all doing this so that it can inform policies, so that if you know that there's a lot of depletion, then policies can come on board to reduce the level of depletion for our future generation.
She details the impact of some activities in the land accounting ecosystem.
For the land accounting that we have compiled, though it's not finalized, but we've realized that there are some net changes. If you look at the net changes, some are negative with respect to the ecosystem.
On her part, AC Boda Kwesing, director at the Fisheries Commission, details the benefits to the fisheries and aquaculture sector.
Once we know how much we have, then we know our contribution towards the economy, and then how much will also go and benefit the operators. Are they also doing well? Because once we know we are doing well, then we know they will also do well. But like he said, if they are decreasing, you go and you don't get it. And that goes against you. You don't have return on investment. So it's important that we know what we have and value, and then we know that our operators are safe and the economy is also safe.
The Natural Capital Accounting for Sustainability project is spearheaded by the Ghana Statistical Service with support from the Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation and the United Nations Environment Programme, World Conservation Monitoring Center.
That's it for this segment. The news returns after the break.
That's all for now, but the news team returns at 12 p.m. with JoyNews today. I'm Kenneth Jesse.
And tonight on PM Express, fallout of the president's refusal to admit the anti-LGBTQ plus bill as Speaker of Parliament expresses frustration, describing the presidency's stance as setting dangerous precedents that will mar the integrity and functionality of democratic institutions. It's been 21 days since the bill was passed, and you may be aware that the presidency has issued a stern warning to Parliament not to make any attempt in submitting the bill for assent, citing 2 pending cases at the Supreme Court. Well, a co-sponsor of the bill has called on the Supreme Court to put an injunction on the approval of the president's ministerial nominee. So this is actually where we are. And it's been 21 days, just like I said, since that bill was passed, waiting the assent of the president. And if you look at what has happened, there are 2 pending applications at the Supreme Court for an interlocutory injunction to actually stop the president from assenting the bill. And this is where the Attorney General is coming from, advising the president and saying that assenting to the bill before the Supreme Court's examination could undermine the authority of the court, and also assenting the bill after the court's decision on the applications for interlocutory injunction rather is more appropriate. That's the advice from the Attorney General to the president. But of course, this Article 106 of the 1992 Constitution has come to play. And today, you heard the Speaker of Parliament reiterated earlier, former minority leader Haruna Idrisu had also raised this concern. And so it talks about notifying Parliament of decision not to assent within 7 days of receiving. That's Article 106. Clause 7 of Article 106. Now, if you go to Clause 8A of Article 106, it talks about recommending any amendment within 14 days of refusal. So if the president has any reason to refuse the assenting of the bill, he has 14 days to actually write to Parliament and give reasons and recommendations. And then it talks about Article 106(9), which requires Parliament to reconsider the bill after the President has actually referred it back to them and minuted his reasons why he cannot assent. Now, Article 106(10) provides that the president has to assent the bill within 30 days after 2/3 MPs support the bill. So if the president has issues with the bill, he has to write to Parliament reasons why he cannot assent. Then Parliament has to look at the recommendations. After they work on that recommendation and send it back to the president, he has 30 days to actually append his signature. So if you put the 7 days, the first 7 days that he has to assent the bill and the 14 days that he has to write to Parliament, that makes it 21 days. That's how many days the president has to actually say something about the bill. But has the bill reached him already? No, because the presidency is already warning the clerk to Parliament not to attempt to do so. So in Parliament, there's been conversations about why a pending injunction or interlocutory injunction should make the president not to assent a bill. And they give a clear example of the e-levy. The e-levy was passed in Parliament on March 29, 2022. The minority filed the case in the Supreme Court on March 30, 2022. On March 31, 2022, President Akufo-Addo assented that e-levy bill into law. And so the minority is challenging the presidency on this, saying that an interlocutory injunction cannot prevent the president from doing his constitutional duties. Now, you heard from former President Mahama, who's been speaking about this. He says that no religion in Ghana accepts LGBTQ activities. The President's Secretary has no authority to write such a letter, which was corroborated by the former minority leader, Haruna Idrisu. Parliament is obligated to send every bill to the President, and this, he says, is a threat to Parliament as an independent institution. Now, just like we've heard, Roxanne Nelson Dafiamekwan just like it was announced in Parliament a while ago by the Speaker of Parliament, he says that no court can injunct a president from performing his functions under the Constitution. So he has equally gone to court, and he says that the president's refusal to accept the transmission of the bill is not supported by the Constitution. That's what the Speaker is saying tonight, and statutory provisions that guide the legislative process. Allowing injunction applications to disrupt the legislative process has significant implications. The Attorney General did not advise the President against receiving the bill from Parliament. Indeed, if you look at the letter that was signed by the Executive Secretary of the President, Nana Santi-Bediato, it stated what the Attorney General said. And indeed, there was nowhere in the letter where the Attorney General advised the President not to receive the letter. The letter says not to receive the bill, actually. The letter talks about the President not being advisable for the President to actually assent the bill whilst there are two applications in court. So Roxanne Daffy-Amakpo is seeking an injunction to stop the Speaker from vetting the President's nominations, and the House will wait for the Supreme Court's decision on the injunction before proceeding with the nominations. In fact, this has gotten the majority talking. They are actually unhappy with this decision by the Speaker. So, Afenyo Marking a while ago said that the Speaker delivered his speech without consulting the majority beforehand. The majority disagrees with the Speaker's position, and the injunction against the nomination of the President nominees was done in bad faith. Tonight, we're asking the question, what really is the constitutional provision on this whole confusion? The presidency and Parliament are in this dilemma. We will be attempting to resolve that question tonight. I'll be joined by Roxanne Nelson Daffy-Amakpo himself, who has gone to court to seek for that injunction. He's a co-sponsor of the bill and a member of the Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee of Parliament. Habib Idris is the Deputy Majority Whip of Parliament. He will also be joining us in the studio. Also joining us for this conversation is Professor Ernest Kofi Abochi, who is Dean of the UPSA Law School. And later, we'll get to hear from the religious bodies. Very Reverend Father Clement Kwesi Ejei will be joining us, and also be joined by Sheikh Arimayao Shaibu, who's a spokesperson of the National Chief Imam. PM Express is sponsored by Syntex Tank. It is strong, it is tough. Alomo Bitters, experience greatness in every moment. The Ghana AIDS Commission, Pepsodent, every smile matters. Let's have a conversation after this break. Welcome back to PM Express. And PM Express is sponsored by Syntex Tank, Air Strong, Air Tough. It's also sponsored by Pepsodent, the Perfect Smile. And of course, my name is Aisha Ibrahim. You've been following what has happened in Parliament tonight. The Speaker of Parliament has been giving his verdict on the back and forth on the letter that is coming from the presidency. I want us to listen to what he said in Parliament before he adjourned the House to go on recess. Then we can have this conversation.
The President's refusal to accept the transmission of the bill is, by all accounts, not supported by the constitutional and statutory provisions that guide our legislative process. The Constitution clearly delineates the steps to be followed once a bill has been passed by Parliament, mandating the transmission of the bill to the President for assent or rejection. Therefore, the refusal to even accept the bill for consideration falls outside the legal bounds established by our constitutional framework. It is incumbent upon the President to accept the bill and take the necessary action within the prescribed constitutional limits, whether that action is assent, refusal, or referral to the Council of State for advice or Parliament for reconsideration. It is instructive to note that the executive has in the past proceeded with its actions, although there has been pending before the court injunction applications against the state. Secondly, there must be a steadfast rejection of any attempts to unduly fetter or hinder the work of Parliament. The Parliament of Ghana operates as a crucial part of our democracy, embodying the will and voice of the people. Parliament embodies the sovereign will and power of the people. Parliament embodies the might and majesty of the people. And as I keep on saying, the power of the people is stronger than the people in power. Any efforts to obstruct its work, Parliament's work, disrespects this fundamental institution and threatens the principles of governance by consent and representation. Thirdly, it is imperative to remain vigilant against certain dangerous precedents that could potentially undermine the foundation of our democracy.
That was Speaker of Parliament Alban Bagbin, who was given his verdict on the president's letter. In fact, the letter that came from the president warning the clerk to Parliament not to make any attempt to submit that letter to the presidency for the president's assent, because there are two applications in the Supreme Court. Let me start with you, Reverend Father Jay. When this bill was passed, you expressed satisfaction and you said you were optimistic the president will assent to the bill. What's your appreciation of this new development between the presidency and Parliament? Hello, Reverend Father.
Yes, please. Thank you and good evening. Good evening.
Good evening to you, Reverend Father.
How are you?
I'm doing well, Reverend Father. Go ahead.
Yes.
So I was asking your appreciation of what has happened. I mean, at least when the bill was passed, I spoke with you on the same platform and you expressed how satisfied you were with the bill. And you said that you were optimistic the president will assent to the bill. Now we're hearing this. I mean, a banter between the presidency and Parliament. How does all of this come across to you?
Yeah, thank you. It is a bit unfortunate that this is happening. In fact, it was never foreseen that this occurrence would take place. But as a young democracy, we are growing. We are growing, and such are some of the experiences, the impediments that we encounter. It makes us grow in our law, makes us grow in our democracy. But we are not happy. I'm not happy what is happening, especially the two institutions, the two arms of government, legislature and executive. I mean, having this to and fro, this kind of conversation, is not the best for us. But I'm still optimistic that in the long run, the bill will be assented to by the president. I think the president needs to reflect on his decision. And we also, as religious bodies, need to have a conversation with the president. But the way things are going, it is not the best. It is not the best. Because certain things are happening, actually. I mean, with the letter being written. You see, the Constitution is the supreme law of Ghana. And any law that is inconsistent with any provision of the Constitution, for the sake of its inconsistency, it is void. You see, so how can you write a letter saying Parliament should not even transmit the bill to the presidency? I mean, you see, the law must be followed. Constituency, the Constitution must be seen as the supreme law of the mother law of Ghana. The way things are going, it is not the best. And for example, I am not happy. And I think the Bishops' Conference are not happy. We must follow the law that the president swore to uphold. The president swore to uphold the Constitution, to uphold the Constitution, and we must go by that.
Right. So let's listen to the minority on this one. The minority leader, Dr. Atoforsen, has been also addressing the press on this, expressing how unhappy they are. In the studio, I have the Deputy Majority Whip, Habib Idris, who is with me here. I also have on Zoom Professor Kofi Abuchi. But I want us to listen to the minority on this one.
The Constitution of Ghana spells out in plain language when the President of the Republic of Ghana must do when Parliament passes a bill and present to His Excellency the President. The President must assent to the bill or must refuse to assent to the bill when it is presented to him as the President of the Republic. These are the only options, and in this case, there is no middle ground at all per the constitutional imperative. Ladies and gentlemen, let me also say that in the instance case of the Human Sexual Rights and Family Values Bill 2024, President Akufo-Addo has taken a strange and alien position, which is unknown to the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. Given that Parliament has been injuncted in a matter of the President's nominee for the position of ministers and deputy ministers, it is obvious that this Honorable House is also unable and cannot approve those ministerial nominees His Excellency the President has also presented to Parliament. A call for Parliament to unite against the autocratic tendencies of our President and this government. We in the NDC minority is ready to protect the sanctity of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. And we stand with the Speaker of Parliament in this. Let the President of Ghana and his government be aware that where this country is going is strange under his watch. And the NDC minority will not countenance it. But I want to urge that it is obvious that His Excellency the President has breached the Constitution, and we will advise ourselves. In the coming days, don't be surprised that we will begin impeachment proceedings against the President. Thank you very much.
As Majority Leader Dr. Kasiel Atoforsen, Habib Idris is here with me. Your leader, Afenyo Marking, has been very unhappy about what has happened. He said that the Speaker made the ruling and adjourned sitting without consultation with the majority side. I mean, what's really your difficulty in understanding what the Speaker has done?
Yes, good evening. And in the first place, the minority leader assertion of what actually happened in Parliament is completely misleading and rather unfortunate. And I've been in leadership. This is my 4th year in leadership as a deputy whip. And this is not the way we always adjourn the House in a day, anytime a session or a meeting of Parliament is coming to an end. But today what happened is rather unfortunate because the Speaker was away. He arrived this afternoon around 12 o'clock that he arrived in the country. And then we had suspended sitting so that he could get ready and come. But when he came or he took over the chair, he read the statement, and after reading the statement, then he adjourned the House. That is so, it's very surprising and uncalled for. If you ask media houses, and normally any day we are going to adjourn, the procedure is always that when the Speaker presides, he asks us on the side of the government, because the majority leader is the leader of government business. Any business that is going to happen in the House is emanated from the majority side. So the Speaker is like a referee who sits there. So if definitely you are supposed to confide in the leadership of the majority to ask them if we have any business, then we'll be able to tell you whether we have business or not. And normally that when we are adjourning Senate, both majority leader and the minority leader will be allowed to give their closing statement before the Speaker give his own closing statement and adjourn the House Senate. But what happened today was rather unfortunate, and I think that it is a calculated attempt to frustrate government business. It is a calculated attempt to frustrate the government. It is a calculated attempt to use Parliament as a tool of denying essentially the good people of Ghana what they deserve. Because today, even before the Speaker came, we had engagement with the minority leadership. This morning, I was there as at 7 a.m. We had meeting, myself, the majority leader, the majority chief whip, the minority leader, the minority chief whip, and the deputy minority leader. Then we said, today we are adjourning Senate. What businesses are there from the majority side? So we told them the kind of businesses that we had. That has to do with, we were to do a motion on the health insurance approved formula. We told them that we were going to do the IDA loan, about 150 million for budget support, to be able to show our forests and to make sure that the city doesn't misbehave, especially with regards to what is happening now. And we also told them that we are going to look at the ministerial approvement and other things. So we judge certain things, we agree from the, we started the meeting in the minority leader office, and then we moved to the majority leader office for us to be able to affirm things. Then we came in, we started the whole thing going on, and then in the middle of the whole thing, it's been disrupted by the...
Were you able to reach any conclusion after the back and forth?
Yes, we made headway, and we were able to agree to certain things, of which some of the things that we agreed we were able to do. Because in the meeting, we agreed that the health insurance supposed to bring some figures, and then they should bring it. If they bring it, we should be able to move their motion and pass it. And then they had concern with the IDA loan. If the finance committee meet and bring a report, generate a report, we should be able to pass it. So all that was done. And then with regards to the tax waivers we were going to talk about, because investors are now trying to run out of the country as a result of the fact that we are frustrating them in terms of giving them some tax holidays or tax waivers. So we agree the number of them that we're supposed to do. And they also told us that, okay, we'll be able to do this or that. And we started with that roadmap, because when we started, we were able to, pass the health insurance motion without any problem. We came to look at Road Safety Act and other things, and we did that. Then we suspended sitting to wait for the Speaker to come, only for us not to be given the opportunity, the majority leader, who is the leader of government business, to be able to give the business that he still have before we will be able to adjourn Senate. And that has to do with the IDA loan. That has to do with the approval of the ministers. And mind you, even though we haven't gotten into that issue, people are trying to tie in the approval of the ministers to that of the LBGT thing. It's a completely different scenario. In fact, people, when I have a copy of Dafiamapo rates, it is completely misleading and rather unfortunate, because the kind of words that he used in there was never addressed to Parliament. Because if you look at Dafiamapo rates, if you come to look at declaration number 4 and 5, he said that number 5, that a declaration that upon a true and proper interpretation of Article 78(1) and 81A of the 1992, a minister of state and a deputy minister of state who appointment were revoked on the 14th of February 2024 cannot be reappointed. There was nothing like that of revocation of any appointment on the official letter the presidency transmitted to Parliament. There's nothing like that. I have a true copy of what was sent to Parliament. Whatever you see in the media that this person appointment was revoked. This person appointment was revoked and reassigned, and here right now. That is not the official communication from the presidency to Parliament. So this one is just a calculated attempt to frustrate government and to frustrate the good people of Ghana what they are due. Because some of these things that we're supposed to do today would be able to help us bring potable water to the good people of various constituencies that don't have potable water, to be able to make sure that Ghana become clean, especially with regards to sanitation, and to be able to help us, especially that you see, I think yesterday somebody was telling me that a dollar to the city was around 13 point something %. So if we were able to approve this, it would have been able to calm down things and let us move ahead.
So the declarations you talk about, I think that's for the court to determine. But you and I know that what has breeded all of this is the president's letter to, I mean, that's what has triggered all of this. What's the majority's stance on this? Because it was a unanimous decision for the bill to be passed, even though Afenyomakin had his own issues, but that was ironed out, and then the House unanimously passed the bill. Now we've reached this stage. What's the majority stance on this?
So you see, even the president's stand, people are misinterpreting the present idea of saying or present assertion of the fact that there is a injunction pending before the court. For that matter, I cannot proceed. The president is on record in a church to have said that he is against anything that has to do with those things. And the majority leader, Afenyomakin, when he was actually when we were doing the bill, the concerns he was raising typically was not saying that he is against the bill. Typically, he was saying that if you are bringing custodian sentencing on people who even advocate or relate or discuss or publish, if you like it, must face a jail time of 3 to 5 years. So he was saying that people reform. And if you are actually saying that because I am talking something or discussing something that has to do with LBGT, and for that matter, I should go to jail, will that let the person stop? But people have forgotten to realize the fact that, and it will interesting to you to know, if you ask prison officers, the number one community of places that they practice gay is the prisons. That is where it is. If you ask prison officers, and they are bold to tell you the kind of things that go into the prison. So the point is that the question is that if you are punishing somebody for that and you throw that person to prison, that's reform the person. So that was our session of Honorable Afenyomakin. That is off the table. So what the president was simply saying is that, yes, you have passed the bill, but I have been injuncted not to receive it. You, Parliament, have been injuncted not to transmit it to me. So whatsoever you are giving to me cannot. For instance, if I'm a member of Parliament, and in the Constitution that I cannot be served with a writ on my way from Parliament. So if I am on my way to Parliament and you want to serve me something, I tell you that, oh, hey, you cannot serve me because I have a constitutional, there's a constitutional provisions that actually protects me, or I enjoy this immunity as a member of Parliament. I have an error, or it doesn't mean that what actually is in whatever you are going to serve me, I am guilty of it. But I'm just stating the position. So procedurally, what happened with regards to today and adjournment, and then we are adjourning CNDA and other things, was rather unfortunate. And I think that the president, as we all know, is a lawyer of good standing. And every law student will definitely read something about the president and kind of the
what the executive secretary wrote was to warn the clerk of parliament to desist from submitting the letter. What does the constitution say?
No, he didn't. He did not.
I have seen
that was not a warning.
I have seen the letter. It said that the clerk must desist. That's a warning. No. Aside that, okay, if you want to say those are semantics, what does the law say? Because there's been Article 106, which your colleague parliamentarians and lawyers are quoting for you. Article 106 states clearly that when Parliament passes a bill into law, the law will now be submitted to the President, who will have 7 days to assent to the bill. if he doesn't want to assent to the bill, he must have reasons for not doing that. He has 14 days to actually submit to Parliament with a note recommending and explaining why he cannot assent to the bill.
That is not exactly the case.
Why
have you been able to read Article 90? If you read Article 91, that is not the only option to the president. Because if you read Article 91, the president even still have the right within the Constitution to refer the matter to Council of State. They can bring the bill to him, and the president will say that, okay, I have received your bill, but I have referred it to the Council of State. For them to, if they also have an amendment, they also have an advice or something, they will also do that within the same Constitution in Article 90. Okay. And also, the same Constitution that they are saying will also give the president the right. I think in 106 or 108 of the Constitution, that will also state that if whatsoever you are a bill that is emanating from Parliament that will put financial burden on the state must come from the Attorney General or the Executive.
There is
and you cannot be talking about jailing people where you think that there won't be financial burden.
There is nowhere in the Constitution where there is a provision that gives the Executive Secretary the right to stop the clerk to Parliament to actually send a bill that has been passed into law to the president.
But simply
can
what there is...
Can you point me to a law that gives him that authority?
No. What I can point to you is that the president or the executive secretary of the president also have the right to point to you that, look, hey, I have been injected. So stop bringing it to me because I have been injected. So what is wrong with that? Because if you read the letter clearly, let me see if I can get a copy of it. And if you read it clearly, the wording was more or less just to tell us that, oh, the president has been injuncted. So whatsoever you are sending, you should be mindful of the fact that, oh, yes, the president has been injuncted. So that is my understanding of the letter. I think I have a copy here. They said transmission of human sexual right and family value. They said it has come to the attention of the office of the president and other senior officials of the presidency were at Peduasi for a cabinet retreat on the 14th of March. Your attempt to submit the human rights and family value bill to Jubilee House for the president to signify his assent or otherwise of the bill. The office is aware of two. He's drawing the attention that, oh, I am aware that you have made attempt to serve us or to bring the bill. But we are saying that the office is aware of two pending applications for an order of interlocutory injunction, both filed 7th March 2024 at the Supreme Court. So that is 1 week after they said they made this attempt. So he was simply saying that, look, I am aware you are coming to serve me or to bring me this letter, but I am drawing your attention to the fact that I have been, or I'm aware there are two injunctions going on in court. So please, don't bring these issues to me again because I have been injuncted. As simple as that.
I have Article 90 here, and I'm going to read Article 91 too. For the sake of our viewers. But let me bring in Professor Kofi Abuchi. I'm grateful for your time this evening. I just want you to help us clear the confusion here. Since the Constitution seems to be silent on whether the clerk to Parliament can be stopped from transmitting a bill that has been passed into law to the President for assent or not. Article 106 has been in contention here. Can you please help us understand what really is the letter and spirit of Article 106?
Well, first of all, to understand that, one needs to understand things broadly speaking. So broadly speaking, no one can direct Parliament on how it does its job. If you narrow that, it is only the courts who can direct Parliament in terms of its external compliance with the law. However, in the relationship between the organs of government, the principles or the theory that applies is what lawyers normally call the principles of separation of powers. Separation of powers implies that different organs are autonomous in their various spheres of influences and therefore their various provinces, but in their interaction, they are kept together by a concept called checks and balances where they check each other. So if you apply that in this context, the question is whether the executive can direct Parliament. And the answer obviously would be no. The executive cannot direct Parliament in the conduct of its legislative business. However, the checks and balances implies that sometimes cooperation happens between the various organs. Perhaps it is in that context at best that one can say that the executive may want to, as it were, nudge Parliament in a particular direction and hopes that Parliament takes the bait. And if Parliament doesn't take the bait, then the executive can assert itself. It is a constitutional truism and a political truism that where the cooperation between the organs of government fails, each asserts its own authority, and in the process, there's a collapse of the machinery of government. The expectation of Article 106 is that when Parliament passes a bill, the executive may assent to the bill or may refuse to assent to the bill with an explanation of the reason for the refusal. And then in the back and forth between them, ultimately Parliament reigns. In other words, where Parliament sends a bill to the executive and the executive refuses to assent to it, and there's a back and forth between them, under the Constitution, where Parliament refuses to change anything in the bill for the third time, Parliament can pass the bill without the executive. Now, if you look at that from that angle alone, it tells you that the executive's participation in lawmaking is rather administrative. Some may even say perfunctory. Perfunctory or administrative in the sense that it is not that substantive. It can't defeat the legislative authority of Parliament. What it can do is to signify to Parliament that as the implementers of the law, if we have concerns, those concerns should be looked at. However, it doesn't defeat it. And so if Parliament, upon the third consideration, still decides that the executive's position is untenable, Parliament can proceed to pass the law without the participation of the executive. But it is a collaborative process, and the expectation is that they will not overrule each other and that they will collaborate or cooperate. And so at best, it is an administrative one. The passage itself begins and ends with Parliament, but then the assenting, which is the administrative component of it, is left to the President so that there is an executive participation in the process. So if you're asking for the broad statement of the principles, that's the intendment of Article 106.
There's been concerns about why the Attorney General must jump the gun to actually go advising the President not to assent the bill, even before the bill gets to the President. And I ask, is it not within the limit of his duties within Article 88?
Sorry, you have to take that again.
So the Attorney General in that letter, Nana Asante Bediato, who signed the letter, says the Attorney General has already advised the President not to assent to the bill whilst there are injunctions in the court against the bill. And so he says that he should only assent it after the issues have been dealt with the Supreme Court. And before I even get to the injunction and whether that has any implication on the President's assenting to any bill into law, I want to find out if the Attorney General's attempts to advise the President is not within his remit as provided by Article 88.
Well, absolutely within his remit. The Attorney General is the chief legal advisor to government. So the Attorney General's job is to advise the government on the constitutional implications of various actions. It's important for us to remember, at least in this context, that the President can't be impeached if it is established that he has acted in a manner that violates the Constitution. So it is utterly imperative for the Attorney General to advise the President on the constitutional implications of key decisions the President wishes to take. Because those may have constitutional ramifications, especially as in this context, there is an issue of a potential court order or an injunctive relief being sought, which is pending in the meantime, that has consequences in law, and people understand this. So in terms of the Attorney General's advice to the President, obviously, that falls within the remit.
That's where I bring in these applications at the Supreme Court. What has it got to do, or what has it not got to do with the President assenting the bill into law?
Again, if I understand the interplay of things, it appears that as we all know, there's an injunction pending in court against the bill. So if I understand the context of the Attorney General's advice, obviously he's advising the President that because there is an injunction pending against the bill, and because in law, the consequence of the pendency of an injunctive relief is that the person against whom the injunctive relief is sought is supposed to refrain from undertaking actions that may have the effect of undermining the outcome of the application when eventually granted. So if I understand the context of his advice, obviously he's asking the president not to go ahead to sign the bill, since one of the reliefs that is sought is that the president should not sign the bill. And so if he does sign and the relief is granted in the end, he may have violated the application for injunction, which is pending against him. Again, I haven't seen the advice.
So that's what I want you to clarify for us. What is the procedure? Has it got anything to do with Article 106, that when a court is when a case is at the Supreme Court seeking for interlocutory injunction to injunct the president and all of that, the president cannot go ahead to fulfill his mandate as provided by the Constitution?
Article 106 doesn't say anything about injunctions. I dare say that the Constitution doesn't appear to contemplate what is happening. And therefore, I would go ahead to even assert that this appears to be a major design flaw with the Constitution. It seems to expose major cracks in the structural framework of the Constitution. Now, first of all, the Constitution is designed on the principles of parity. So the three organs of government are equal. Nobody is above the other. But the courts have naturally enjoyed the power and authority of determining what the law is. And because the courts are given the authority to freeze things in time whenever there's a contestation over some particular matter before the determination of that matter, an injunction has always been used to freeze those things or those contested matters. Now, clearly we have a situation here in which an injunction is being used as an instrument of stultifying or blocking the performance of a constitutional duty by the president. And as I understand it, the minority has gone to court. The same is happening, in which case you have Parliament being stopped or stultified by way of an injunction from performing its functions. What may be happening here may be a decision before the courts to ask the bigger question on whether or not a constitutional actor can be stopped from performing a constitutional function by way of an injunction. Now, mind you, we've had this in the past. We've had the Electoral Commission, we've had other bodies injuncted from performing their functions. What I haven't come across in this case is a high-level executive, or rather high-level organs, which is the executive and the legislature, and who knows, the judiciary itself moving forward. So it's one that is novel, and I can say that the constitutional framework did not contemplate this, and it seems to expose a major flaw with the Constitution, because what we may have happening moving forward, if a proper position or pathway out of this is not developed, is that whenever we do not want someone performing his function, the functions of his office, we may simply decide to resort to the power of an injunction. And the critical problem being the mere application itself, the mere pendency of the application itself is sufficient to stop that particular agent or agency from functioning or undertaking the particular exercise or enterprise involved until the determination of the application. And so if the application is not determined for 2 weeks or a month, we may have succeeded in stultifying a major constitutional duty which is incumbent on an organ of government. And some people will argue that that is untenable. So it really exposes a fundamental issue that is worth examining.
Interestingly, one of the issues that have come up and indeed has been raised by the minority in Parliament is the fact that when the majority wanted to pass the e-levy law to actually charge people with e-levy, there was an injunction. That law was passed on the 29th of March. On the 30th of March, the minority went to the Supreme Court to stop it, to get an injunction for it not to be assented by the president. But on the 31st of March, the president assented to that law, that bill to become law. How do you juxtapose this, or how do you explain this? Because people say that's a two-faced, a double standard.
After such decision by the president, the same minority said that what the president did was wrong, that since there was an issue pending before the court, the president shouldn't have signed. The president shouldn't have waited. So granted that it was the case. Now, the president decided to listen, and the president decided to go by the process and abide by the law and respect the rule of law. What is wrong with it? Because in the initial process, he was definitely named, he was bastardized, that there was a case in court and he's the president, he was undemocratic, he went ahead and do that. Now he decided to say, let's say he's doing the right thing. And the right thing is the fact that there are two impending cases that is to his attention. And if we look at the letter, the Attorney General had advised the president that he has been duly served. So it means that it is not like the president is not aware. But unlike the e-levy one, there was no communication whether the Attorney General or the president was duly served on that matter. So if it was the case that the president was not served on the e-levy issue and he went ahead to sign, but he came under serious public attack by the NDC that he didn't do the right thing. Now he is aware and he has been advised by his chief legal advisor that, look, Mr. President, there is an injunction and I have been duly served. Then he said, I am not going to act on this until those constitutional issues are clear of. And the president, and I don't know why people are trying so hard to be able to tie the e-levy issue to the ministerial appointment. It is completely different. Hansard will bear me out, and we can actually be able to call for the record to the Hansard of Parliament. When the ministerial referral was done, I was in the chamber. Honorable Roxanne Dafiamapo, he rise to draw the speaker's attention, and he was on 3 issues. His issue was not the ministers that were referred and to be vetted, but he was of the opinion that he thinks that the Minister for Interior, the Minister for Works and Housing, and the Minister for Roads should have also been added to the list so that they will count for vetting. Because, mind you, the Greater Accra Regional Minister was moved to become the Minister of Interior, the Information Minister, Kojo Opon Nkrumah, to be the Minister for Works and Housing, and the Minister for Works and Housing, Asensu Boachi, moved to be the Minister for Roads and Highways. That was exactly what Roxanne Dafiamapo said in the chamber. He said, this is not the first time reshuffles have been done in this country. And the reshuffle that has been done in this country, they always move them, they don't come back for vetting. But when he is crafting and people are making the comments, and like I told you earlier on, saying that the president revoked some appointments and then the president reassigned people and saying that because others were revoked, then that means that they should appear before Parliament. I have a copy of the letter, exactly how the president addressed it to Parliament. And there is nowhere the president said that some people or some of the ministers designate that he has appointed, they should actually, they were revoked. And look, it was in part A. I didn't read the whole thing. I was just trying to say that the president just addressed it to the speaker. That's the official document that came to Parliament, not the one on social media. The president said that, following the reorganization of government, I am writing to seek parliamentary approval for the following appointment into the executive in accordance with Article 78, 79, and 256 of the Constitution. And he do A, Ministers of State. Then it have the Health Minister up to that. Then B, Deputy Ministers of State. Then he mentioned all the Deputy Ministers of State. And then there was another column, he said, reassign ministers.
That's why I'm saying that.
So there was nowhere, but if you look at the
fine details that the court will deal with.
Exactly.
At least this is before the Supreme Court. So they will deal with it and come out with their judgment. But I'm going back to the fact that the president, you say the president has learned his lessons
no, the point is that
after assenting to the e-levy bill into law.
If it is not a cheap political point they want to square, can you just be able to explain to me how do you tie that the president have appointed ministers and did the right thing under Article 78, 79, 256 and referred them to and seek the speaker to refer them to the appointment committee of Parliament. They have appeared before the appointment committee of Parliament. They were vetted, scrutinized, questions were asked, a report has been generated. And then tell me, I don't get the mix-up.
So my question is that
this is simply to tell you that the NDC attempts to frustrate what the Ghanaian people would benefit. The NDC attempts to frustrate the work of this government. The NDC attempt to score cheap political points and to frustrate the business of the house.
So your explanation is that the president has learned his lessons, and that's why he's learned his lessons from the e-levy situation, and that's why he wants to do the right thing. Then if that's the case, then the speaker is also doing the right thing by saying that we need to wait for the court to deal with this matter before we can continue.
But you see, the point is that if the president has been injuncted on the case of the LBGT, in this case of the ministers, it doesn't add up. How do you... The point is that Roxanne Dafiamopo is seeking the court to actually say that, okay, the person who has been vetted, look at the dates he filed the writ. The vetting
it was on 19th March.
The vetting and the report has been laid. 19th March means yesterday.
Yesterday.
Good. Yesterday, we had laid the report of the appointment committee. As at yesterday, the report of the committee and the decision of the appointment committee was done, and it was signed by the chairman of the committee. The minister's one was laid. The report was generated on a majority decision. Later on, they meet, they discuss, and it came with a consensus decision. That of the deputy ministers, the report has been done. The chairman of the committee signed. Everything was done. So if you are now going to court to tell them that they should put an injunction on the vetting, of which you have knowledge that the vetting has been concluded, because the vetting was done in broad daylight. It was in television. People saw that those ministers and deputy ministers designated were vetted. The report was laid. He was in the chamber when the report was laid. So this is a pure mischief. This is a pure political propaganda. This is a pure political sabotage to the government. Nothing more, nothing less.
Well, your majority leader has been talking about how this will affect government business. I'll come back to that, but also remember that PM Express is being made possible by Syntex Tank. No matter your water needs, Syntex Tank has it all. Syntex Tank is first to introduce double-layer tank, and now you can have as many layers as you want. Syntex Tank is first to introduce white inner layer tanks in Ghana. We now introduce to you the customer specs order, which lets you order any color and size of preference. So whatever your water consumption, size of project or demand, choose Syntex Tank. We have agents nationwide. You can call Syntex Tank on 0244-335-168 or shop online at syntexgh.com. Pepsodent Cavity Fighter Toothpaste. Pepsodent Cavity Fighter is fortified with profluoride and microcalcium ingredients, sealing tiny and invisible holes in your teeth. It prevents cavities, keeps your teeth strong and mouth healthy. Don't just use toothpaste that brushes your teeth. Use Pepsodent that protects your teeth. Pepsodent is recommended by the Ghana Dental Association. Pepsodent gives you the opportunity to talk to a dentist for free. Call toll-free 0800-161-000 to talk to a dentist for free. You can get Pepsodent at any shop near you. Pepsodent, every smile matters. I'll take a break on PM Express. When I return, we'll be finding out. You heard Professor Abuchi, who says that there's a lacuna in the Constitution because it did not envisage this kind of situation. How then do we cross this road? We'll be getting into that. And then I'll also be finding out what will this mean, or what are the implications of Parliament going on recess without finishing government business. What does it mean for government business? Stay with me. I'm coming right back. Welcome back to PM Express. We're still digesting what has happened in Parliament today. Speaker closing Parliament without the business of the House being done with, and the majority has been very angry with this decision. He says that they need to wait for the injunction on the President's ministerial appointees before that can be done. Let me ask you, now Parliament has adjourned, and you say that there are a lot of unfinished business. So what next for the majority?
Yes, at the moment it happened today, like I told you, unheard of, never done. There's no precedent to that. So after today, I think the majority caucus or the majority leadership will sit, because normally the government business comes from us, and we'll be able to engage the speaker. And after we engage, then we'll see where we are going to go.
Do you have intentions to recall Parliament? I mean, to write to the Speaker that you want to recall Parliament?
It's within our rights, but at the moment we haven't gotten to make such a firm decision that we actually want to call back Parliament. But it is part of the options that we can be able to do. But what is necessary at the moment is for us to be able to engage and draw and build consensus around the whole thing, so that we'll be able, at the end of the day, we'll be able to arrive at a decision that will benefit the state. But what is actually unfortunate is that we, by this singular act, is trying to frustrate the government and even to leave other government organizations without ministers. For instance, if you come to health, both the minister and the two deputy ministers are all designated. They needed to be approved. So it means that apart from the fact that there is a caretaker minister on it, then the minister designated and the two deputies are not there. But if we had approved the ministers, these are very young ministers. These are ministers who are very serious, who were supposed to come and help the president to turn things around in this year. But this calculated attempt, the minority know very well that if we are able to pass this crop of ministers, a lot of positive things is going to happen in the economy. They know that a lot of things will happen. The other businesses that we have, that has to do with the IDA loan that I talked about, the 150 million. When it came, it was going to help in the forest in terms of the dollar against the cedi. It would have helped drastically. And apart from that, it was going to help provide potable drinking water, and sanitation issues are supposed to be in there. Then we also were going to look at the exemptions in terms of the businesses, because some of the companies that are working in Ghana need to be supported in a way to continue to exist, because some investors will want to move to other countries that are giving them equal opportunities. So if we fail to do that, we are putting them in a very bad position. And for that matter, the minority, well, when you see the speaker, after he said that the House was against Nidia, you could see the jubilation coming from the minority side, our colleagues in the NDC. So they were just jubilating that, yes, we have frustrated the government business. Yes, we have. So that will not help Ghana. That is undemocratic. That is not patriotism. That is simply pure sabotage to the economic development of this country.
Professor Bochi, we all know the implications of a clash between the executive and the legislature. You have made it clear that there's actually a lacuna in the Constitution because the framers did not envisage this situation. How do we then cross this hurdle? Do we sit and cross our fingers and just wait for things to go the way it's going, or there's a way out?
The structure of the Constitution is based on the principles of checks and balances. So I think at this stage, it's important for cool heads to prevail. It is important for the principles of checks and balances to be activated. And a key aspect of the principles of checks and balances, as enunciated in the Constitution, is the idea of collaboration. So I do expect that the key heads of institutions, i.e., the Speaker of Parliament, and His Excellency the President of the Republic, I do expect that there should be some back-channel conversations already ongoing. It is important that the two speak and the two are ad idem or on the same page about this. Let's be clear. The exercise is not one of a confrontation between Parliament and the executive. Parliament is performing its legitimate business of lawmaking. The executive is asserting its legitimate influence of deciding whether or not to sign the bill. We may have issues with the letter, people may put interpretations, but anyone is entitled to, as it were, proper ideas or proper suggestions, or give out opinions on particular things. So I would want to treat the letter purely as an opinion written from the office of the President to Parliament. Parliament can decide to proceed by sending the law. It is up to the executive to decide not to sign the law because of its interpretation. Now, my understanding is that the letter is probably trying to interpret the law that in the circumstances of the pendency of the injunction, if the bill is brought to the office of the President, this is going to be the reaction. But the most important thing is all the organs are performing their respective legitimate functions and duties. I think we are at the point where perhaps the two organs of government should speak
Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to JoyNews today. We're coming to you live from our studios in Kokomlemle. We're on DTT because we're free to air on DSTV channel 421 and GoTV channel 125. We are a home of independent, fearless and credible journalism. Coming up this afternoon, majority MPs considering summoning Parliament for an emergency sitting to complete with the business of the House as the Speaker yesterday adjourned Parliament indefinitely.
In the light of this process, the House is unable to continue to consider the nominations of His Excellency the President.
We have details of the government business on hold as the legislature and executive go on a collision course after chaotic end to the first meeting of the fourth session of the 8th Parliament. Also this afternoon, Ghana Education Service instructs head teachers to keep schools open despite the industrial action by teachers.
Yes, I'll be very surprised, very much surprised if Fair Wages tells everybody that they are unaware about this action.
Plus, the Ashanti Regional Security Council to provide support for protecting power transmission sites. We will bring you details shortly. My name is Aisha Ibrahim. We're also live on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and X Spaces at JoyNews on TV. My personal handle is @Denana Aisha. Please do stay for details. Choosing us this afternoon after an abrupt and chaotic indefinite adjournment of Parliament. The majority side says it is seriously considering summoning Parliament for an emergency sitting of Parliament to consider some key government business. Tax waivers, loans and ministerial nominees. All government business were the biggest casualties as the row over the anti-LGBTQ bill led Speaker Alban Bagbin to adjourn the House without allowing the House to consider them. It will be recalled that the President rejected attempts by Parliament to serve President Akufo-Addo with copies of the anti-LGBTQ bill for his assent. The Presidency explains this is because of cases pending before the Supreme Court. While following the lead of President, Speaker Alban Bagbin has also decided that Parliament will not consider President Akufo-Addo's ministerial nominees because of an injunction application filed by an MP.
In the light of this process, the House is unable to continue to consider the nominations of His Excellency the President, to use the language of the Attorney General and Minister for Justice, quote, in the spirit of upholding the rule of law, unquote, until after the determination of the application for interlocutory injunction by the Supreme Court. Honorable members, this is the precedent that is being set by His Excellency the President for all Ghanaians to follow. So any matter that comes before Parliament, any Ghanaian can issue a writ and follow it with an application for injunction. And that is enough to injunct Parliament from proceeding with the consideration of the business in the House.
The leaders of both the minority and majority are divided over its region controversy. The majority leader, Dr. Kasiel Atoforsen, says the speaker is right in his determination and may initiate an impeachment proceeding against the president. But the majority leader, Alexander Fenyomaking, argues the NDC MPs are in bed with the speaker to frustrate government business.
The Constitution of Ghana spells out in plain language when the President of the Republic of Ghana must do when Parliament passes a bill and present to His Excellency the President. The President must assent to the bill or must refuse to assent to the bill when it is presented to him as the President of the Republic. These are the only options, and in this case, there is no middle ground at all per the constitutional imperative. Ladies and gentlemen, let me also say that in the instance case of the Human Sexual Right and Family Values Bill 2024, President Akufo-Addo has taken a strange and alien position, which is unknown to the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. Given that Parliament has been injuncted in a matter of the President's nominee for the position of ministers and deputy ministers, it is obvious that this Honorable House is also unable and cannot approve those ministerial nominees His Excellency the President has also presented to Parliament. At this point, the President may have to be innovative, dynamic, and think out of the box by downsizing the size of his government. Let me say that merely piling on numbers by way of appointing ministers and deputy ministers does not signal to the people of Ghana that the President understands the seriousness of the mess that he and his government has created in our country.
Mr. Speaker said that Mr. President was undermining democracy and that he should have resorted to the Constitution in making certain communications to the House. We in the majority beg to disagree on the position taken by him. If you carefully read the letter that was sent to Parliament, Mr. President limited himself to the processes before the court. And the fact that Parliament itself, through an affidavit, had joined issues. Parliament has filed an affidavit in opposition and it's in court. In fact, Parliament is a party to the suit. So for us, we do not see how this would have to affect the proceedings of Parliament. In any event, Mr. Speaker has always deferred to the leadership of the House to guide him in the conduct of business. This morning, the leadership of the House sat together to discuss the various items to be taken. We have finished some of them. There were some that we were supposed to take, and we're told that Mr. Speaker would have to take the chair. It's very disappointing that after Mr. Speaker had made known his own views about the letter sent from the presidency to the clerk, he adjourned the House Synod without giving room for the leadership of the House to even comment.
Meanwhile, Dean of the UPSA Law School, Professor Kofi Abochi, says the clerk to Parliament can go ahead and submit the bill to the President for him to state reasons why he cannot assent as captured in the 1992 Constitution. He spoke on PM Express.
So I think at this stage, it's important for cool heads to prevail. It is important for the principles of checks and balances to be activated. And a key aspect of the principles of checks and balances as enunciated in the Constitution is the idea of collaboration. So I do expect that the key heads of institutions, i.e. the Speaker of Parliament and His Excellency the President of the Republic, I do expect that there should be some back-channel conversations already ongoing. It is important that the two speak and the two are ad idem or on the same page about this. Let's be clear. The exercise is not one of a confrontation between Parliament and the executive. Parliament is performing its legitimate business of lawmaking. The executive is asserting its legitimate influence of deciding whether or not to sign the bill. We may have issues with the letter, people may put interpretations, but anyone is entitled to, as it were, proper ideas or proper suggestions or give out opinions on particular things. So I would want to treat the letter purely as an opinion written from the office of the president to Parliament. Parliament can decide to proceed by sending the law. It is up to the executive to decide not to sign the law because of its interpretation. Now, my understanding is that the letter is probably trying to interpret the law that in the circumstances of the pendency of the injunction, if the bill is brought to the office of the president, this is going to be the reaction. But the most important thing is all the organs are performing their respective legitimate functions and duties. Problem about the character of injunctions and the principles of injunctions under Ghanaian law is that anybody at all can freeze anything by merely bringing an application to court. So whether or not the application is frivolous, whether or not the application is meritorious, before the court ever gets to hear it, the period within which the injunction has been pending before court is supposed to be a frozen moment.
The Ghana Education Service has directed regional and district education directors to ensure head teachers keep schools open after the 3 teacher unions declared an indefinite strike yesterday over their conditions of service. In a statement released by the GS, the service urged parents not to panic, assuring them that management is working to resolve the situation. Excerpts of that statement reads, management of the Ghana Education Service has read from the media that 3 teacher unions in the pre-tertiary education sector have declared withdrawal of their services effective Wednesday, March 20. It goes on to say heads of public kindergarten and primary schools as well as junior and senior high schools have been directed through the regional and district directors to mobilize their management teams to ensure the safety and well-being of all students in school. Now, meanwhile, parents are advised to remain calm and be assured that management is closely monitoring the situation and will advise on the way forward accordingly. Regional and district directors have further been directed to ensure heads keep schools open and closely supervise all children who report to school pending further directives from management of GS. Well, prior to that statement by the Ghana Education Service, the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission has been disputing the accusation by the 3 teacher unions that there has been delays in negotiations of collective agreement. The commission is expected to meet the unions and other stakeholders today. Let me share excerpts of that statement issued by the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission. It says the FWSC has cited a news item by the media outlets where 3 teacher unions, NAT, NAGWAT, and CCT, have declared an indefinite nationwide strike. The teacher unions are concerned about the delay in negotiations of their conditions of service. Well, Fair Wages and Salaries Commission wishes to categorically state that there has not been any delay in the negotiations. We, however, wish to respond to the concerns raised by the teacher unions as follows. At the meeting held with the teacher unions on January 20, the government team was able to reach an agreement with the teacher unions on 10 out of the 16 items submitted for negotiations. Fair Wages and Salaries Commission indicated there was a need to secure further mandate from the Ministry of Finance on the outstanding items in order to conclude negotiations with the teacher unions, to which they agreed. And 3, subsequently, Fair Wages and Salaries Commission extended an invitation to teacher unions on March 19 for a meeting on Thursday, March 21 at 10 a.m. to continue and possibly conclude the negotiations. We went further to contact some leaders of the teacher unions as part of preparations towards the meeting on Thursday. There was no indication whatsoever of their intention not to be available for further engagement. Meanwhile, head of compensation at NAT and vice president of NAGWA, Jacob Anaba, have rebutted most of the claims made by the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission, adding they will reconvene with their members and decide on whether to honor the Salaries Commission's invitation to continue their negotiations or otherwise. They spoke to Kenneth JC.
Yes, I'll be very surprised, very much surprised if Fair Wages tells everybody that they are unaware about this action. Because before we arrive at this decision, as of February 29, we have served a written notice to our employer. We copied the National Labour Commission and Fair Wages as well. So I'll be much surprised if they tell you they are not aware. So those 10 items he's talking about, those were existing items already. They were just a procedural item. The most pressing ones are those that we haven't finished and have not touched it. So those are existing ones already.
And are you going to honor the invitation to come to the negotiation table once again?
We just received the invitation. I received mine this morning. So leadership will meet and take a decision. And don't forget that we identified 5 items.
Okay.
The Fair Wages one is just one of them. There are 4 items that we have not heard anything about yet.
Unfortunately, I did not receive that invitation. My boss did, but he indicated that he received the invitation late that evening through social media communication. And already we have started our decision to declare the strike. We have written to our employer through the Director General. We are written to the National Labour Commission and copy the Fair Wages and Salary Commission. So already the decision was in motion to call the strike the next day. And that is what happened.
Well, the Ministry of Education's Public Relations Officer, Kwesi Kwarteng, says his outfit agrees with the GES's instruction directing district and regional education directorates to keep the schools open. Kwesi Kwarteng asked that the Education Ministry will be present at the meeting and will be hoping the stakeholders come to a mutual conclusion.
The Wages and Salaries Commission and even the teacher unions, for that matter, the striking teacher unions, and tentatively we scheduled Friday to meet. It is true, apparently Fair Wages has sent letters of invitation to the teacher unions, but according to them, the understanding is that it's on short notice. So hopefully by Friday, all stakeholders should be ready and have all discussions with the hope of resolving this impasse.
Right, and I want to find out from you if the ministry sides with the Ghana Education Services statement instructing district and regional education directorates to keep the schools open despite the teacher unions being on strike.
Yes, I mean, the schools, even though, I mean, we work together with the teachers, the schools obviously are independent institutions, and particularly when even times like this, a lot of them are within the boarding schools and will still be around. So certainly there have to be some demonstration of leadership and some management ultimately. It is for this reason that we've directed that, of course, through Ghana Education Service, that temporarily there should be some management structures and arrangement within the schools, even ahead of our meetings to find lasting resolution to the concerns that has been raised. The teacher unions largely are employees. And of course, the strike action affects us directly and our students. And so this time is more of a government affair. And so all parties, including Ministry of Finance, Fair Wages and Salaries Commission, Employment, Education, all of us are going to be present in that meeting. But of course, the sole aim is to be able to make sure that we are able to have a very fruitful discussion and get our teachers back to the classroom.
Bisi Kwating is PRO of the Education Ministry. To other stories, the Electricity Company of Ghana is counting on the collaboration of the Ashanti Regional Security Council to offer security protection of its electrical transmission sites across the region. This follows the collapse of at least 8 towers as a result of stolen metal bolts and nuts holding the pylons. A damage assessment carried out on the Jiso power transmission sites indicates it will take about 30 days for the towers to be re-erected.
Several communities, including Bekwai, Abankro, Kumewu, Antwakrum, Manson Kwanta, and Ejoso, have been plunged into total blackout as a result of the fallen electricity pylons. The Electricity Company of Ghana said some unidentified persons vandalized the towers to remove the bolts and nuts of about 8 high-tension towers stationed on some 6 kilometers of their Ejoso transmission site. The towers fell, cutting electricity supply to communities around the area. Rapid efforts of technicians and engineers at the Electricity Company of Ghana are being employed to restore power to some of the communities. Engineer Collins Manu is the public relations officer for the Ashanti sub-transmission of the Electricity Company of Ghana.
For now, our focus is on getting those who are being affected on supply. And that is what we've been doing since yesterday. There was one of the towers which was tilted towards another circuit, or that's another tower line, which was not affected. And our team was here yesterday to remove that tower line from the circuit that was okay. And they are still there, as we can see behind me, that they are trying to reinstate all the conductors that has fallen on that good tower line, so that we can restore all customers who have been affected on supply by close of day. Then you will do the reinstatement work of the fallen ones. And the contractor who came to do the assessment assured us that within 30 days that can be done.
Over $1.2 million is needed to reinstate all failed ECG high-tension towers. An inspection led by the Ashanti Regional Minister Simon Osei-Mensah and officers of ECG was carried out on the site to ascertain the magnitude of damage and repairs. Simon Osei-Mensah says experts are working assiduously to rectify the situation. Meanwhile, he is admonishing the ECG to liaise with the Ashanti Regional Security Council to expand protection for the transmission sites.
Already we are battling with instability of power. So if we should have this additional trouble, it's going to affect us a lot. When we see people whose attitude, whose behavior around some of these installations are questionable, they should quickly report them to the security agencies so that action could be taken. Also, my advice to ECG, once they've seen this, I think they should make conscious efforts to monitor all the pylons. They should go and inspect all the pylons. It's possible this might not be the only one, so that if we have such situations, they could be rectified as soon as possible. ECG, you have to collaborate with the Regional Security Council so that some of these challenges could be prevented.
Reporting for JoyNews, my name is Clinton Yabwa.
The power distributor is worried about various forms of power theft, including illegal connections, which tend to dent the image of ECG in seeking to become the most reliable power distributor in the country. As part of its mobilization drive across the Ashanti region, the ECG is warning the general public to desist from such acts.
The Electricity Company of Ghana has expressed worry over the blatant scale of power theft identified in major parts of the country. These acts have contributed to major commercial losses for the company. Ashanti West ECG PRO Benjamin Obientwi is worried about the situation. He has cautioned perpetrators against such acts.
We want the general public to know that the meter belongs to ECG, not the customer. That is why when you check the meter, it is written the proprietor of Electricity Company of Ghana. So customers who think the meters belong to them, no, please, the meter belongs to ECG. So at this point, we are cautioning our customers who have been engaging in illegal transfer of meter. Meters in your premises are not transferable. You can't transfer. Let's say you are staying at Tonso, you are moving towards Swami. So you want to transfer meter from Tonso to Swami. No, that is illegal. Anytime we get someone who surcharge you for you to pay the penalty or even hand over to the authorities. Then again, customers that you have your service cable, that's the cable from the low voltage pole to your premises. Once they are so you go to the police for a police extract and then come to the ECG for us to have a discussion. But as a company, we are embarking on a robust program to improve our meter situation in the region.
Benjamin Entry says the repercussions are unbearable.
It's unbearable for ECG in the sense that when a meter is transferred, you realize that all the meters have geocodes. So the geocodes are what we use to identify the meter. So once we are on our map and then we are going, we say, oh, this meter is at Atos. Once we get there, the meter is nowhere to be found. So definitely, if it's even a bill we are going to give to that customer, we don't know where the person is. If we are doing our monitoring to check the integrity of the meter, we wouldn't know where the meter is, but the person has moved the meter. So it normally affects our financial health as well, because that person can move from here and go here, and then the person will consume power on our blind side.
Meanwhile, Tetra Tech and USAID have supported the Ashanti Regional Gender and Social Inclusion Unit of the ECG with a drop-in daycare center to help working mothers. Kumo McCarthy is change management coach at USAID. She indicated the need for a well-equipped unit for the ECG's Gender and Social Inclusion Unit.
ECG since 2018, right? You've embarked on this journey since 2018. Your journey has intensified and you have made remarkable progress. In a short space of time, honestly, you need to really give yourself a hand of applause. You are aligning your processes, which says it is commitment. When you have a policy, that is an indication that your management team is committed to the process.
Ashanti Regional West Manager Maxwell Dapa commended USAID and Tetra Tech for the initiative.
My view that the whole idea of a drop-in daycare center is laudable, and I suggest that it's extended to the other regions of ECG. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, let me take the opportunity to pay tribute to the Employees Relations Division of the HR Directorate of ECG for conceiving the idea and pushing for its implementation.
For JoyNews, Nana Boachi Dankwayadom, Kumasi.
Let's stay in the Ashanti region because the Komfo-Anokye Teaching Hospital is aiming at committing funds to research and upgrading its facilities to address a growing number of stroke and kidney cases. Management intends to tackle possible deaths from strokes and kidney failures by investing in the adaptation of operational research alongside the expansion and refurbishment of the hospital's dialysis center. And Abuachi Yadom has more from the Komfo-Anokye Teaching Hospital end-of-year performance review meeting in Kumasi.
The Komfo-Anokye Teaching Hospital hopes to enhance the quality of care provided to patients and ultimately save lives with novel services. Management therefore plans to invest in operational research to help identify effective ways for stroke prevention and management, leading to improved patient outcomes and reduced healthcare costs. Chief Executive of the hospital, Professor Ochiri Adey-Mensah, says aside from the introduction of thrombolysis services, the hospital will invest in research and innovation to save patients from possible stroke deaths. He was speaking at the hospital's 2023 end-of-year performance review conference in Kumasi.
Management, with the support of the board, will this year continue to invest in the adoption of innovations and conduct of operational research as part of the overall strategy to optimize the delivery of tertiary healthcare services at the hospital. Management's commitment in this direction can be seen from the historic introduction of thrombolysis services as part of routine stroke care at the hospital. This novel service is aimed at saving patients brought to the hospital in time from disabilities and possible death from strokes. Steps will also be taken to strengthen the corporate and special services unit during the year to allow for busy patients and other corporate executives the opportunity to access specialist services at the hospital at their convenience.
Professor Adey-Mensah also spoke about achieving major improvement in dialysis services with 3 new machines.
The hospital expects a major improvement in its dialysis services soon, when the 3 new machines with a 6-month supply of consumables, procured at close to 1.6 million Ghana cedis, are delivered next month. Similarly, surgical and physiotherapy services are also primed to receive a major boost with the completion of the renovation of the main theatre and the physiotherapy center at a combined cost of around 3 million Ghana cedis.
The Konfanochi Teaching Hospital is resolved to create an ecosystem that engenders regular appraisal of strategies and programs for the purpose of optimizing specialist healthcare services. Pro-Vice Chancellor of KNUST, Professor Ellis Owusu-Dapo, was guest speaker at the conference.
The success of a teaching hospital is not solely contingent upon bricks and mortar. It requires a concerted effort from a diverse array of stakeholders spanning academia, government, industry, healthcare institutions, and the broader community that includes our stakeholder, the client. Each stakeholder brings unique expertise, resources, and perspectives to the table, all of which are essential for the realization of our shared vision.
For Joy News, Nana Boachidankuyadom, Kumasi.
We're still live on Joy News today. We are coming to you live from our studios in Kokomlemli on DTT because we're free to air. Let's take a break. When we return, we'll bring you the very latest coming from the world of business.
Across Africa, a new era has begun, shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future. Together. EcoBank. A better way, a better Africa.
Daddy, this tank is big.
Yes, that's true.
It can store a lot of water.
That's so true.
Wow, it has a working tortoise on it.
That's so true.
I can see S-I-N-T-E-X. Syntax.
That is so true, my daughter.
When it falls down, it will spoil.
That's not true.
But why?
Hey! Syntex was the first to introduce double-layer tanks in Ghana. Syntex again was the first to introduce white inner layers in Ghana. Syntex gives you the biggest warranty, 7 years. No matter your water needs, Syntex is the answer. Syntex tank. Are you strong? Are you tough?
Hi, welcome to Business. My name is Darryl Kwao. Leading brand under Unilever Ghana, Pepsodent has reaffirmed its commitment to increase proper oral health care among citizens from a younger age. To this end, Pepsodent has joined some basic students in Accra to mark this year's Oral Health Day, which seeks to create awareness of oral health and prevention of diseases. Here's more.
Pepsodent is aiming at innovative activities to reduce the concerns of oral health, which has been one of the major challenges for the younger generations. In Ghana, studies show that about 13% of middle school children suffer from dental cavities. Category manager for oral care at Unilever, Vera Buedu, has been speaking about some initiatives like the tele-dentistry.
We started this in October 2023, and what we realized is that a lot of Ghanaians had a lot of questions around cavities, mouth odor, simple questions like you saw being asked over here. You can quickly call a dentist and verify whether to use a soft toothbrush, a soft bristle toothbrush or a hard bristle toothbrush. And so far, engagement averagely, we've had across the two platforms about 3,000 Ghanaians accessing this platform on a monthly basis, and we continue to do it. Our next step for us is just to see how we can bring in more languages. Currently, our dentists can speak just English and Twi, and the next phase for it is to expand into more languages. We are looking to at least a minimum of 4 languages in Ghana. So we are getting the dentists with the support of the GDA to help us in that case.
She has therefore been speaking about the importance of the celebration and why Unilever is supporting the initiative.
So for World Oral Health Day, it's a day which we have set aside, not just for us in Pepsodent or Unilever. It's a day which was started off by the World Dental Federation, FDI, since 2007. On that particular day, this is today, 20th of March, we set aside to talk about, advocates about oral hygiene, the issues around it, the preventive mechanics we can do, advice, just to make people aware of the importance of oral hygiene as part of total health for an individual, and that's why we have set aside this day. So on this day, you notice the people who came to speak. It's not just Unilever, Pepsodent. You have people beyond Unilever. You have people from the Ghana Dental Association also taking part. You have people from government institutions. The GES is a key partner for us because we are talking to kids. They also come, and then we invite parents, students. Everybody needs to be part of this celebration so that they will be aware of the issues, matters arising around oral hygiene, issues, ways to prevent it, and the solutions which are being put forward in there.
Unilever believes that despite the natural occurrence of tooth loss during childhood, the prevalence of oral pain related to cavities and tooth decay is alarming and avoidable.
All right, and that's it for this segment. Sports is up next.
When I was young, I asked my mother the secret of hair vitality and health. She said, the right food, the right exercise, the right amount of sleep, and the right blood tonic. Nescafe Blood Tonic is effective for the treatment of anemia, lack of appetite, and stressful conditions in both adults and children.
Nescafe Blood Tonic, the right family blood tonic. Another quality product from Ernest Chemists. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
This coming Easter Monday is Love FM Family Party in the Park. 1st April 2024, Rotary Park, Bayer the Dead. So start putting plans together and let's have the biggest family picnic experience ever. Where are my bubbly little kitty bobs, nyakapums, papas, obichikum? We will make available all the kids playing items: trampoline, bouncy castles, electric train, merry-go-round, stationary airplane, horse race, face painting, TV games. For all the adults in Kumasi, get ready for the adult corner. Get your dancing shoes on with some electrifying live band music. Date is Easter Monday, 1st April 2024 at the Rattray Park, Denyame. Rate is a cool 10 Ghana cedis, 8 a.m. sharp. The Love FM Family Party in the park. Easter edition. We simply can't wait.
Now to bring you sports on Joy News today with me, Muftau Nabila Abdullah. Ghana's 200 meters athletes Joseph Paul Amoah, Ibrahim Fuseni and Solomon Hammond have all secured a place in the semi-final of the ongoing African Games. It was Joseph Paul Amoah who led in heat 7 as he won that race by 20.91 seconds, and Ibrahim Fuseni also won his race, while Solomon Hammond, who ran in heat 9, he finished second. They've all been explaining why they decided to drop their energy, especially in the last 50 meters of the race.
It's good. I just have to execute, come out from the curve and then just relax at the back straight. Yeah.
And just a few years ago, you were at St. Augustine College. I think there's massive responsibility on your shoulders to make your school proud, your family, and every single Ghanaian proud, isn't it?
Yeah. As you see, that's why I'm here, just to make my country proud. Yeah.
What should we expect in the semi-final?
Nothing but the best.
This is just the heat, so we're reserving energy for the semi-final.
And you were quite close to finishing, but you jogged through the line.
Yeah, I didn't start jogging when I finished the curve.
The curve?
I saw the guy coming, I said, let me just go with him. And I just let him go.
What should we expect in the semi?
My best. Just expect my best.
There are 3 of you in there. It is you, Ibrahim Fuseni, there's Joe Paul. Yeah. What race should we be expecting from Ghanaians?
We are all trying to qualify to the final.
Now let's hear from their coach, Elam Aminapo, who's been speaking about the reason why the athletes decided to drop their energy in the races.
Well, this is round 1. The heat, the most important thing is to make it to the semi-final. First 3 qualified. There's no essence of wasting energy, running all out and burn it out and don't have that energy to run in the final. The most important thing, they are all in the semi, and then the goal is to qualify to the final.
Now this suggests that the conversation has been about that. Come on, this is too easy. This is too easy. Take it easy.
Well, if it is easy, that's even the main reason why you don't have to waste your energy, because when you win the heat, you don't get medal. When you win the semi-final, you don't get medal. It's the final that speaks for the medal. So they are reserving the energy. That's the most important thing. If you get it easy, it's good that you preserve that energy, that you don't waste it.
Then tell me the final one. There are many concerns about the schedule. It's quite compact for these athletes. As coaches, how does this become a challenge, and how are you able to psych the boys to be able to get the energy to run again?
Yeah, I have coached at the world level. I've not seen a 200 meters heat and semi-final run in the same day before. But this is the situation that we have right now. That is the main reason why they have to preserve energy, run the semi-final, and progress to the day. So that's what we are doing as coaches. Talk to them to, hold it when you know that you are safe, that you are able to go to the final.
The semi-final will be happening from 4 p.m. This is our wrap-up sports here on Joy News. Today, I am Muftau Nabila Abdullahi. World News is up next.
Welcome back to JoyNews Today. Now to checking what's making headlines elsewhere. And Nigeria's President Bola Tinubu will introduce a 3-month ban on ministers and other government officials from going on publicly funded foreign trips. Mr. Tinubu's chief of staff said the move was prompted by the president's concerns about the rising cost of travel expenses by public officials. The ban will take effect April 1. President Tinubu and his administration have been criticized by some of their frequent visits abroad. He came under attack, especially on social media, after his government sponsored over 400 people to attend the COP28 climate conference in Dubai last November. Since his inauguration in May 2023, Mr. Tinubu has made more than 15 foreign trips. The Nigerian president is said to have spent at least 3.4 billion naira on domestic and foreign travel in the first 6 months of his presidency. That is 6% more than the budgeted amount for 2023. Tinubu's chief of staff, Femi Gbajabiamila, said the travel ban will cut costs amid Nigeria's current economic challenges and the need for responsible fiscal management. That does it for World News. Up next is Showbiz.
Everyone has a story.
In fact, there was a time I decided I have to stop the music.
A story of that unique place that gives them a vibe.
It's a spiritual moment for me whenever I have to record music, because whenever the place is dark, I feel I'm in the studio alone, even without the producer.
The vibe that births excellence, special skills, talent, and mastery. Welcome to E-Vibes with Becky on this channel.
And time now for showbiz. Grammy Award-winning artist Ariana Grande has achieved yet another milestone in her career, debuting at #1 on the Billboard Hot 100 with her latest single, We Can't Be Friends. This marks Ariana's 9th #1 hit on the chart, making her the first artist in 2024 with multiple #1 hits. My colleague Jacqueline Ansumaya has more in this report read to you.
Ariana Grande is having a massive week on Billboard's charts. Yesterday, her highly anticipated album, Eternal Sunshine, made waves, debuting at #1 on the Billboard 200, marking her 6th #1 album. This simultaneous #1 debut on Billboard 200 and Hot 100 charts is a first for Grande, setting a new precedent among all artists in 2024. Moreover, We Can't Be Friends, Wait for Your Love has not only topped the Billboard Hot 100, but also debuted at #1 on the Billboard Global 200 chart, solidifying Grande's status as one of the most influential female artists of all time. Ariana also tops the latest Hot 100 songwriters and Hot 100 producers charts thanks to her credits on all 12 of her charting songs on the Hot 100, all from Eternal Sunshine. Notably, she's the only co-songwriter and co-producer on all 12 songs, with record-breaking positions on Spotify, Apple Music and iTunes. Ariana's latest release has made an indelible mark on the music industry, cementing her position as a global superstar. Jacqueline and Sumaya Buest report, read to you.
Copywriters have been successful in creating catchy phrases that stick with people over the years. Can you recall the phrase "Anadriede"? Can you still sing "I have vitamin A"? And do you remember the famous tagline of Dark Bar Soap Sementia? In today's Ghana Man series, my colleague Danisha Poma J walks us down memory lane and revisits some of those nostalgic moments.
I have vitamin A. Liverplex B. We have vitamin A too.
Ayiko Ganafo. It's wonderful to reminisce about the TV commercials of the past, isn't it? They were indeed a memorable part of Ghana's culture. Many of us can recall specific ads that left a lasting impression on us with their catchy jingles and memorable characters. Let's take a trip down memory lane and relive those nostalgic moments together. Let's start with a Goodnight Mosquito Coil advert.
Good night mosquito coils, just right for the night.
Next is the legendary Men Only Deodorant Spray.
Sorry girls, some things are for men only.
And oh, how about Kasape's greatest gift to lovers? Yes, you guessed right. Free night calls.
Bye.
So today you spoke for only 2 hours.
It was a wrong number.
Do you also recall the commercial that had Semenshia as its tagline?
So we need you home. Many Jehopa, that's of Nedebia, missing many amount.
Glycerin, your mom, sir.
Merasio.
Much the fufu be the count.
Sir.
You brighten up my day.
Save the best for last. Let's wrap it up.
That there is an 80% chance that a comet will hit the surface of the Earth.
FM.
This is the 1.7 FM. There is a 60% chance that it will rain today, with continuing thunderstorms along the southern parts of the country. It will be there.
This is Joy FM's Traffic Watch. There is a heavy traffic jam on the number 5 North Kabora Road. Switch to the Kintakiteria Highway if you are on your way to the center.
And that's how we wrap up the bulletin this afternoon. Before we go, though, there's a statement coming from the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission, and I'll share with you excerpts of that statement. It will be coming on your screen shortly. And right, so the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission is asking the 3 teacher unions to end the strike and come back to the negotiating table. A meeting scheduled for today with the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission, we are hearing, did not come on, but there's another one scheduled with the Ministry of Education, hoping that that will resolve the issue. We'll bring you details of all of that in our subsequent bulletins. That's how we wrap up the bulletin this afternoon. Log on to myjoyonline.com. There's more of the news and updates of all the developing stories to enjoy the rest of our programs.
Hi, good afternoon. Welcome to the marketplace. Coming up this afternoon, Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia criticizes the country's tax structure as not fit for purpose and wants the system to change and become competitive.
We are going to start with a clean slate in 2025. And that is why in 2025, we are going to grant a tax amnesty to all businesses and individuals and start.
We will subject that to analysis. Also coming up, a conversation on data and technology gaps in media and marketing ecosystem here in Ghana and how to address those gaps. My name is Darrell Kwao. Thanks for being with us. Details coming up. And thanks for staying with us, everyone. Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has criticized the country's tax structure as not fit for purpose and wants the system to change and become competitive. The Vice President is also promising tax amnesty for all businesses if he is elected president. He has been engaging the Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Take a listen.
So we are going to start with a clean slate in 2025. And that is why in 2025, we are going to grant a tax amnesty to all businesses and individuals and start afresh. We are going to start a new system. It's a flat tax system. So we are going to wipe the slate clean for every individual and every business. And Ghana is going to start a new tax system, a flat tax system, as we have in Estonia. And in addition, we are going to do faceless audits. Officials should not come to businesses to do audits. The digital framework, you should have the information and audit facelessly and send whatever your audit findings are. But to prevent harassment, audits of any company cannot be more than once in 5 years unless there's a reason. Unless there's a reason.
All right, joining me on Zoom is tax analyst Francis Tumoboy. Interesting remarks by the Vice President. We want to subject those remarks to some analysis, one after the other. And I want to first start with his criticism of the country's tax structure, Francis, which he says must be changed to make us more competitive. What do you make of those remarks? You're muted.
I think you can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Yes. I was saying that the tax system we have in Ghana requires some reform, and I'm aware that the Ghana Revenue Authority has started some processes to reform it, especially in a country where we have majority of our economic activity occurring in the informal sector. You realize that the tax that we have doesn't address their issues. It's a little complex, and so we need to make it a little bit simpler so that they can comply. So on that front, I think that we need to, all over the world, many countries are embarking on simplification of the tax system. And I think that we have to do that.
All right, we'll come later to what should be done, but the Vice President also raises issues about the targets set by the Ghana Revenue Authority, which he says are unrealistic, and then they end up harassing the business community for taxes. Do you think that was a fair comment to make?
I don't think it's a fair comment. Why? Because the targets that the GRA pursues are in the budget. The question is who prepared the budget, who presented it to Parliament, and who approved the budget. You have projected some amount of revenue and then its corresponding expenditure. So certainly you looked at the number before you decided to spend. So if GRA is going after that amount, GRA is just giving the target. And again, GRA is under the Ministry of Finance, which is a component of the executive. So we need to go back and see if we think that the targets are unrealistic, then it is influenced by what we want to spend. Because if you get to a point where you can't, borrow any longer, and we are all saying that we need to mobilize domestic revenue in an economy where GDP is not growing and businesses are suffering, what do you expect? How do we want GRA to collect the money for the expenditures we have outlined in the budget? So I think that we just have to be fair to the GRA. Look, they are the targets were given to them by government.
Exactly. And then he mentions tax amnesty for businesses. I'm sure you saw the clip there. There was so much applause to that. How realistic, how workable is tax amnesty for businesses if he should be elected president?
So tax amnesty is a periodic, waiver of taxes for tax evaders. And it is not done only in Ghana. However, if you continue to use them, we think that it is an abuse, and therefore you discredit the tax system. 2006, we had a tax waiver, a tax amnesty. 2012, we had one. 2017, we had one. And then 2021 to 2022, we had another one. So if you are saying that taxpayers and tax evaders who did not comply with the law are going to be forgiven their taxes because they didn't comply, they didn't pay the taxes. And every 5 years, you're going to, forgive and let them start on a clean slate. What you are telling the tax system, other taxpayers, is that you can go to sleep. There's no need to comply. And therefore, you 5 years down the line, every tax that is due you, we're going to wipe it away. I think that we may be discrediting the system, especially in 2022 when we just closed the interest and penalty waiver law. I think that we should wait a little bit. Again, it's a bit costly because you're going to lose a lot of revenue in terms of the penalties and interest. Maybe what we could do is that we could allow taxpayers who did not, comply with the law, we structure some installment payment for them. In that case, we are still collecting the revenue and then whilst making sure that other taxpayers are complying with the law. If we continue to use it frequently, people will watch and say, 2 years, 3 years down the line, the non-compliance, nobody is coming to arrest me. And therefore, I should also wait and see. When it comes, I take advantage of it.
All right, I may be wrong, but haven't we tried implementing some tax amnesty measures in previous times? And have they, how did they work out, really, by way of education?
So the purpose of the amnesty is to widen the tax base. In the 2017 one that we did, the GRA came out and said that, look, we didn't achieve the purpose because when people's, taxpayers' offenses or compliance, we forgive them. We expect a lot more new companies to come forward to register and then start complying. But what we see is that at the end of the period, we don't see any new base being widened. And so you can say that the purpose, the long-term effect for which we are looking for in widening the tax base, we don't achieve them. And that could be the reason why we continue to do tax amnesty every 5 years. Like I mentioned, it discredits the tax system, and other taxpayers will say they will also not comply in the immediate term because very soon they are going to be forgiving their tax offenses. I think that it is too early for us to be talking about tax waiver, especially when we just finished one in 2022.
And Francis, it is an election year. Many politicians will be looking to court the business community and making promises around taxes, if you like. You have agreed that our tax system needs some review. If you have to advise the politicians, what would you say they should turn their focus to? What should change about the country's tax system?
I think that the number of tax lines that we have in Ghana is too many, especially the indirect taxes. If you go to the market and you buy anything, look at the tax amount that you have paid, it's so much. We should focus on minimizing the number of taxes that we have, especially the indirect tax. Again, let's go to the port. You import one item and sometimes you have to pay 3-4 times the amount, especially if it is being converted into cedis. It is too much. I don't know whether you've heard about some importers saying that cargo traffic is being diverted to other neighboring countries. And it's because of our taxes. So if you really want to favor the business community, let's focus on those areas. Make the business community, the business environment more friendly for people to, comply and simplify the tax system. So I was happy with the simplification of the taxes where he said he's going to introduce a flat rate. That is good because it will make the whole thing simpler. But then we have to also be careful we don't introduce some regressiveness into the system, because if the poor is paying a flat rate of percentage and then the rich is also paying amount, then we are not being fair. We are ignoring a very important principle in taxation, which is about the ability to pay. So we should look at simplifying the tax system. Again, I'm expecting them to come out with clear tax policies to deal with the informal sector. Most of the economic activity that we have in Ghana are driven by the informal sector, but we don't have any clear policy of taxing such persons. Again, they are the majority who demand government resources and government services. So we need to come out. We've tried it in the past. For example, the tax stamp is not been working very well. The vehicle income tax for commercial drivers is not been working very well. The revenue coming from that sector is very small. Yet they contribute the largest to the GDP. So what are we doing? We need a clear policy to deal with them. And I believe that if they're able to put those things in their manifestos, it will go a long way to change our tax system we have in Ghana.
All right, Francis Timoboy, the tax analyst, appreciate your insight as always on the marketplace. Now, Wilmar Africa has launched Fortune All-Purpose Margarine, Fortune Spread, and Shortening. The Fortune All-Purpose Margarine is enriched with vitamin A and D to boost nutritional value and is suitable for baking, toasting, cooking, and spreading as a food enhancer. Launching the products and commissioning of the largest margarine factory in Ghana at Tema, General Manager of Wilmar Africa Limited, Sean Yeo, said the products are being manufactured locally to create jobs and boost the country's economy. Here's more in this report.
As a way of increasing its investment and boost the country's economy, Wilmar Africa Limited, a subsidiary of Wilmar International, begins manufacturing of Fortune All-Purpose Margarine, Spread, and Shortening locally. The margarine factory is the 7th plant of Wilmar Africa Limited, having already built plants refining crude palm oil from its plantations, packaging and distribution of edible palm oils, rice, soaps, and detergents. The margarine plant, which is the largest in the country, has a total monthly capacity of 1,555 metric tons, producing shortening, all-purpose margarine, and low-fat spread. General Manager of Wilmar Africa Limited, Sean Yeo, says Fortune Margarine is enriched with vitamins as a downstream product in the palm oil value chain.
There might be a lot of margarine out in the market, like what we said in the speech earlier. A lot of the margarines are imported. We are one of the few that is locally made. It's fresh. You can assured of our quality because you can see our state-of-the-art the plant, and we also our production team always ensures that all our margarine and our spreads, like our tagline, is always on point, whether it's in quality or in taste. Our main raw material, which is oil, also a lot of them comes from our local palm plantations, which is to show how integrated Wilmar is in the entire palm value chain in Ghana itself.
Sean Yeo is asking government to provide the right business environment, policies of trade that protect and drive sustainability. He is worried about smuggling and how it impacts on companies that produce locally.
Businesses in Ghana definitely do face challenges. One of it, especially in the oil industry, is the influx of a lot of smuggled oil from our neighboring countries into Ghana itself. So this is one of the challenges. This suppresses the price. It creates an unfair cost base between the smugglers and established organized company like us. So therefore, this is one of the challenges. And of course, I think sometimes there's a lot of, there's also challenges in terms of sometimes foreign exchange and of course interest rates, high interest rates environment. But I think like all businesses, we always try to do our best to manage. And of course, it would be definitely welcome that of course the government will definitely try to help in whatever way possible.
Meanwhile, Deputy Minister of Trade and Industry, Michael Oshibefi, representing Sector Minister Katie Hammond, assured Wilmar Africa Limited of government support for growth of industry through policies.
Today marks a significant milestone with the launch of Wilmar's margarine and spread under the brand name Fortune. This new product signifies the company's commitment to the Ghanaian market. We also celebrate the commissioning of the state-of-the-art production facility, reportedly the largest margarine factory in Ghana. Let me take this opportunity to commend the management of Wilmar Africa Limited for believing in the corporate Ghana story, which is the compelling one. An additional investment made underscores the confidence that the private sector has in the government's ongoing effort to turn the economic fortunes of the country around. The government will continue to build an enabling and predictable environment that is so transparent for business to thrive, and also to enhance the operations of the private sector for sustainable growth.
Wilmar Africa is sourcing crude palm oil from its 6,799 hectares benzo oil palm plantation in the western region for the production of the Fortune margarine. Stakeholders, including government officials, regulators, retailers and distributors, traditional authorities, among others, were present for the launch and commissioning.
All right, you're watching The Marketplace. Thanks for staying, everyone. Now, the bottom line is that the marketing ecosystem is powered by data, and that data is used to drive advertising and targeting, which is how the system makes money. Now, companies need to engage, understand, and activate consumer relationships. This afternoon, we want to take a look at the data and technology gaps in the media and marketing ecosystem and how that can be addressed. Joining me in studio is Bright Lajakwo, who is CEO of PhD Ghana, Matt Angus Hammond, Regional Director, Jopo West Africa, and Peter Olum, who is Technology Development Manager, OMG West and Central Africa. Thank you so much for joining me in studio to have this conversation on how we address the data and technology gaps in the media and marketing ecosystem. I want to first start off with, because I was reading a piece that was sent to me about the availability of AMPS data, which is the All Media and Product Survey. It's typically done,
Typically
in a year, once a year, 6 to 8 months.
Annually, yeah.
When was the last time we had such information here in Ghana?
Unfortunately for Ghana, it's been a long time, over a decade. We haven't had what we call AMPS. In Ghana, we call it the GAMPS report.
Okay.
We haven't had one in over a decade.
How is that?
A couple of things. The funding gap that has existed over the years has culminated in the lack of practice and requirement for such data. And it's become commonplace to think that it's okay not to have that data. But you and I know that data actually provides a very powerful lens for us to understand the complexities around looking for the consumer today. It's a rapidly changing landscape. It's a tough time economically. And so it doesn't bode well for us as a market and as practitioners to work without a lot of data. And for that matter, data that is available quite recently. So even if we don't have GAMS, we have radio and TV audience measurement surveys, RAMs and TAMs we call it. But even that, it comes slowly, lags behind a couple of months. So by the time you are seeing the data and applying the insights from the data, it's old, done. They've changed their behavior. There may be some seasonality to it, or there may be an occasion, something may have happened, people would have changed. And so we need to have recency to the data that we have, if even we have it at all.
Yeah, because I was wondering how then businesses are planning, especially in the media landscape, with this unavailability of data, if you like. And so what's the level of availability, Matt, of data for the kind of work that maybe companies and marketers need for their business?
Yeah, I mean, as Brian said, there's very little. And I mean, good afternoon to all the viewers and listeners. It would be fantastic for example, the advertisers, which will no doubt cut to an ad break soon, and advertisers are going to want to pay for that advertising slot. But if we can't tell them exactly how many people are watching right now, exactly how many people are listening now, and also tell them anything about them. Who are they? What do they want? What are their passions? What are their fears? Then it's very, very difficult to make a compelling argument to the advertiser, as for example JoyNews, as to why they should pay a premium to advertise on your program. And we don't need to know, they don't need to know on average over the course of 2 months how many people are watching JoyNews. They need to know how many people are watching JoyNews right now. And they need to know that tomorrow.
In real time.
Latest, yeah.
Absolutely.
Today is best, tomorrow is okay. Next week, next month, no.
Yeah, and which would you target in trying to gather data that is relevant for marketers and media planners?
It's everyone. It's everyone watching and listening now. It's everyone in Ghana. Your typical audience measurement system, like for example, we've just begun implementing in Nigeria, requires a very large-scale commitment from the industry. You have to do a big establishment survey up front because you need to be able to extrapolate your survey results to a national population. So instead of saying 27% of our our panel watch JoyNews today, we have to be able to say, whatever it is, 4.5 million Ghanaians watch JoyNews today. And that requires a very scientific approach. And the others, so there's that, which is obviously quite cumbersome and slow-moving and requires typically government involvement or an industry-level agreement.
Mm-hmm.
The other side of it is agile, flexible, daily data, which can start at quite a small scale. And on the principle that some data is better than nothing, you can start quite small and build it up from there. And that's what we've been doing with PhD.
All right, so apart from numbers, what else are you looking at in terms of the insights you're trying to pick from the data you gather?
I'll hand over to Peter. I mean, Peter's the cook in the kitchen. I supply the ingredients. Peter does the cooking. Bright is the waiter who delivers it to clients.
Yeah, so it's really a holistic approach, right? So we are looking into the day in the life of the consumers. We are overlaying that data with how they interact with products and services. We are also sort of doing specialized qualitative surveys in the form of like focus groups, right? To sort of drill deeper, right? Quantitative is good, qualitative is good as well, but the amalgamation of these two types of data sources gives you a more rounded insight into how you can leverage technology and data to deliver better value as a brand, as even down to government, as a matter of fact. But generally speaking, what we are preaching today is data agility.
Okay.
Right? Data agility, just like my colleagues have said, planning based on a month ago data is like working on archive data. Exactly. But if you could take action based on what is happening right now, that is, the stuff.
Yeah, so I guess the question now is how do we ensure sustainability and better coverage and regularity of data collection with limited funding as a big challenge? How do we do that?
Yeah, so it takes industry level. Sometimes it has to take policy, even at governmental level, to say that we need to be more efficient in the use of our investment into targeting consumers, whether you're targeting voters or whatever you're doing. You have to be very effective because the resources are challenged in these times. And so we need to invest in order to be able to save ourselves from wasting our resources, the scanty resources we have, in not being precise enough, not using the right kind of insights to be able to be cost efficient at targeting and reaching consumers at the time we need to reach them. And so we are launching a product called Ocular.
Okay.
It's a consumer intelligence platform which provides live dashboard from the live analytics that is being done by the technology that we have developed. So you can go there, whether you're a client or agency or media owner, to interrogate the data and see trends from yesterday through to the point where you can begin to predict what people will do next month. Okay, so how does it work? What's the experience like? You taking that?
Yeah. So it's basically a live dashboard, right? We're partnered with Jopo. Matt sits in Jopo. He's the West and Central Africa Regional Director. So they have research capabilities across all types of research, whether it's face-to-face, mobile, SMS, whatever you can think of, right? So they do the research, using whatever methodologies and technologies they have deployed, and then they make that available to us programmatically. So we synchronize that data, and then we do a bit of additional cleaning and make it available live on the dashboard. So from a marketing standpoint, you're sitting down on the Ocular platform today, you're looking at trends that starts as soon as yesterday, downward, and then you're able to take immediate action, exactly.
Okay, unfortunately we have to end this conversation, but it's pretty insightful, some of the things that we are learning about media and marketing, and I'm excited about Ocular, so hopefully in future we'll hear more about it. Thank you so much, Bright Lajiko, CEO of PhD Ghana, Matt Angus Hammond, Regional Director, Jopo West Africa, Peter Olom, who is Technology and Development Manager, OMG West and Central Africa. Thank you guys for coming in studio.
Thank you.
And that's the marketplace. Thanks for watching. More news on our website, myjoyonline.com/business. My name is Daryl Kwao. Thanks for watching. We are back same time tomorrow.
Hello, I know we're expecting a dirty December, but guess what? In just 2 years,
Hello viewers, thank you, and once again welcome to Home Tips with Mira. Thank you so much for your feedback throughout the country and even beyond. I really appreciate it. And look at how I'm dressed today. It's all about celebrating Ghana, and today on the episode we are talking about cocoa. Did you know that during the 2021-2022 cocoa season, Ivory Coast followed by Ghana exported over 60% of the global demand for cocoa? Wow, Ghana indeed is the second largest producer of cocoa in the whole world. And Ghana being the second largest, how often do we consume cocoa? The cocoa bean is considered a superfood. Superfood in the sense that it is loaded with lots of nutrients for our body. So let's do a quick cocoa break, and when we come back, I will share with you how to consume your cocoa bean apart from taking your regular chocolate and taking your cocoa drink. Welcome back. I have with me my 3 pots of cocoa, so I'm going to show you how I process my cocoa bean for consumption. So we'll cut the cocoa pod, remove the seeds, and then I'll show you how to ferment it using the banana leaves. We are depriving the cocoa beans of oxygen. So when the fermentation is done, it usually helps to bring the chocolatey flavor in the cocoa out. Is it possible to break cocoa without popping one in my mouth? No, it's not possible. I know you like it. So you leave it, as I said earlier, you deprive it of oxygen, leave it for 2 to 3 days. After that, you take it out and you go and dry it in the sun. And remember, banana leaves were used, not plantain leaves. After the fermentation, then you take your cocoa beans out and dry them open in the sun. Make sure that it has to be under hygienic conditions. So dry it for like a week. When they are fully dried, you see that when you cut the cocoa, you see that it is brownish in color. After drying, we'll sort out, remove the healthy ones. That's what we'll work with. And then we will roast it in the oven. Or if you have a coal pot, you can just roast it like how you roast granules. Every part of the cocoa tree is very important, and those who do cocoa farming on commercial scale, they use the cocoa pod. They dry it and burn it, turn it into an ash, and they use it to process black soap, what we locally call alata samina or anago samina. When you finish roasting it, You put it down, let it cool, and then you remove the shells from it. When you remove the shells, now you have your cocoa. And when you taste it, you know, you feel this chocolatey flavor. It's just that it's a bit bitter. So it's either you take it in its raw form or like you crush it and then you use it as cocoa nibs. Crushing it, I can smell the chocolatey flavor. It's so strong. Oh my goodness. You should try it at home and you will love it. You can sprinkle some in your smoothie, you can sprinkle some on your rice meals, in your porridge. You have to eat cocoa on a regular basis because it contains necessary nutrients for the development of the human body. Okay, so I'm done and I'm going to pour it. Cocoa, as I said earlier, is a superfood because it is loaded with nutrients. There's iron, there's zinc, there's magnesium, calcium, vitamins, phosphorus, and what have you. All is included in a cocoa bean. It's a whole meal on its own. So when you take one, it goes a long way to benefit your body. So regularly, you can just take a bean like this and chew. It's a bit bitter, just like how dark chocolate is, but it goes a long way to improve the overall quality of your health. Just pop one into your mouth and wash it down with water. The flavors are so bold. I can taste the chocolate, except that it is not too sweet like your usual chocolate, but it's good. I'm going to wash it down with water. I've washed it down with water. So today, this is what I want to share with you. Ghana cannot be the second exporter and producer of cocoa in the whole world without us consuming cocoa. It is a food on its own. So I just want to share with you that introduce this cocoa to your children. It is not always that they have to be eating chocolate or taking cocoa drinks. This is also a simpler way of taking cocoa. Thank you so much for watching Home Tips with Mira. I am so grateful. And please don't forget to go on my YouTube channel, subscribe and like. And on my Facebook page, please follow me and also share so that others can also learn from this. Thank you so much. And it's a bye-bye from me. Stay positive.
Colorectal cancer is a type of cancer that affects the colon, large intestine, or rectum. According to the World Health Organization (WHO), the condition is the third most common cancer, contributing to nearly 1 million deaths in 2020 and over 1.9 million new cases globally. The disease is projected to reach around 3.2 million new cases per year by year 2040. Meet 45-year-old Kingsley, not his real name. He is a survivor of colorectal cancer. Kingsley was struck by the disease 2 years ago and recounts the struggles he faced in diagnosing and treating the condition.
I started having the symptoms about 2 years ago, and I've visited a whole lot of facilities, both private and public facilities. And anytime I go and they diagnose me, what they tell me is, I have ulcer. I have ulcer. So I kept treating ulcer. And with the ulcer, I do both orthodox and traditional medicine. But it got to a point where I was not responding to treatment. That was about a year ago. So I said I need to do more of the diagnosis. So I was recommended to go to a certain hospital to meet a certain specialist. I went there, I met him, and he recommended I should do some labs and tests. Some of the labs I did endoscopy, I did colonoscopy, I did CT scan, MRI, I did heart related tests, I did kidney related tests. I did almost all the tests that has to do with the stomach. And finally, they got to know that I have a colorectal problem. But the diagnosis was very, very tedious because all the facilities I visited were not able to actually tell me what exactly the problem was. So I kept looking for medicine, until finally they told me this is my problem. And as at the time they told me I had colon problem, my colon, the tumor had already covered more than 90% of my lower abdomen, and it has started entering my rectum. The tumor was very big, or is very big. From what I saw after the surgery, you see this rubber paint, the small rubber paint, it has covered all the rubber paint. And before the surgery, I was living a normal life. My stomach was okay. There is nothing that shows that this kind of tumor is in me.
Professor of Surgery at the University of Ghana Medical School and consultant surgeon at the Kolebu Teaching Hospital, Jonathan Dakubo, revealed in an interview with JoyNews that Ghana records between 1,500 to 3,000 cases of the disease every year, but half of those diagnosed die due to low awareness.
It is a growth in the colon and in the rectum that has the ability to spread to other parts of the body, the liver, the lungs, the bone, and in the brain, to cause death. Globally, we are seeing about 1.8 million new cases every year, and about half of this number of people affected by the disease die. That's about 900,000 every year. Ghana is part of the global picture, and we suffer our own fair share of this cancer. It is estimated that we see anything between 1,500 to 3,000 new cases of colorectal cancers in the whole of Ghana. And about half of this number of patients also die. So it's a serious matter that in 2011, the Ministry of Health in Ghana declared colorectal cancer and colorectal disease as an area of concern that needs special attention. The awareness of colorectal cancer in Ghana is really very low, especially that the index symptom or the earlier symptom of the disease is a symptom that affects, or is a symptom that is present in many diseases which are not a cancer. And so people will interpret that symptom as their own disease, and I'm referring here to bleeding when we go to toilet. If you see blood in your stool, that could be a sinister symptom of a cancer. But because people are not aware of this disease, they refer to bleeding from their anus as being hemorrhoids, piles, or what we refer in our local parlance, cuckoo. Such that when there is cancer, we see them at an advanced age when we can't do much for the patients.
On the streets of Accra, we ask random Ghanaians what they know about colorectal cancer.
I don't know anything about colorectal cancer. Even I haven't heard the name before. This is my first time.
Oh, I know nothing about it. I did not do science, so sickness, I don't know much about sickness. But the colorectal cancer, you give me a fair idea, it's a cancer of where?
I think it's a cancer that affects the colon and the rectum.
Apart from the low awareness, Professor Jonathan Dakubu reveals an acute shortage of specialist trained colorectal surgeons as a major challenge hampering effective treatment of the condition in Ghana, revealing efforts are underway to change that narrative.
The country has done very well when it comes to infrastructure to treat all cancers, including colorectal cancer. What is important is the surgical expertise to adequately treat the cancer. Because if the surgery for this cancer is not effective, whatever you do, the patient's life will be lost. So surgical expertise is very, very important. And that is the capacity that we are putting in efforts to develop. My interest has been to develop colorectal cancer surgical capacity for the country. Thankfully, the rector of the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons met a group of Ghanaian Americans and spoke to them to help us develop a training program from Ghana, which has taken off. So colorectal surgery as a subspecialty has started with the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons, and our first candidate from Kumasi is undergoing training now. He will finish his training with us in May, and in July we are going to take 2 candidates, and subsequently we hope to take 2 candidates every year to train them as colorectal surgeons for Ghana.
Kingsley is however appealing to the government to enhance the capacity of specialist colorectal surgeons in order to reduce the high costs associated with treatment.
I have visited several hospitals, several medical facilities, and what they kept telling me is I have ulcer, because of the symptoms I show. They were not able to really tell me what exactly the problem was. From the time I started experiencing the problem, let's say 2 years from now, up to medication, surgery, lab tests, and everything diagnosis, I have spent over 100,000 Ghana cedis, which is about 1 billion old currency, about 100,000 Ghana, which is almost $10,000.
What I will tell government, or I will appeal to government, is to help the colorectal specialist surgeons in Ghana to build their capacity, to help them build a lot of facilities in Ghana, whereby if you have such problem, you know you are going straight to this place. At least by doing that is going to reduce the cost of treatment and the cost of diagnosis.
Professor Jonathan Dakubu insists on early screening and diagnosis as a crucial step in averting needless death.
Early screening is very important, and for all the screening programs that have been advocated in the health delivery system, it is in colon cancers that it has been shown clearly that screening can actually reduce the incidence of this disease. If the cancer is detected early and it has not developed the potential to spread, surgery alone most of the time is enough to cure the person. So the person doesn't have to go through chemotherapy, radiotherapy, and molecular treatment. That is why we advocate for early detection and effective treatment.
To help curb the high mortality rate associated with the disease, Professor Jonathan Dakubu's private health facility, Mwintuba Hospital, is hugely subsidizing the cost of screening for the condition.
For this month, we have decided the advocacy and an awareness by playing clips on TV stations so that people will know that March is the colorectal cancer awareness month. I'm passionate that anybody who gets or develops colorectal cancer should be effectively treated. So cost is another issue. Whereas today, the proper cost for a colonoscopy is anything between 3,000 and 4,000 Ghana cedis. We take only 700 Ghana cedis to do a colonoscopy in our center. By this, we want to make it affordable for everybody to be able to undergo a colonoscopy every 3 or every 5 years.
The World Health Organization, WHO, has designated the month of March every year as Colorectal Awareness Month, and everyone is encouraged to screen for the condition. For JoyNews, Carlos Caloni, Accra.
Polygonal RC Boys, situated at Polygonal in Accra, is over 90 years old, and many elite Ghanaians have passed through the walls of that school. It produced many great men and women because it started as a boys' school, it became a mixed school, and later it was reverted to boys' school, purely boys' school. And over the many years, their academic performance has been the envy of the many schools within the community. However, we have faced too many structural challenges.
I'm a student of Polygonal Roman Boys, and our major problem that we are facing is lack of protection, security. Our walls have collapsed, and this gives way for strangers to come in and out of the school. Some sleep in the school. Some also go to the extent of having sex in the school, which is disturbing our education. Some of my companions also run out of school, come to school late, and do different things in the school.
Our security is really a challenge for us. We have so many outlets in the school. When you go behind the KG block, you could see that we have a wall that is broken, and the wall is sharing this thing with we share boundaries with a cattle rearing ranch over there, and because the wall is broken, they easily get access to the school. We have mad people in the school, places that are meant to burn rubbish. People have taken it as their source of shelter, and they are sleeping in it.
For Roman Catholic boys here, is an old school in Polygonal, and the place is not properly controlled. So people just come out from all walks of life. People, mad people, abnormal guys normally come to sleep here. You see, because nobody is checking them for any reason. You see, but some people also come here Sundays in the afternoon or in the morning and go back home in the evening. But people also sleep here. You see, because the walls and the fence all over here is damaged, and there's no security man to tell anybody that go or come. So they are doing whatever they like over here.
If we are able to secure the wall and we are able to put a gate there, I feel that we will do much better than we are doing now. We appeal to the general public, philanthropists, men and women of goodwill, and people who believe in quality education for our children. Please come to our aid, assist us, so that together we can build the next generation for Ghana. Thank you very much.
spa or had a massage? Well, join me after the break to find out why you should. You're welcome back. A massage is a general term for rubbing, pressing and manipulating the skin, muscles, tendons and ligaments. There are different forms of a massage and it ranges from application of light strokes to the application of deep pressure. Today, I'm joined by Dora of the Labadi Beach Hotel Spa, and she's going to take us through the different forms of a massage, take me through a wonderful massage session, and then we convince you to have a massage. Hello, Dora.
Hello, Dora. Welcome to the Labadi Beach Hotel Spa, and thanks for coming.
Thank you for having us. So tell me, what are the different forms of massages people come for?
People normally come for deep tissue massage, aromatherapy massage, hot stone, stress away, and then spirit revival massage.
Wow, very interesting names you have there. Spirit revival massage. Wow. So which one am I getting today?
Today we are doing aromatherapy massage.
Okay.
Hot stone blend.
So what are the health benefits of the aromatherapy?
It relaxes you. It lowers blood pressure. It gives you a good sleep.
Yeah, so
we're not having specific areas we would love you to concentrate.
I did. The treatment was amazing. It was very relaxing. I loved the aromatherapy and then the heat and the stones added another feel to the massage. And so if you have not booked a massage session before or you have never booked a spa session, please make sure that you do that today because it comes highly recommended. I recommend it on any day. Massage sessions are very good because they help you relax, they reduce stress, they help build or boost your immunity as well. So until the next episode of Health and Vitality with me, Dr. Hamalisa, it's bye for now.
Are the voice of the voiceless. JoyNews, independent, fearless, credible.
My name is Dr. Pinamana Pao, Hospital Director of Accra Psychiatric Hospital. We should note that people who would attempt suicide or commit suicide would communicate it to us in some ways. And therefore, as a society, we should really make time to listen to what people around us complain about. Again, when people expresses or someone expresses a wish to die, we should never ever be dismissive about it. And in all these things, we should consider our attitude towards suicide or attempted suicide. We should Never be judgmental, but be empathic.
My name is Aisha Ibrahim, and this is Election Brief. Within the next 30 minutes, we have the latest update from the political scene. We are live on DSTV channel 421, GoTV channel 125, and all social media handles, and around the world at myjoyonline.com. Election headquarters is brought to you by Petrosol, your clean fuel in full quantity, and Chartered Institute of Management Accountants, SEMA, the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants, together as the Association of International Certified Professional Accountants, election headquarters for an informed electorate. Please do stay for details. President of Imani Center for Education and Energy Policy, Franklin Kujo, has called on Parliament and the Finance Ministry to be careful with EC spending plans for the 2024 elections. His call comes after the EC indicated it has lost 4 laptops. Franklin Kujo is questioning why the EC did not report the missing equipment to the police until an innocuous question at the parliamentary hearing revealed this fiction. Franklin Kujo says it suspects the move by the EC is a decoy to declare the remaining machines at the EC compromised and set a procurement opportunity to waste money the country doesn't have to purchase new machines. Well, I've been joined by Franklin Kujo, who is president of Imani Center for Education and Energy Policy, for a conversation on this. Grateful for your time, sir. But first, what has necessitated your call for Parliament and the Ministry of Finance to be vigilant of the EC spending for election 2024?
Well, good afternoon, Aisha. First of all, our name is Imani Center for Policy and Education. Even though we do energy, there's ASAP, our cousins as well. Well, look, it may sound outlandish for people who may not be new to the methods of these current EC people, right? Don't forget, these are the guys who, out of the blue, clandestinely took my whole constituency. You remember the South, Central Kofi, Akpafu, Dikwe, Lolobi areas, just a day before the election, in fact, the night before the election, December 7th, 2020, the youngsters of the face of this earth, we never took part in the elections, and up to today, they've never said any official apology, right? They've never done that.
Right, Franklin Kujo is president of Imani Center for Policy and Education. Right, so he's back on. Go ahead.
As I was saying, before the main election itself, we had issues with the way they were going to procure the new machines. You recall we found out quite clearly that Ghana government had been investing in pre-existing biometric machines, and we had invested up to $60 million worth of Ghana's money in upgrading those machines, which were used to run the 2019 district elections and the 2016 elections perfectly, right? So we're upgrading. And we told them there was no need to spend close to $100 million in purchasing new machines. But they went ahead, rigged the procurement processes, and eventually went and bought those machines. Today, as we speak, the IMF has confirmed that the election spending was one of the reasons why the economy became the way it has become. So we want to prevent these EC people from coming up with phony ideas and what I call, smuggle ideas. And before you realize they are bringing us a bill, we have to pay for some new equipment. And I don't trust them one bit. I don't believe those equipment were ever lost. And if they indeed were lost, they would have been the first people to actually announce it or make official complaints. They claim their processes are watertight. They claim their security is watertight, and that it couldn't have been easily breached. Then how come these machines were missing? Now they are telling us it's laptops. First they said it was biometric verification machines. In any case, the laptops are part of the biometric system anyway, so they cannot be, confusing themselves and confusing the public. So it's just a warning to Parliament and to the Ministry of Finance. First, for the money is not even going to be there for this outlandish should I call purchases. So that's the warning I'm actually giving to Ghana's Parliament and the Finance Ministry, because these guys you can't put it past them at all. We've seen it before.
And those laptops do not contain any sensitive information. I mean, does this not change your stance? You still don't believe that there's nothing to worry about?
Look, the laptops are part of a system. They cannot be telling you the things they are telling you. Anytime these so-called commissioners communicate, they are so incoherent and they don't even make any sense. You claim that the laptops are not, they are just standalone laptops. How do you capture those images? How do you store that information, right? And if they were missing, did you report it to the police? How come you only reported it at a very, at a parliamentary inquiry meeting, which was not even for the public, right? We'll never have known. All I'm telling you is that these guys have a way of trying to set up the tax system, and because elections are crucial issues, before you realize, everybody is saying, oh, let's give the money to them. And they'll waste it. Apart from procuring through rigged methods as well. You've forgotten what they did the last election. They rigged the entire procurement process. And they know we are telling the truth. Because we found out quite clearly that they rigged the entire process. What did they even do? I remember 86 plus 13, they said it was 103 or something like that. One of the results that they came out with during the procurement process. So look, let's stop these guys from purchasing new machines. I'm telling you, it's a decoy. It's a decoy, and if we don't stop them in their tracks right now, they'll come up with another outlandish claim that, oh, the machines need to be upgraded. Before you see, they are giving us a bill to pay. We don't want to get. Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Kujo.
We don't want to. You see, the economy is already in trouble. We don't want any institution to come up, hold us hostage, and make it sound as though elections are so crucial. We are going to waste money. Look at how much money they wasted in this so-called regional collation centers. Didn't you have Farijan claiming those things were needless and useless, right? So let's watch their bill carefully. In fact, every bill they bring, we have to scrutinize it to the latter. This time, no room for wastage by any public institution. Sometimes we say politicians are actually, destroying the country by coming out with phony projects. But some of these bureaucrats are worse. Right? So I don't put.
How does Imani Ghana intend to ensure the Parliament and the Ministry of Finance check EC spending so that they spend prudently towards the 2024 elections?
Sorry, I missed the last question. Sorry.
I'm asking what the role of Imani Ghana is in ensuring that Parliament and the Ministry of Finance make sure that the EC spends prudently towards the 2024 elections.
We would work with them to ensure that the budget they bring to Parliament will scrutinize every bit of it. Every line item will be scrutinized and match against competitive prices. We have to do that carefully. Otherwise, these guys will hold us ransom and come up with outlandish bills, right? That's what I'm saying. You know, they claimed during the presser yesterday that, oh, they didn't spend $150 million, as I was saying. If they only spent $139 million. They don't even understand arithmetic. If you threw away perfectly working biometric machines costing, which we've invested $60 million into, and went and procured another one for almost $70 million, and spent another money for running the elections and the register, that comes about $199 million. I even underestimated the figure. I'm telling you, these guys are not smarter than anybody at all, and we should never allow them to hold the country hostage by claiming that the elections are going to be a night, very close, and it's going to be tension based. So we have to make sure it is foolproof. They should first of all tell us how these so-called laptops got missing, how many actually got missing, and how they got missing. If they have all these CCTVs, we should see exactly who took them. Or, you know, they could even engineer these kinds of things. I don't trust these guys, so one bit. Because of what they did to my people at South. You know, Aisha, you think it is serious? You think that this country would have been at peace if it was one of those contentious constituencies that for 4 years we didn't have representation? The road from Hawaii to my hometown is about 3 or 4 kilometers. They are like gullies. Nobody seems to have bothered our livelihoods at all. Yeah, I am shouting and helping this country at least to develop. But my own people have been disenfranchised because of a reckless act of some group of people who have never said sorry. Every constituency should be on the lookout because they could do it to you. They could definitely do it to you.
I'm grateful.
Didn't they come up recently? Let me make the last point. Didn't they come up recently with claims that they want to end the polls at 3 p.m. and that they will not use indelible ink? All of a sudden, they conjure very funny and silly things, and then when you confront them, they say, "Okay, now we agree." Well, it doesn't make you any reasonable.
Well, that has been dropped. The EC says it's not going to go on that tangent.
But that's the point I'm making. That's the exact point I'm making, Aisha. So they come up with outlandish claims, things that don't make sense. They pull it out of thin air, no science backing it. How do you even say you want to close polls at 3 p.m. and then you say you don't want to use deliberate ink? When you know that there could be doom sort, there could be all kinds of things that could affect. I mean, these guys are not mission trip ready at all. Look at what they did with the last district election, right? All kinds. They waited until last minute. That's when they realized that the ballot papers were not printed. I mean, who organizes elections like this? They are the worst you've seen ever. Even military era elections should have been done.
I'm grateful for your time. Franklin Kujo is president of Imani Center for Policy and Education. Now, founder and leader of the Movement for Change, Alan Kwejo Tremantin, is promoting what he describes as a retail market infrastructure across the country to improve the working environment of Ghanaian traders. He's also promising to establish the Traders Bank that will give soft loans to support traders and boost their living conditions. The Eastern Regional Market Tour gives Alan Tremantin the opportunity to interact with market women in 7 major markets in the region, including in Nsawam, Adjeso, Asamankese, Kade, Akwetia, Suhum, and Koforidua. He first stopped at the Nsawam market, where he was met by some enthusiastic traders. Mr. Tremantin says his retail market infrastructure will take traders off the roadside to a more conducive marketplace to minimize the risk. A trader at Nsawam, Madam Mausi Kumaku, expressed optimism in Mr. Tremantin's ability to transform the country into prosperity. She's been speaking to my colleague Maxwell Kodeko. The New Patriotic Party says it is poised to increase its electoral fortunes in the Volta region in the upcoming December 7 elections. The Volta Regional NPP chairman, Makafui Wanya, who brought this to light, says a well-thought-through strategy has been formulated and would be expediently implemented to help the governing party break the 8. He was speaking at the inauguration of the Volta Regional campaign team in Ho.
The New Patriotic Party in the 2020 general elections made significant inroads in the Volta region, identified as the stronghold of its opponent. Addressing party faithful at the inauguration of the Volta regional campaign team in Ho, the Volta regional NPP chairman, Makafui Wanya, stressed the party would build on its gains.
On this occasion, I want to inform the flag bearer of our party and the national campaign team that in Volta is fully prepared. And upbeat about our prospect in 2024. And as usual, Volta will contribute its quota to our national effort to break the 8 come December 7th this year. My only concern, the timely delivery and proper channeling of campaign logistics. And we shall deliver our part of the bargain.
The NPP national organizer, Henry Nanabuachi, urged the campaign team not to relent in their efforts in contributing to breaking the 8.
In Volta region, for instance, we are particularly impressed about your performance in the last elections. Yeah. Not only for the first time did we have a seat in Volta region, but even in terms of the votes for the presidential, we moved up. And it was a massive jump. So it is our expectation that the energy in the region, the cohesion in the region, the unity in the region, the hard work in the region would continue so that we even see a much more appreciation of our votes, and then also again build on what we have done again to even get more seats in the Volta region. This is a region where the NDC are banging their hopes in terms of their votes, so it is important that we also work very hard to get more votes in order to suppress their votes.
The Volta regional minister, Dr. Archibald Yaolecha, entreated faithful to prioritize the interest of the party heading into the elections.
From now to the 7th of December is not about you or I. It is not. We don't matter anymore. What matters is Dr. Bawumia becoming president. So let us come together in unity and work together so that we fulfill the agenda of our president. Our president wants to hand over. It is his greatest desire that on 7th January 2025, you will hand over the authority of state to Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia.
Mr. Makafui Wanya leads a 39-member campaign team in the Volta region, deputized by Dr. Archibald Lecha, with the Volta Regional NPP Secretary, Pope Yaoyevu, being the secretary to the team. Fred Kwame Asari, JoyNews. Ho.
Meanwhile, flag bearer of the governing NPP, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, has made a strong case about his credentials, insisting he is the best vice president Ghana has ever had. According to Dr. Bawumia, he is a problem solver, the reason he has always been intentional about his policies and vision for the country. He made these comments during his bold solutions for the future engagement with the Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
So I looked at all these problems. I'm a problem solver, and I have introduced solutions. We have not yet done it all, but we are starting. If you're looking for a problem solver to be President of the Republic, then I am the one that you should look at. I have a very solid track record in terms of what I've done as Vice President. Remember, I've not yet been President. I don't have that authority, but I am Vice President. And if you look at my track record as Vice President, most people say that I am probably the best Vice President in this country's history because of my track record. So I believe that I have not been, if you give me, because I try to do things, because my mindset is one of possibilities. I am never afraid to take on new and daunting challenges. If I see that a country has this, I ask, why can't Ghana also have that?
Well, I've been joined by Miracles Abuaje, who is Communications Director of the NPP campaign team, for a conversation. I'm grateful for your time, Miracles Abuaje. Why should I believe the flag bearer if he says he's the best vice president Ghana has ever had?
Well, I believe that at every point in time in any country's life, there's a need for somebody who would understand what the issues are and make proposition for what he believes the solutions are as well. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has proven that as vice president, undoubtedly without any dispute, he's one of the best performing vice presidents this country has ever had. And I'm here to hear anybody make any argument whatsoever against that in terms of his level of commitment towards the focus area that he has been working on. The point is that he is one vice president that has identified consistently specific areas of difficulties and challenges and has led or driven solutions to be put to them. His level of credibility, integrity is not in doubt. And the point at where we are as a country, what is most required is a leader with a very high level of credibility and integrity, because across the world, every country is working hard to get themselves out of the setback that we encountered between 2020 till now, where we experienced a pandemic that has not been seen in over 100 years. And so if that is a point in which we are, then you want to count on a president who has a very high level of credibility, high level of integrity, the commitment to harness every single talent that is available for the country. And these are attributes that the vice president clearly, without doubt, without any dispute, have.
What was the objective of this key stakeholder engagement by the flag bearer?
Well, on the 7th of February, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia made a maiden statement or a speech where he outlined 70 key policies premised on 20 pillars. We're currently putting together a manifesto across the various sectors. Basically, what the vice president is saying is that in the past 7 years working with you as stakeholders, these are some of the issues that we identify that remain outstanding. And I'm of the view that for each of these sectors, these are solutions that going into the future, we would have to put up. However, that having been said, is coming to them to recalibrate, look at what it is that he has put out there and see whether it still aligns with these stakeholders. Are there inputs they want to make? Are there feedback they want to share? Are there areas they believe he needs to refine, based on which we can all together say that, listen, this is our solution for this sector going into the future. So yesterday he met the Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, where the conversation was quite clear, how to stimulate private sector going forward. And the vice president's message is simple. In the past 7 years, he's been doing a lot when it comes to looking at the foundation of our society across sectors. Several things have been done in ensuring that Ghana is able to get to a certain point where we would say that, listen, we are getting our foundations right. We are not there yet, but they believe that going into 2025, there are areas that we need to begin to shift our attention towards, and that would have to do with how to engineer private sector to strongly participate in our developmental drive. And so he speaks of getting private sector involved in the provision of public infrastructure, which is one of the things that he believes strongly would speed up our public infrastructure development drive, which is true. I mean, if you can get private sector to participate in the development of some of these public infrastructure, and we should be sure that some of the infrastructure gap we have could be closed faster than we have it. You also mentioned the tax amnesty for businesses and individuals, and if you were there and you saw the video, I could actually share the video with you. You would see the applause that came with the tax amnesty announcement or proposition, and rightly so, because come to think of it, there are businesses who today are not contributing towards our revenue generation drive simply because they have certain legacy debts in terms of taxes that they are afraid to even show up to pay their current taxes because they believe that that could come up. The Vice President feels that we are at a point where we can begin to widen our tax nets based on all the initiatives we put in place in the past 7 years, especially on the part of the national identification system, where now we've been able to integrate and synchronize the systems. And so if you have a citizen who is born at birth having a national identification number today, and you have citizens who have national identification numbers that are linked to their bank accounts, linked to their electronic wallets, linked to their business registrations, linked to their tax identification numbers, linked to their pensions, then clearly we would say that we've done some very progressive work in the past 7 years, and we should be ready to be able to embrace the idea of widening the tax net, which obviously, once it's successful, would lead to the reduction of the tax burden on the individual. Because if you have 10 people contributing revenue to feed 20 people, obviously these 10 people will pay more.
All right, grateful for your time. Dennis Miracle Abuaje is Communications Director for the NPP campaign team. Let's get to voters at the Kejetia Dubai in the Ashanti region who have shared what will influence their votes and choice of candidate going into the December 7 general election. In today's edition of Voters' Voice, here is what the electorates from Kejetia Dubai have had to say.
Because NDC basa, MPP basa, Osaba Mayor Omunina ba, Omunina Bako, Poma be discount, I come in Quandia Kabakra, Yencham, Mobia and Tuaba, because you're Tua, Timam for Yabra, Yewushe, and the MPP NDC, Obiaba and Adan, your Trokwa, Yewundi Obia Yamaye, Tiekodi Mama Chia Moye. At time Obekate Asante region, one-time premium insurance. Ombe Gunu Maye, I'm why Tisiasa could do Mamma Chia free education or Tabichem. Also, Bechem Kirato of Wow Bechem. 2024, dear Matuabani say, Yepe changes or minimum. And he said, Obet Mama Koswaba na Yenyamo Industries, our Creamwa, Namo Biahuan. I think they are the best. And to whether MPP and NDC, the Mama Tuabani say, Yehian Koswo. Industries will crown him be brain, and Obia Wine and one tier. Free education in Sabasama Matuaba. San say, free education, Yanyan for so be blame free so. Etimedia, Baumia, the Messa to my barman. Me party and Menquanco to a baby, or Mumia Luna, Moya do Cro. Or Moba, or Munim Busiacha, and Yaya Wabon for phone. So media made a better. NDC ba miana me ble, NPP ba miana me ble. Omudu musika yenina. Yesika no mudi enso mu fi yen. Nti me pa de me kwakọ pa adwuma mo bi pa de. Me de beda anasa me de beba adwuma bepe ska de ahwe me ma. Digitalization sunti. Timnim saba o mi aso oba de a enam de gitanti enema bebre be kwaso amaye. Ko ko yiska ba na akra na ofon so kwatimi yi. Health insurance bi bi atimi on ofon so. Ti digitalization no na bebo aye. Timnim sa no de etoma na ba o mi anso a bi abe ya amaye. Education in Tinagameka Sientuma Baomia because free education a buy and Abu ma time bebre. Obi we school and Baby school crana. On to me man banko school because of scarcemunti. I want you woman because free education buy no. Okuteska crowd, bet your man and bako. And Obi SS school, Benya Jumaye. It's a comedian, Mrs. Susan and Kemfama Baomia and also Babuayan.
Wasayama Nana Adodan Kwanroma Numa Power Bayeno. Na Baumia Timi Twasso. As a Mahmoud Baumia, and Noma when the tin boss net Yano, and Noma Womu ye or Ba Ghana for your home toy. I am my penny Mahama, Sabe respect, the respect by the and Kansas or Bakure Bium. Not a respect on your Buno. Now what tells you I could be a foot on her. Now obey a dame.
It is an anyone who knows about me or her. Ade, Coco Bani de Deba, Adiabako. And Simidia, me Kwama Juno, Mitimincho Biagene. I was saying, you know, I time or my penabe de Mahama Duba Miachi.
And as I wrap up voters' voice and ending election brief on your election headquarters. Election headquarters is for an informed electorate. Do enjoy the rest of our programs.
This week on the 77% street debate.
And I did not get that scholarship. I later heard that they wanted, you know, more of Igbos, more of Yoruba. They were trying to like dilly-dally, and that was why I lost it.
This man argued with me that I am Igbo. I have a tribe. It is just minor, but I have a tribe.
I think our older generations are holding us back.
The National Attention Agency is doing a lot. We are the government.
But he's saying you're doing nothing. Hello and welcome back to the 77% Street Debate. This week we are in Lagos, Nigeria. And would you believe me if I told you that this country has over 300 ethnic groups? That's crazy to think about. And with that comes over 500 languages, making this one of the most diverse countries in the world. But that diversity can sometimes get in its own way, resulting to tribalism. And our question today is, can this country overcome it? And what can the older folk learn from the younger people? Who better to ask than fellow Nigerians? Thank you all for joining us. But before we begin, I'd like to ask a general question. How many of you here have experienced tribalism directly or indirectly? Let me see by show of hands. Indirectly and directly. Okay, so quite a fair amount of you. Let's start with you, Emmy. What was that experience like, if you don't mind sharing?
It was very uncomfortable because essentially we are such a huge nation and we have so many languages. So hearing that you cannot have an opportunity to do something because you're from a minority tribe or from a tribe that is not central was actually very uncomfortable for me.
So was this something that happened where you were denied a service or you were denied work? Give us some few more details.
Okay, so the situation was I was in a relationship with someone and I was not allowed to marry this person because he was from another tribe. So it was kind of, you know, uncomfortable. It was back and forth between families. But you don't know this person as I know him. So it's about the people, not about where they're from or what their people are like, or what their people have done, etc., etc.
Okay, so Ubong raised his hand earlier, and he's actually a historian. So before we continue with people's personal experiences, just take us back a little bit. Where does the idea of tribalism begin in Nigeria?
Well, the issue of tribalism begins in the pre-colonial period, okay? As you mentioned, Nigeria is home to multiple ethnic groups, so people existed in their different ethnic levels. And then we had the colonial period, okay, when the colonial masters used the issue of tribalism, okay, to rule the country for their benefit, okay? And then we had the post-independence period, that's the post-colonial period. That's where we had the coups, and then we had the counter-coups. And then, of course, you know, the first coup was, there are different positions. That it was an ethnic coup because of the selective targets, okay, of those that were involved. But there are also opposing arguments against that. Well, of course, that's the history. That's how it came down. I mean, the pogrom that followed after after the second coup, which was a counter coup to the first coup, I mean, lots of people from the Eastern extraction were guilty, were dead, okay? And that was quite a problem, and that has formed part of the whole fabric and of the whole system of Nigeria as a country.
Yeah, so a very dark and sometimes violent history because of tribalism. Let me hear from you, please.
Thank you, Edith. So historically, we used to do infighting a lot. Pre-colonial period, there's a lot of infighting amongst the Yorubas. In fact, they do not call themselves Yorubas as a term or a tribe. It's a tribe he helped them build. For the Hausas too, it is the same thing. They used to always fight amongst themselves. And the Igbos, especially the Igbos, because the Igbos, they even have a saying that Igbo Amagieze, I'm not an Igbo, I'm Fulani Igbo. It simply means the Igbo has no king. In essence, they have no central authority. They are just towns. Let's say this is a town, another town, and they are always fighting from one town to the other.
So you've raised a very important point. Oh, I really love the enthusiasm here, but I have to center back the debate for a second. Walking around Nigeria today, I mean, I can't distinguish between an Igbo, a Yoruba, a Hausa. So how does it manifest in contemporary Nigerian life?
The other day I was online and then someone, said that the Yoruba tribe formed or made, Nollywood, which is the third biggest movie industry in the world. People were saying, oh, no, this one was struggling, it's the Igbos. And this person said, no, it's the Hausas. And I was just thinking about something. I'm like, why do we have to bring the whole nature of tribe into this conversation? I'm from a minority tribe. We don't even make noise, but does it mean that I'm less talented? No. Right now on social media, you can see people insulting themselves, people throwing jabs at each other and I ask, where is humanity?
Yeah, okay, so you asked a very important question. Why the need to identify along tribal lines and not just as Nigeria, as Nollywood, as Afrobeats? Let's ask Henry here, because he works for a national agency of orientation, which is basically supposed to unite Nigerians. There's nothing intrinsically wrong with identifying with your tribe, is there? So where does the challenge come in?
Just like what she has said, a lot of things are now happening on social media that is bringing back the memories that have been healed over tribalism back into our system.
Okay, let me talk to somebody who knows a little bit about social media, Samuel, who's a digital strategist. So does this imply then that it's young people, because they're the ones who are majority on social media, who have inherited this disease of tribalism?
Nigeria has about 300 ethnic groups, 500 languages. If you put people of different beliefs in the same place, there's bound to be disagreements, right? I think it's just generally natural that those things would happen. The young people learning off of, you hear things like those Igbo people, the Yoruba people, and it's what they know. And what I think is, even if there are differences, there should be similarities, right? And the younger people don't really care about the differences. If you ask everybody, we don't really care, right? The younger people have their own culture, their own belief systems, and I think this will thrive at the end of the day.
Okay, so I'm hearing here, I'm going to come to you just a second. I'm hearing a lot of, we're really not tribalists, we don't care what tribe you come from, and yet you're telling me that in your politics, sometimes even in your relationships, tribalism is seeping through. Why is that? Let me hear from someone at the back here.
I would like to touch on the aspect of culture. I think that culture is meant, fundamentally to integrate us as a people. And the fact that he's maybe Igbo and I'm Yoruba, or he's Hausa, it doesn't change the idea and the fact that there is an aspect of individuality in everybody. So will I say that because if I have a bad attitude, for example, will I say that it's been Nigerian that made me have a bad attitude? No, it is me, Etajo Maria. Maybe I didn't take the training that my parents gave me. Maybe I didn't listen to them very well when I was growing up. That is what made me have a bad attitude.
Okay, yes, I do. And because you mentioned, Ifeanyi, I know you want to say something, but I want to come to Ikechukwu for a second here, because we're hearing about the values that are sometimes ascribed to you as part of your culture and your identity. Fantastic. But isn't there room for national values, for a Nigerian identity?
For someone like me, it comes very natural. I don't have the luxury of being a tribalist. The reason why I say this is because, first, I'm Igbo by tribe, I'm Deltan by origin, I'm Yoruba by birth and naturalization, I am Hausa by marriage, and I'm Efik by maternal affiliation. So when I find myself in this kind of position, so how do I become tribalistic? So I think it has a lot to do with the individual. And first, when I hear people say, I'm first a tribesman before a Nigerian, I say something which is highly essential. You need to be a human before you belong to a tribe. Now, you hear the houses calling the Igbos Yamiri. Now, the word Yamiri actually came from the term Yemiri, which means give me water. When you're trying to tell someone that they are bad people and you're calling them Aboki, you're telling someone, my friend, so your friend is a bad person. So you see, when you point a finger at someone, so much is pointing at you.
Let me hear from Jibril for a second here. By the way, I love the choir that's happening in the background here. Yeah, yeah. So, Jibril, there are a few things that he said, and I want to give you a chance to.
I just want to build on what he said. Like the Nyemri he called, give me water. It's something that emanated, it's a slogan during the Civil War. So, you know, there's a way history used to affect us. So this new generation of, let's say, our set, they don't see that as offensive. So, but when history is being taught to them, that's when they will now recall that, oh, so this is what this means. So eradicating history from the curriculum done by the then President Olusegun Obasanjo, which is a two-way thing. They brought eradication of history from the syllabus just to take off this Civil War thinking, the tribalistic approach to things away from the newer generation. But as it stands, it has its pros and cons.
Okay. Let me hear from Ifeanyi for a second, because you've been wanting to speak for a while, and I want to find out from you, is there this disconnect between the young generation and the older generation? The older generation being the ones who went through the Civil War, who really know about the scars of tribalism.
Yeah. So the big disconnect. I see that very unequivocally. During the election, these past elections, it was very, very obvious, very clear, where the elder ones, they kind of like relaxed and didn't want to put too much pressure. They were just comfortable where they were. You get, it's almost like they were subdued. You get, the young ones wanted to move forward. They see other things on social media, how other countries are moving forward, their peers and everything. And they want to, like, what's happening? We have all the resources, we have everything. Why are we still here? You get, the whole NSAS thing showed how unity is actually is very, very unanimous with our younger generation. The Muslim prayed at the toll gate and the Christian gathered. After they finished, the Christians started praying, the Muslim got everywhere. You get, so it was very, very beautiful for me to see, to witness. You get, so I think our older generations are holding us back because of the things that happened. The British came in, divided everywhere, and then they now started using that as a system. It's almost they put it as a system because it's not visible. That's why when you were speaking about National Orientation Agency, I think we need to be very, very black and white about things. We need to be very honest. If you're very honest, you can see things the way they are and then be able to point it out. You get.
So let me get some practical examples. Anyone here who has parents who are very tribalist and it makes you uncomfortable? Anyone? Or whose parents hold views that you're like, aye, mama?
Anyway, my dad used to tell me at a time that I should not marry from a particular tribe. And I began to wonder why. I have asked him several times. He will not answer me. He will just tell me, please don't go and marry from that tribe. And unfortunately for him, when I got to the university, my closest friend happens to be from the tribe.
So let me ask Emmy, because you started us off with the story about marriage. What is a big deal in marrying outside of your community, according to the people who are against it?
Okay, so I'm from Bayelsa State. And essentially, my people are termed a minority tribe because we don't make up, a large number of the people in Nigeria. We are a small tribe, so marry somebody from our tribe and just, continue the lineage, continue the culture, continue that's what they want.
Don't you risk marrying your cousin if you're such a small tribe?
It actually happens. Yes, so yes, it does happen, and I don't think it's frowned on. It's just not too close to home. But I think after which I would say that marriage didn't work out, not because of what they did, it was because the two of us agreed mutually that we should not continue with the relationship. What they wanted was just so that our tribe can continue. And I think that personally, I fear that in the coming years, if we continue marrying like that, maybe we might not have Bayelsa tribe.
Okay, let me hear from the gentleman here.
All right, I will start with this. I was first an African before I became a Nigerian. I was a Nigerian before I became an Igbo person. I work with mostly people from the north and from the west. Do you understand? Even when I go back to Abuja, there's a job I'm supposed to resume from somebody who is from the north. So my personal experience having to work with this different kind of people makes me want to know more about their culture, their religion, their tradition, and every other thing. Whenever I come across some post on social media, it's being tagged tribalistic. It doesn't make sense. Younger generations, we need to put our heads together, go back to history, make research, and see how we can put heads together and make Nigeria work.
Okay, so I just want somebody to clarify something for me, because it seems that the issue of tribalism comes up when it's intimate relationships, right? So not marriage. What about business? What about politics? Let me hear somebody who wants to respond, and then we'll come
So I witnessed tribalism when I was still in secondary school. A friend of mine who was my namesake, but he was a Delta Igbo. He was not from across the Niger. I was across the Niger. And we got the same cut of McKinney Ben. Engineering. He got it, I didn't get. Started questioning and everything. I went through different places. I started hearing that because I'm from Delta, across the Niger, like Imo, Anambra, and the rest, my cut-off mark has to be higher than a certain level. So people who got less than that from the other, from the northern part and everything, they get into school, and you don't get into. My sister didn't get into school. So imagine, like, okay, it's happening on a secondary level, at that level, education. Imagine what's going to happen: politics, business, every other thing. So I think National Orientation Agency, I don't think they've addressed all these issues.
Well, here is the National Orientation Agency.
Okay, but I will tell you that National Orientation Agency is doing a lot. We are the government.
But he's saying you're doing nothing.
That's what I'm about to tell you. We are the only government agency, apart from security agency, that is present in all the 774 local governments. And so we have programs that are set in place to address tribalism. One of them is building a people of peace. Government also has put measures in place, has established some government agencies. One of them is Federal Character Commission. You mentioned the other time that it appears tribalism only happens in marriages, interrelationship. So not only that, it doesn't only happen there. It doesn't only happen in politics. It's also happening in government circle. But government has noticed that and has put a government agency in place to ensure that, yes, such things are curtailed. And one of them is Federal Character Commission.
Okay.
I think we shouldn't. I need to bring a little bit of history to that. So we shouldn't lose sight of what tribe is.
By the way, let's just clarify that for a second, because I only ever hear the word tribe in relation to Africa. When we go to the Northern Hemisphere, they're referred to as ethnic groups. What's the issue there? Why?
Well, I think that shouldn't be a problem. I think we should focus on what tribe is as a word, and it's not a bad thing. It is group identity. The problem is tribalism, which is the behavior. Okay, tribe is a basic human instinct. It's a basic, just like hunger, just like appetite for this or for that. Okay, that was how humans survived in pre-civilization era. They had to come together. Okay, so that character, that trait moved from pre-civilization era to the modern state that we are now. There is a tendency to find comfort in your community. Okay, there's a tendency to find refuge in your community where you can identify with people. I think what we have to do is to repurpose that. Okay, do I find safety in the other tribe? Do I find safety in the man coming from Yoruba, coming from Igbo? That's it, yeah.
Just humanity. When humanity comes into the picture, you don't have to worry whether or not you would find safety in the hands of a Hausa person or if you are Igbo, because kindness is supposed to be a universal thing. Given that you're Hausa, you're Yoruba, you're Igbo, it should not be a problem at all. And I think that from the outside world, they don't see us as that. They see us as Nigerians. And I think that we should carry ourselves in that one accord, as one people, because the truth is, when I see you in school, I don't ask you what state do you come from. Oh, my Nigerian brother. When I see you in America, we're Nigerians. When I see you in Ghana, we're Nigerians.
Hold on, let me give Victor a chance. He hasn't spoken.
Okay, yeah. The whole NYC thing, Nigerian Youth Service Corps, the first time I came to the West in Lagos, I'm from Plateau State. The first time I came to Lagos in the camp, I had people refer to me as Hausa. But because a lot of people in the West here, or South, think that anyone that is from that region is just generally Hausa. I've experienced tribalism in that sense, and it's actually not a good thing. So it was very weird to me, because the NYC is supposed to like unite Nigerians, bring us together. But even there, you have people being tribalistic to you. So I feel like we also need to, even as Nigerians, individuals, also need to go back and unlearn and relearn these things too. Yeah.
Well, I would like us to take note of two things. Now, there is a particular term in religion. We call it ecumenism. Now, if I'm a Christian, you are a Muslim, I will respect the practices in your religion. Then we relate together. Now, I don't want us to be dwelling on what colonial masters did in the time past. Nigeria will be 63 tomorrow. So let's consider the spirit of nationalism. That's the way forward. If I see myself as a Nigerian, you see yourself as a Nigerian, we uphold the spirit of nationalism. The issue of tribalism will die down gradually. Thank you.
So before we move on too far, how exactly does government use tribalism to manipulate? Let's start with how. Let's start with how first.
I don't think the government plays a role in this. I think it is us. Who makes up the government? Individuals. Who makes up the system we're complaining about? Individuals. So these people, you, me, if one of us, they said it takes one person to change a situation. If each of us can imbibe this thing, this unanimous decision to unite as a nation, we will all be united. If I don't see this guy as Yoruba, I don't see this guy as Igbo, I don't see her as... we would all unite, but because we're expecting government, who is the government? I think we should just stop saying it. It's annoying.
We have failed to mention two other very big institutions that play a part in tribalism, and that's our family and religion. And they ingrain some values, they ingrain some principles into you. And then you go, and then from your family, you move into school, and then from school, while you're in school, you're also part of a religion, like, you know, and I don't even want to go there, but we agree and we know that until these other institutions take the issue of tribalism seriously and find a way to make sure that it is curtailed, even the government will try, and it will look like pouring water into a basket. Now, let me tell you one thing. I traveled, and then someone was telling me, oh, where are you from? I said, oh, I'm Nigerian. Oh, which state? I said, Cross River. Oh, you are Igbo. I said, I'm not Igbo. And this man argued with me that I am Igbo. I have a tribe. It is just minor, but I have a tribe. It's actually very insulting to just cut, like he said, because he's from Plateau State, they say he's Hausa. It's so unfair. So these things, I feel like education should play a huge part. We should learn and know that, because even us here, we are all doing even some of you don't even know the other states in Nigeria, apart from Igbo, Imo State, Anambra. You don't know other states. And I think we should all educate ourselves very well so that we know we treat each other with respect.
All right, let me come to you.
So you see, I said something, and we just saw it play out right now. Now, she was offended because she's from Cross River State and they said she was Igbo. Is there any crime being an Igbo person? Actually, there's no crime. So no, hold on. I'm going somewhere. Hold on, I'm going somewhere. Hold on, I'm going. I know, I'm going somewhere. You got a bit upset because you are trying to make them understand that there are other tribes outside the major tribes, right? Now, that is stated, but I don't see the reason why you should be upset because. Hold on.
Your name is Chinedu and someone is saying your name is Adams. No. You cannot rule out your identity.
Okay. Hold on. Before we start throwing hands, let's take a deep breath. Make your point.
Okay. So the thing is, you're not supposed to be upset that someone is mistaking your identity. Rather, you educate them.
Okay, Ikechukwu, let me throw the question back at you, because it's similarly to when you travel outside of the continent and you say you're Nigerian and you're introduced to a Kenyan and you're told, well, you all are Africans. There's something about erasing your identity, and I think that's the point that she was trying to make. Let's hear from you, Victor.
Yeah, so I just wanted to tell him that. I just wanted to say the same thing you just said. It's not about being offended. It's about your identity. Your identity is about you, who you are. Like my identity is being swept away. I don't like it. I want to be called a man for who I am. Not because just because you assume I'm from a certain place, so you just generalize it.
Let me give Jibril a chance, please.
Let me take us back to the job issue. Like my brother pointed out that some data are collected to sideline some people from some ethnic groups in a tribalistic way. If you look at the whole thing, the concept is not true. They are trying to extract data to make sure that you have the presence of so tribe in so place, because the Federal Character Commission has an act that ensures that everyone is well represented in every government agency and parastatal.
So yes, that's what it appears to be, but that's not what it is. Because then they look at, I'll say something, and I won't go into details. I applied for a scholarship, and I got a phone call. They asked me, where are you from? Your name is this, you applied for blah. I'm like, yes. Where are you from? And I said, Bayelsa State. And the person was like, okay, thank you. I'm like, is that it? And I did not get that scholarship. I later heard that they wanted, more of Igbos, more of Yoruba. They were trying to dilly-dally, and that was why I lost it. So most times it is not because they want to use it and make a balance. It's because they want to take you out.
Okay. So while I really am seriously enjoying the enthusiasm of this debate, we really need to come to a wrap up and talk about some solutions. We all see how tribalism is affecting us in different ways. How do we stop it?
I think just like everything we've been saying, individualism. Let's all see ourselves as individuals. Let's all see ourselves as people. Let's all see ourselves as humans before we start looking at tribe. I'm from here, I'm from there. That is the first place to start from.
I believe that spirit of nationalism should be highly upheld. Government has a part to play. Religious leaders have a part to play, as well as traditional leaders. That's the way forward.
In addition to being humane and kind, which is very, very important, I will still keep hammering on education. Because if you're well educated and if you know, like if you have certain information, you will not misconstrue things that are not supposed to be misconstrued.
I think we have a lot of work to do in our rural communities. The clashes that happen are in the rural area, so the message needs to be driven down to those levels.
Okay, Ifeanyi.
Yeah, so I think it still boils down to the government. If the government is actively representing what it's supposed to represent, people will respect and follow the system. If they do and represent very well, everybody does the same.
Okay.
Wherever they talk about tribalism on the negative side, it's actually come from selfish interests. Let me tell you what tribe is all about in Nigeria. There is this particular kola nut. Kola nut is actually grown in the west, but eaten in the north and celebrated in the east. So this is what tribe is in Nigeria.
Oh, I love that. Okay, so on that note, I've got to ask you all for a small favor. Because I know you're drawn from different tribes, I want you guys to show off a little bit. Share with our global audience something unique about your cultural background.
No, everyone knows that of the Fulanis. We carry, that's milk and also the ingredients we use to prepare it. It is loved all over the world.
So for us, the Akwacha.
Who are us?
The Deltans, the Igbo, the Aniocha people. You know, there's this attire that's called Akwacha. It's a very beautiful attire and it's white, so it depicts a lot of peace and unity. Yeah.
Let me hear about some of that.
Ibibio, and it's home to the best dishes in the country. I mean, it's you can't argue against that.
All right, so let me talk about Plateau State in general. We have very diverse, beautiful cultures, and we have the best weather in Nigeria.
All right, so I'll come in the angle of nature. Nigeria is a very beautiful place. So do not take what you see on social media. Please visit Nigeria. Nigeria is a very beautiful place.
So at the beginning of this debate, I asked a simple question. Is it possible for the young generation to teach the older generation how to overcome tribalism? I think all of you here have shown resoundingly that the answer is a definite yes. I have never felt so good after discussing something so tenuous. Thank you all for watching.
Hi there, my name is Yaira Portia Klu, founder of Ural Impact Generation, a non-profit organization that focuses on facilitating national development through volunteerism. We provide teaching materials to schools that have experience shortage, aiming to enhance teaching and learning experiences in the schools. My motivation started during my time at the university when I realized that people were not interested in active national building. Unlike in the past where we heard of the VOLU, where young people were engaged in volunteering, it wasn't like that in my time. So during my time in the university, I decided to create this group to actually revive the spirit of volunteerism and also encourage the youth involvement in national building. I have been engaged in this work for the past 5 years. In fact, I'm proud of all the volunteers. We started with 20 volunteers and today I am proud to say that Ural Impact Generation has 1,500 volunteers nationwide from the University of Ghana, KNUST, Ho Technical University, Kufuridia Technical University, and Rimba. It has actually been one of the things that have actually motivated me because the volunteers have visited Tamale, they visited Kintampo, they visited Ho, Seshiri also, and they are all eager to actually reach out to other people. Since the establishment of the Rural Impact Generation, we have been working to facilitate the equal access of quality education in the rural areas by deploying our volunteers, most of whom are university students and graduates, to assist the tutors in the schools and also help teach the people. I believe the Joy Impact Maker Award is a platform for change makers to share their stories, provide hope to the general public that there are individuals actively working to improve our country, Ghana. And this award scheme will grant our organization the visibility to attract young people in the country, especially nationwide, and then also put our name out there whereby individuals or graduates, and including the students, can understand why volunteerism in our community or our part of Ghana is going to help improve national building. We require more helping hands to bring about the desire for positive change in our country. Thank you.
News is important. It's the only way you get to know the things that happen around you, what affects you today and the future. At JoyNews, we have reporters scattered around the country who tell us about the communities they live in, the people and their stories. The key part of our job here at JoyNews is to make clearer the muffled voices in every part of society. We shine light on the issues. My name is Aisha Ibrahim, and this is JoyNews. Independent, credible, and fearless.
This is Joy News, independent, fearless, and credible. It's Thursday, the 21st of March, 2024. Hello and welcome to today's edition of The Pulse. And coming up in this exciting Thursday afternoon, Speaker of Parliament, Alban Baben, didn't tell the truth. No injunction application has been made by any person in respect of the case against nominated ministers. That's the Attorney General's response to the Speaker of Parliament.
Because indeed it is true that a writ had been filed and served on me the day before. But it is certainly untrue and inaccurate for a contention to be made that the motion for injunction has been filed in the Dafiamapo case.
We'll hear from the Member of Parliament for South Dai Roxon Dafiamapo, who insists the injunction was filed and duly served. Also coming up, striking basic and secondary school teachers ordered by the National Labour Commission to call off their strike and return to the classroom as their absence leaves learners without supervision and loitering around.
That in the clubs because teachers are on strike, so we are just playing and doing whatever we need in the class. So we don't do anything important.
The reason why I'm playing is because my teacher, they are on strike.
The Chief Executive of the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission joins me here for an exclusive discussion on the demands by NAT, NAGRAT, and CCT, and later, demands by civil society organizations on government to repeal law which allows mining in forests. We'll hear from NGO Topic Boss. The Pulse is brought to you by Global Communities Digilu, affordable, safe sanitation for all. We're live on DSTV channel 421. Go TV 125, follow us on Facebook, YouTube, and my Joy Online for more and these. We have a lot more issues to discuss this afternoon on the Pulse. Let's start from the Attorney General's office, who's also the Minister for Justice, Alfred Yeboah-Damen. He's refuted claims that he received an interlocutory injunction in the case brought forth by the Member of Parliament for South Dai, Roxanne Nelson Eche-Dafiamekpo. Mr. Damen clarified that he has not been served with any legal documents pertaining such court proceedings. Parliament on Wednesday, March 20th, halted the vetting process for the nomination of ministers and deputy ministers of state by President Akufo-Addo following an interlocutory injunction filed at the Supreme Court by the Member of Parliament, Roxanne Nelson Dafiamekpo. In his closing remarks to the House before adjourning on Wednesday, Speaker of Parliament, Alban Babin, cited the lawsuit as the reason for the suspension of the vetting process, as it rendered Parliament incapable or unable to proceed with the nominations.
In the light of this process, the House is unable to continue to consider the nominations of His Excellency the President, to use the language of the Attorney General and Minister for Justice, quote, in the spirit of upholding the rule of law, unquote, until after the determination of the application for interlocutory injunction by the Supreme Court. Honorable members, this is the precedent that is being set by His Excellency the President for all Ghanaians to follow. So any matter that comes before Parliament, any Ghanaian can issue a writ and follow it with an application for injunction. And that is enough to injunct Parliament from proceeding with the consideration of the business in the House.
So the Minority Leader, Dr. Kaisel Atoforsen, backed the Speaker's decision.
Constitution of Ghana spells out in plain language when the President of the Republic of Ghana must do when Parliament passes a bill and present to His Excellency the President. The President must assent to the bill or must refuse to assent to the bill when it is presented to him as the President of the Republic. These are the only options, and in this case, there is no middle ground at all per the constitutional imperative. Ladies and gentlemen, let me also say that in the instance case of the Human Sexual Right and Family Values Bill 2024, President Akufo-Addo has taken a strange and alien position, which is unknown to the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. Given that Parliament has been injuncted in a matter of the President's nominee for the position of ministers and deputy ministers, it is obvious that this Honorable House is also unable and cannot approve those ministerial nominees His Excellency the President has also presented to Parliament. At this point, the President may have to be innovative, dynamic, and think out of the box by downsizing the size of his government. Let me say that merely piling on numbers by way of appointing ministers and deputy ministers does not signal to the people of Ghana that the President understands the seriousness of the mess that he and his government has created in our country.
And the majority leader, Alexander Afenyo-Markin, says the president did no wrong and was only following the dictates of the rule of law.
Mr. Speaker said that Mr. President was undermining democracy and that he should have resorted to the Constitution in making certain communications to the House. We in the majority beg to disagree on the position taken by him. If you carefully read the letter that was sent to Parliament, Mr. President limited himself to the processes before the courts. And the fact that Parliament itself, through an affidavit, had joined issues. Parliament has filed an affidavit in opposition and it's in court. In fact, Parliament is a party to the suit. So for us, we do not see how this would have to affect the proceedings of Parliament. In any event, Mr. Speaker has always deferred to the leadership of the House to guide him in the conduct of business. This morning, the leadership of the House sat together to discuss the various items to be taken. We have finished some of them. There were some that we were supposed to take, and we're told that Mr. Speaker would have to take the chair. It's very disappointing that after Mr. Speaker had made known his own views about the letter sent from the presidency to the clerk, he adjourned the House Synod without giving room for the leadership of the House to even comment.
Now, Parliament is on recess and it's unclear when they will be back. Now, this afternoon, the Attorney General says his checks at the court revealed no indication that the interlocutory injunction was filed or has been filed. And this afternoon, we'll have him. He is on the show. He's going to tell us why and what he thinks about this and pass between the executive arm of government and the legislature. But parliamentary correspondent Kwaku Asante joins me here in the studio. Kwaku, welcome. So, I mean, walk us through the AG's response that he gave the speaker. What exactly is he saying?
So, Elton, this is continuously taking different twists by the day, and we are getting more and more information to inform the public in terms of what exactly is going on. So, Roxy Nelson Efemepo has filed a writ in court, but has he filed a motion for injunction outside of the declaratory relief he's seeking, which one of them having to do with injunction? So let me read to you what the Attorney General says.
Right.
And he's written a 2-pager letter to the Speaker of Parliament, slamming him for that decision he took yesterday, insisting that he had no basis in law and in fact to take that decision. It says, respectfully, I am aware of a statement you made in Parliament on 20th March in which you communicated the inability of the House to continue to consider the nominations of His Excellency the President. In furtherance of my role under Article 88 of the Constitution, and bearing in mind the constitutional responsibility for the conduct and defense of all civil proceedings against the state, including Parliament, I am constrained to draw attention to some observations. 1. The action filed by Mr. Efemepo, Member of Parliament for Saudai, consists of a bare writ of summons. No statement of case in support of the writ has been filed as mandated by the Supreme Court Rule CI 16. It is thus correct to say, respectfully, that the suit is not properly constituted in accordance with Rule 43 of CI 16, and such an action will be struck out where a statement of case in support of the plaintiff writ is not filed within 14 days. It goes on to say that the plaintiff has not filed an application for interlocutory injunction seeking to restrain a precedent from proceeding with the approval of the names, and that is Parliament, as you say, or indeed any other interlocutory relief. Thus, there is nothing before the Supreme Court which may constitute a restraint or fetter on Parliament from proceeding with the approval of ministerial and deputy ministerial nominees presented to Parliament. It continues that while it is true that the relief stated on the writ filed on 18 March refers to the above and purports to seek the relief, it goes without saying that the same is not an application for interlocutory injunction. Every application for interlocutory relief in any of the Superior Court, as prescribed, must be by motion, specifically filed in praying for the desired relief. In any event, it is pertinent to indicate that the substance of the Efemepo's suit It's a challenge on the part of the president to relieve ministers serving in his government. It has no bearing on the approval of the ministers. In light of the foregoing, Parliament, in their respectful view of the Attorney General, has no inhibition in proceeding with the approval process for the ministerial and deputy ministerial nominees.
So this is coming from the Attorney General. Right? In the last few hours, the lawyers for the Southdi MP, they provided what they consider to be evidence that they indeed filed the subsequent motions to give the Speaker the backing to do what exactly he did yesterday. But let's hear the Attorney General make the justification this afternoon when he spoke on the Super Bowl, when he spoke on the midday news with Amy Farpel on Joy FM.
I think that was a decision that was premised on false basis. Because indeed it is true that a writ had been filed and served on me the day before. But it is certainly untrue and inaccurate for a contention to be made that the motion for injunction has been filed in the Dafema case. And I read the statement that was read by the Right Honourable Speaker in Parliament yesterday. And he firmly premised his conclusion on the pendency of a motion for interlocutory injunction that has been filed by Mr. Dafema. And that is false. Because indeed, as far as I'm concerned, the only process that has been filed in that action is a bare writ of summons. It is not even accompanied by a statement of claim or case. Neither has there been filed an application for interlocutory injunction. So it's just a writ of someone that has been filed without more. And clearly, there was no basis. It is correct that in his writ of summons, he actually stated as one of the reliefs an order of interlocutory injunction. But that is inconsequential. It is not an application or a motion for interlocutory injunction. It has no effect whatsoever. It is not binding on anybody. I have formally conducted a search in the registry of the Supreme Court this morning. And I have the results of the search. And the results are quite clear.
What's the result of the search?
It's very important because you're asking whether... No, you're asking. The question was whether or what I make of the Speaker decision.
But once you've introduced the search, if you could just tell us what the search results was. Just tell us that.
The search results was one. Yes, so I asked 3 questions from the Supreme Court registry. The first question was whether or not a certificate of case in support of the plaintiff's writ has to date been filed in accordance with the Supreme Court rules. And the answer was only the writ has been filed. Second question was whether or not an application for interlocutory injunction has been filed by the plaintiff herein, and if so, when was it filed? The answer was a categorical no. The third question, whether or not the application for interlocutory injunction has been served on any of the parties to this suit, and if so, when, was also a categorical no. Indeed, the application for interlocutory injunction has not been filed, it cannot be served. So that's what I make of the decision. That really the Speaker's decision was, with all respect, regrettable. Perhaps it was misled by, I don't know, some people, maybe the plaintiff himself in the matter. So that decision he made did not have any genuine or factual basis.
But at least that's something that would also verify on that in terms of whether that writ had been served or for that matter, whether it happened. We would check on that as well.
Yes, but these are the results of a formal search I conducted, and I can forward it to you.
Okay.
And I'm saying that, yes, the writ has been filed and served, but that is all.
Okay.
There has not been a filing of an application for interlocutory injunction. Neither has there been even the filing of a certificate of case to support the writ. And it is very important because, as far as I'm concerned, a writ without a certificate of case is actually, it means the action is not properly constituted. The action is fully constituted, and even the basis for the action is disclosed by the certificate of case. So clearly, no one can even ascertain the basis for Mr. Dafema's action. And that is why I find it very, very much unfortunate for the Speaker to have premised his decision on the mere filing of this writ of summons. Okay. And it's also quite instructive to note that he actually alluded to a motion for interlocutory injunction when there was none. At least as at this morning, the search was filed at 9:05 a.m. The results were delivered at 9:42 a.m. There was no interim injunction or interlocutory injunction that had been filed. And I think that even if you look carefully at the substance of the suit filed by Mr. Dafemapo, in my respectful view, has no basis whatsoever on the approval processes for the new deputy ministers and new ministers of state whose names have been submitted to Parliament. Because the essence of the relief sought by Mr. Dafemapo is to challenge the reassignment of ministers who were serving or are still serving in President Akufo-Addo's government and whose respective portfolios have been relieved of them.
But at least he makes reference to the fact, Mr. Godfrey makes reference to the fact that if you'd also listen
to Parliament for consideration as ministers.
After the appointment were terminated, at least from that communication we have from the presidency, that's the basis.
It's something that, it's fine. I mean, it raises a constitutional issue, and I think that the issue really is not genuine. And with all respect, I as the Attorney General, will have no difficulty at all defending such what I consider to be a frivolous suit.
Okay.
But the most important point to note that it has no bearing whatsoever on the approval processes of persons who have been freshly nominated by the president and whose names have been duly submitted to Parliament in accordance with Article 78 Clause 1 as well as Article 79 Clause 1. The president has actually done the most constitutional thing, which is to submit names of persons he considers fit to be ministers for approval by Parliament in accordance with the Constitution. And that is sought to be halted. I mean, with all respect, it's very baffling, and I cannot understand this.
But some have said that's a tit for tat. This is important to the presidency and for the speaker and some members of parliament. This is also important to them, which is the LGBTQ bill. Well, we've read portions of your opinion. We've seen the letter also from the presidency. For the avoidance of doubt, the AG actually advised the president not to even accept the bill from parliament because of the pending court cases.
Well, I think to start with, the first point you made was that it is tit for tat. That is most unfortunate in any democracy. And indeed, it is actually a very unhealthy thing for a thing to do, for a person to do when construing the constitution of a country. You don't construe the constitution of a country, the fundamental laws of the republic, in a manner as to suit your personal agenda and to say that it's tit for tat. When I deliver opinions to the president and to Parliament, I do so in complete good faith. And indeed, this morning, I have actually delivered an opinion, a letter to the Speaker of Parliament in good faith, drawing his attention to the inaccuracies in the statement that he made yesterday in Parliament, as well as the results of the search that I have conducted in the rest of the court.
Okay.
That showed clearly that indeed at the time I was making the statement, there was no application for interim or interlocutory injunction that had been filed.
But you haven't responded.
And I'm also praying that the Parliament then reconsiders its decision and proceeds to. Now, on the second point, I, as you would observe from my letter, set out the full facts and circumstances of the cases that had been served on me. And I made reference to the two reliefs that were made by or applied for by Mr. Richard Sky. The first relief was for an order to restrain the transmission of the relevant process, which is the bill in question, to the president. And the second one was also to restrain the president from assenting to the bill. I made reference to that in my letter. So I did not see what perhaps is wrong with the president making inferences based on a letter and proceeding in the manner that he did.
And that's the Attorney General Minister for Justice, Godfrey. So the question is, at the time the Speaker gave the directive and referred to an interlocutory injunction, there was no such thing. Is that the case, Kogwa Santi?
Well, yes, at the time the Speaker of Parliament was speaking yesterday night, no motion for interlocutory injunction had been filed at the Supreme Court. And in fact, the search of the Attorney General bears that fact. But the Roxy Nelson had filed a writ of summons. And one of the reliefs he was seeking was interlocutory injunction. But of course, the Attorney General has argued that the bare writ of summons is not enough to stop anybody from acting. And he goes on to say that that suit is not properly considered as of then. But this morning, Roxy Nelson and his lawyers have now gone to the Supreme Court and have filed the specific substantive motion for interlocutory injunctions. A lot of this morning has been filed. But as of last night, when the Speaker of Parliament was purporting to rely on
that particular thing, there was no such thing before him.
Just the writ of summons, which had a one-liner relief item relating to that application.
All right, thank you very much. Kwaku Asante is our parliamentary correspondent. Now, let's analyze this matter politically. And Dr. Asa Asante is a political scientist of the University of Ghana. Doctor, you're welcome to the pause here on JoyNews. So this impasse clearly between the executive arm of government and the legislature, to what end should this go, and what can be done to bring some sanity within the body of politicking?
If you look at what's going on, the good news is that they've gone to the appropriate forum, the courts. So we'll hear from the courts. But what we are saying politically, it is not new to Parliament. I have been a reporter in Parliament, so sometimes you understand some of these things. But the good news about parliamentarians is that at the end of the day, they come together and forge ahead and work for their country. That is in no doubt. So I know that when things settle, they will come back and work.
There are a few issues, though, that we need to deal with, even as the big men find a way to resolve whatever differences they have. Now, the Speaker decided that based on a writ that had been filed in court, he was not going to allow the House to consider a report from the Appointment Committee recommending the approval and subsequent direction to the President to swear in the newly appointed ministers and deputy ministers of state. Now, what has happened is that, for example, for the Information Ministry, there is no substantive minister, there is no substantive deputy minister, so that ministry has nobody leading it. I mean, if you look at it the way it is. Health Ministry, some other ministers were asked to oversee activities there. I mean, to what extent is this vacuum, if you like, going to affect the governance of this nation? Critically, the Information Minister, which has no substantive minister and deputy leading it as of now.
You see, whilst we wait for the court, definitely, the ministries exist to take, be able to hold the fort, if you like, until such a time that everything is solved and then they get there. So it's not going to be that, nothing will work. No, they will wait for the courts, and then in the meantime, what they do at the ministries will go on. When everything is said and done, then the court speaks and the Parliament also go in to continue the work. They get somebody to be there as a minister. So even if you don't have the ministers now, the ministries will work. Yeah.
So you don't expect this to affect, government business, especially at the ministries, without substantive ministers going forward?
You see, the law exists to make life better for us. So anytime people go to court, me as a student of politics, I am happy because they've chosen the right path. As soon as the court speaks, we are all directed as to the direction to go. In the interim, the ministries exist and then they do what they are doing at all times. Sometimes you know that even some ministers, sometimes we have problems that one ministry or another, there is no minister. But government business keep going. It's part of the process. Whenever there are difficulties, our last place we run to is the court. And when we go, the court speaks. We obey and we move on. It makes the system better. Right. So the ministries are not going to die. No, they are moving on.
Right. Let me ask a final question so that I can let you go. And obviously, as a former parliamentary correspondent, I'm sure you are very much aware of the standing orders and the provision that says that some members of parliament, in this about 94, can file a petition that will compel the speaker to convey parliament to sit and to consider any urgent matter that may come before it. Do you see this as a tool that the majority or the government should use, or you think that there should be more consensus building on this matter to resolve it in a way that will benefit the Ghanaian?
You see, what Parliament has done over the years is that whenever they go through difficult times,
right,
But at the end of the day, what gladdens my heart is that they come together and then forge ahead. So I know that, yes, now there are problems here and there, but when all is said and done, they will come back because Parliament always, irrespective of the fact that, or in spite of sometimes their positions and all that, they always want to make sure that they do their business. So I know that when all the court processes are done, they'll come back and then work. That is my hope.
All right, thank you very much. Dr. Asante is a political scientist with the University of Ghana. And this is a pause here on Joy News with me, Elton Brobe. Now we'll take a short break. When we return, we want to talk about some industrial action, and then we'll speak to the Chief Executive Officer of the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission and to ask him what they are doing to resolve this matter. Stay with us.
This is a house that I have built and I have not even moved into. The roofing that was installed less than a year ago has already faded.
I recommended DBS Industries to you, but you said that already asked your nephew to take care of it. DBS Industries has introduced a new roofing system known as ColorLink Plus.
So you mean all these beautifully roofed houses were done by DBS Industries? Let's go to DBS Industries. My brother, I understand DBS Industries has installed roofing system that does not fade after installation.
Sir, it's true. It's ColorLink Plus. It is a special roofing system that DBS has imported from Europe. When installed, it does not fade. And due to the faith we have in them, we give our clients a 20-year warranty.
20 years warranty? Look, my house was roofed by a certain company. The sheets have completely faded. If DBS has this unique roofing system, then please uninstall the old one. If it means spending twice on a durable material, it's worth it.
It also leaves your room very cool.
Daddy, this tank is big.
Yes, that's true.
It can store a lot of water.
That's so true.
Wow, it has a working tortoise on it.
That's so true.
I can see SINTEX. Syntax.
That is so true, my daughter.
When it falls down, it will spoil.
That's not true.
But why?
Hey! Syntex was the first to introduce double-layer tanks in Ghana. Syntex again was the first to introduce white inner layers in Ghana. Syntex gives you the biggest warranty, 7 years. No matter your water needs, Syntex is the answer. Syntex tank. Are you strong? Are you tough?
You only cough, never cough, syrup, glass away, glass away. Don't come, oh yeah, we can't get up. I'll go better, Namibia, Nina Womo, honey and ginger, licorice and basil, long pepper and violet. You only cough, never cough, syrup, glass away, glass away.
Effective for relief from cough, sore throat, and throat irritation. New Honey Cough. Class Coho away. Manufactured and distributed by NS Chemist Limited. This advert is FDA approved.
You're welcome to the maiden edition of the JoyNews Impact Makers Award.
Tonight, we gather here to honor and celebrate individuals.
We celebrate the goodness in our humanity
and create more inclusive, compassionate, and thriving societies.
The overall winner, Isaac Ajawato.
In a land where dreams are often cradled in the arms of hope, there exists a league of unsung heroes. They are the silent architects of change, the torchbearers who illuminate paths where once there was only darkness. From the verdant stretches of our farms to the innovative labs of science, from the warm embrace of humanitarian aid to the simplest acts of kindness. These are the change makers who sculpt the future of our nation, stitch by stitch. Unknown to them, their acts of selflessness have resonated across the land, stirring the hearts of many and sparking a movement of recognition and celebration. It's that time of the year again. JoyNews proudly presents the Impact Makers Awards 2024. Join us in our quest to spot and honor those steadfast warriors who are remolding the destiny of our communities and our nation. This is your moment to nominate the unsung hero in your midst, the beacon of change whose story deserves to be told. To nominate your Impact Maker of the Year, send your entries to impact.makersawards@myjoyonline.com. Let's amplify their stories. The JoyNews Impact Makers Awards, celebrating ordinary people making extraordinary impact.
Welcome back to the pause here on Joy News, and we have that conversation with the Chief Executive of the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission coming up pretty shortly, and then we're going to get all the assurance that we need as teachers embark on this industrial action. But in a prime area nestled between Accra's iconic landmarks, Independence Square and the burial place of former President John Evans Atta Mills, Asundwe Park, a distressing reality has emerged. This area, situated on the road leading to the former seat of government, the Christianborg Castle, or the Osu Castle, has transformed into a dumping ground and a hub for open defecation. During a series dubbed Filth Exhibition, Maswala Gbagba brings us a report on this alarming situation.
The Independence Square and the Independence Arch, a reminder of Ghana's freedom from her colonial masters. Right beside it is the piece of land which also serves as a reminder to some unpatriotic citizens of their freedom. Freedom to openly defecate and dump their garbage. Authorities have found the perfect spot for a sit-down protest against waste management. Or perhaps it is the city authorities' way of saying, Happy Independence Day, enjoy the sights and smell. Right here, we confronted a man who had just finished defecating on this hallowed ground.
So why were you defecating here?
Through the defecating is that low land, they've been shitting there for a long time. And it was like Bola, the rubbish dam. Some people are shitting in this water. But me, I know that some are using it to wash. I will not do that.
Why were you defecating?
Defecating here, if you are defecating here, those who are living around here, they will not call it to be a crime because it's a low land. And very soon, you will see people who bring this in. It was even deep down. Because of the rubbish dam, you see that it is filling.
Do you think it's bad, especially because this place is very close to the Independence Square, and just right behind the walls of the Independence Square, you are defecating? You don't think it's wrong?
I know that it's wrong, but here like this, it's very, very wrong. I know that here too is not right. In case they are to do here, clear here, no, it's not right. But the way it was bush, if you are here, no one will call it to be a crime. That's why we are shitting there. So that's why we are defecating there. But here, if you see a person shitting here, you will know that that person is not normal.
For citizens who come here, it is to celebrate our nation's freedom. But what about our freedom from this mess? Perhaps city authorities want to give tourists and patrons a 360 independence celebration. After watching the display and exhibition of our culture and all that we stand for at the Black Star Square, you can come here for a part 2. This time, a filth exhibition. Chata Winfred Annan is a resident.
Immediately when they removed the presidency from the Usu Castle to the Jubilee House, that is fine. Immediately they could have brought the national security people to the Usu Castle so that they can keep this place clean. But now, see, if you see the rubbish and where the people go to toilet here, it's very bad. There's nothing going on here. They said nobody should come to the beach. And people are going to private all over. If you turn and look at where the rubbish are, you see everything. So for me, it's terrible. Where the Independence Square is and where they go to private, I mean, it's not good. And so they're supposed to do something about it. And so if you look at the Asomdwe Park and where the people are going to the private, my man, the big EDSS should do something about it.
Let's celebrate independence in every sense of the word, from freedom to cleanliness. Join us in our mission to turn this filth exhibition into a showcase of cleanliness and pride. Maxwell Agbagba for JoyNews.
And we'll also say with matters relating to the environment, because today is International Day of Forests. Today and around the world, there's commemoration taking place under the theme Forest and Innovation, New Solutions for a Better World. In Ghana, management of our forest resources has been one of the biggest issues for government, the academia, civil society groups, and the everyday Ghanaian because of the importance of forests to our survival as a people. To help protect the forest, there have been several demands on government by the civil society groups. Now, it is asking government to do certain things, and very soon we'll have some of the things that they are demanding government to do on your screens as we engage them more. And this is exactly what they are asking government to do. Government, as a matter of urgency, should listen and adhere to calls for the repeal of the Environmental Protection Regulation, that's LI 2462. The LI in its current form and intent means no forest reserve in Ghana is exempted from mining if deemed to be in the interest of the state as determined by the president. Now, this implies that even Ghana's most sensitive forest areas protected by acts of parliament and international conventions that Ghana has signed on to can no longer be deemed secured as such counterproductive to innovative solutions to manage such areas. Now, Tropembos is also demanding the immediate reversal of the directive from the Lands and Natural Resources Minister Samuel Abujinapop to the Forestry Commission to grant permits to timber harvesting companies to log in global significant biodiversity areas. So what exactly and how exactly are they hoping to get their voices heard? Let's have a conversation on this. Joining us now is Project Manager Tropembos Ghana, Boachi Chumasi Ankra, and he joins me via Zoom. Mr. Ankra, we celebrate Forest Day around the world. In Ghana, the issue of illegal mining, the existence of it means that we need to do more to protect our forests. From where you sit, and as a watcher of this industry, are our forests safe as we celebrate the day? Mr. Chumasi, if you can unmute for me. Well, we don't seem to have him. We don't seem to have him yet. When we do, we'll bring him on. We are talking about the International Forest Day, which is today. And Ghana, the issue of illegal mining continues to be the main concern for a lot of people who are concerned about the manner in which we are witnessing the depletion of our forest. So, Mr. Chumasi, welcome to the Pulse. And it's good to have you as we celebrate International Forest Day. And you've made some demands on government. But before we talk about the demands, I mean, as a watcher of this industry, you look at our forest, you observe it. Are we in danger, or you will say that, I mean, because of government intervention, we've done some kind of work to protect the forest reserve? First, let's talk about the state of our forests.
All right, thank you for your question. I hope you can hear me now.
Yes, I can hear you.
Sure. So I think that we are not in the best of states if we are talking about our forest because of certain actions that are happening. One key of it is what you have mentioned, the illegal mining, which is commonly called galamsey. Government has done some things or taken certain actions, but the actions are not enough because we see day in and day out that our forests keep going and being destroyed, even though governments have indicated certain actions that are being done. So for me, I think what needs to be done, and if just what we have done and what we are doing is to be the case, then actually in a few years we will lose all the forest that we have in Ghana now.
But again, you know that you know very well that we cannot do away with the forest as well because of its natural resources potential and the fact that it is a revenue drive for the nation: gold, timber, and other resources. So how do we strike a fine balance between protecting the forest and also exploiting it for national gain?
Okay, thank you very much. From time immemorial, from the time that we have had the forest in Ghana, we have extracted minerals and have extracted timber, but in our current arrangement, it is very destructive. Certain things that are happening now are very destructive. Now, let me say that we are not against mining, for instance, but we are against mining which doesn't show responsibility to environmental. Already we extract timber. There is what we call sustainable timber harvesting, which is being done by the Forestry Commission. So that is fine. But when we come to gold mining and other minerals mining, where they are supposed to be undertaken in forest reserves, the administrative arrangement that has been in existence was that these would be undertaken in areas we call production forest reserves, and that these are reserves that are already given out or are already subject to production in terms of timber harvesting. And so if we are going to do other extractive activities there, then there is no much, or the in terms of damage to ecological system, it is really minimal. But here is the case that we are actually veering off into areas which are ecologically sensitive, which we call globally significant biodiversity areas, which is very dangerous because we knew, and the country knew, that these areas are ecologically sensitive, and that's why by arrangement we have decided to protect these areas from every sort, Yes, already there are places that are that forest timber harvesting is allowed. But here is the case that the minister had in his letter that we cited has cited certain reasons, including the fact that a particular company is employing a number of people and all that, and giving instruction to the Forestry Commission to actually go ahead and allow a particular company the harvesting right in globally significant biodiversity area. And so in order to pay themselves of the guilt, would rather reclassify or declassify the area as globally significant biodiversity area. And so that is why we're saying that, yes, it could be other places, production forest reserve, but for a globally significant biodiversity area, which all Ghanaians have decided to reserve and protect because of their ecological sensitivity, it is very bad and against the tenets of sustainability and conservation for a government or the minister to allow and to instruct the Forestry Commission to give harvesting rights to a particular company, which is not acceptable. And in any case, let me mention that even if the place was okay for harvesting, there is a process that a competitive bidding process that the whole procedure should have been taken through, which wasn't done. But this one is just by an administrative letter being instructing the Forestry Commission to take such an action.
But Mr. Chumasi, you've been following the story of the rosewood and the fact that even though it's banned, I mean, there's been several reports suggesting that people still are harvesting it and exporting it as well. So beyond the laws that protect our forests, I think the issue here is about enforcement of these bylaws. Where are we getting it wrong?
I think that you are right, but that we have the laws and sometimes it's the lapses in terms of enforcement. I think that we are getting it wrong in terms of regulation. The institutions that have been mandated to regulate the harvesting, to manage the forest, I think that there are some weaknesses that is allowing the leakage of these actions. Sometimes there are deliberate actions by certain entities in these institutions, and I think that when communities, when civil society, when citizens raise alarms and raise red flags about some of these actions and report them, I think that the institution responsible for protection of our forests should take action and not really be just lay back about the whole thing, because it also discourages citizens from supporting forest protection. So I think that what is wrong basically is about the fact that the regulator is actually not doing so much to protect the forest, and especially in the rosewood situation. Let's consider this, that rosewood is not really abundant at the port areas. So mostly are found at the northern side and northern parts of Ghana. So consider the kind of security checks that are on our way, that these goods are passed through to the port and still get exported, even though there is a ban. That means that there are institutions that are complicit in these actions.
I mean, before I let you go briefly, of course, as we talk about timber, there's also the other issue of mining, also in some of these forest reserves. I mean, licenses continue to be granted for people to undertake exploration and other things, and sometimes they go beyond the mandate given them by these licenses. Away from timber, and let's talk about gold. Very crucial resources for the country as well. As we celebrate this day, there have been several interventions to deal with illegal mining. It is still ongoing. Somebody has described the Western region as the capital of illegal mining. As we observe this day, what do you suggest as we can do more to protect our forest cover from illegal mining, especially?
Thank you very much. I think that these forests are under the care of certain institutions in Ghana. And what I would say is that I will urge them to be really resolute and strict in their monitoring actions of these forest reserves at the national level or at the policy level. I would suggest that, and I would call on government to actually have a strict arrangement and follow the arrangement to commit mining only to production forest reserves and not all forest reserves. And so, in that sense, we would minimize the destruction that we are actually causing to our forests. And that saying that, it means that I'm talking about the legal mining. But for illegal mining, I think that it is no in our forest reserve and no other place, whether for rivers or any place.
All right.
And they should take charge of the situation and stop it.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chumasi, for your time this afternoon. This is the pulse on Joy News. We'll take a short break. When we return, we'll also look at our health. And of course, we'll also take a look at the industrial action backed upon by the teacher unions. My understanding is that they are held up in a meeting right now and try to resolve this matter once and for all. We'll have the very latest for you on that when we return. Welcome back to the show, and in this hour, let's talk about tuberculosis, simply referred to as TB. It is an infection disease that most often affects the lungs. It is caused by a type of bacteria that spread through the air when infected people cough, sneeze, or spit. Now, the World Health Organization estimates that 1 out of every 4 persons you meet anywhere in the world has at one point contracted TB. That's quite scary. But not all exhibit symptoms. It is a major public health threat in Ghana and globally. It is one of the top 10 causes of death according to the WHO, and it's estimated that each day nearly 3,500 people die from TB across the world. TB Day 2024 will be commemorated on Sunday, 24th March, under the theme, Yes, We Can, in the studio to help us understand TB better and to help us with the knowledge to react against it is Dr. Rita Patricia Frimpong. I'm your Deputy Programs Manager, the Ghana TB Control Program. Dr. Manya, you're welcome to the pulse here on Joy News. So, I mean, I've met like 20, 30 people today. So that means,
yes.
I mean, every 4 that I met, one had or at some point had TB. And that's quite scary for me, looking at, I mean, the effects of it on the human body.
Yes, so when we say that 1 in 4 people that you meet has had TB infection, it doesn't mean they have the TB disease.
Okay.
You know, the organism is such that once it gets into your lungs, it doesn't put you down at the moment.
Right.
It waits the time your immunity is very low, then it also starts manifesting. So though you may be harboring the bacteria, you may not be showing any symptoms. That is why we say that 1 in every 4 at any point in time might have inhaled air that had the bacilli in it. So that is the meaning.
So maybe you may have had it, but because your immune system is strong, it was able to fight it. Is that the case?
Yes.
All right. So I mean, is TB still a major health concern in Ghana?
It is. Most of the time, people think that it's an ancient disease, we have advanced, so we don't need to talk about it. Let me give you something simple. You know, in our health facilities, anybody who comes, we screen the person. So we ask you simple questions. Do you cough? Do you have a fever? Have you lost weight? Have you lost appetite? These questions seem to be everyday questions. Yet, the people that we ask them, and they say yes, we take their sputum sample to the lab. And just last year, over 19,000 people in Ghana had TB.
19,000
across
the country?
Yes. So it should tell you that the disease is still present. So the WHO estimates that in Ghana, per our population, there are 44,000 that have TB every year. So if we were able to diagnose 19,000, it means that we have about 25,000 people that we didn't get to. So now what happens to them? They are in our community. Some of them will die unnoticed. Others would infect other people. So that is how the disease keeps transmitting. So in this year that we are looking at, yes, we can end TB. We have added over-the-counter medical shops. We have added pharmacy shops to the work that we are doing because we realize that many people will first visit these points before they come to the facility. And if the cough is not really bothering them, they will not even enter the health facility. So we are working at over-the-counter medical shops and also at the pharmacy shop where you'll be screened when you come there to get a cough mixture. And then your sample will be taken there to the facility. You don't even need to bother going to the facility. And we will get your results too.
So is it related to the quality of air or from other sources?
TB is not related to quality of air. The organisms are so minute, you may not see them. So even in a room that you think, oh, I'm in an air-conditioned room, this place is neat, it's cleaned, the organism just needs the air, and it suspends in the air. Usually, it will not drop on a surface that you say, oh, I'm cleaning the surface, so it's there. It will keep suspending in the air after some time before it settles on the surface. So everywhere that you are, whether the air is clean, whether the air is polluted, the TB bacilli is. And let me say this. Many people travel from Ghana, they go to US, they go to UK, and then at the health facility, we get a call. There is a Ghanaian who went to this country, he has TB and he wants to come back home. People think that when you go there, oh, it's a neat place, so there is no TB. But TB is everywhere.
It's everywhere.
Yes.
It doesn't matter whether you are in Ghana or you are in the US.
Everywhere.
You can be, yes. And so, I mean, have we attached enough seriousness to this as a nation?
Yes, a lot of seriousness. When you come to the National TB Control Program, you have all the cadre of staff that work in a health facility at the program level. So you see, although we are not sitting in the clinic, we are there, we are teaching our colleagues, we are monitoring what they are doing, and government is also doing its best to provide us with resources, although they are not enough. So, I mean, I'll use this, your platform, to also lobby for more equipment. We use the GeneXpert machine to diagnose TB. As a country, we have 261 districts, but the GeneXpert machines we have are 201. It tells you that not every district has the machine.
But is it even distributed evenly? I mean, the 200.
Of course, I mean,
I'm sure you have more in Accra, in Kumasi.
More in Greater Accra and Ashanti region. Yes. So we need more of the diagnostic equipment so that anybody that goes to a health facility wouldn't have to go to another place for the test to be done. So what we are doing is that another level of seriousness we've attached is that if you attend a facility where they don't have the diagnostic machine, the sputum sample is transported to the other facility that can conduct this diagnosis. Then we get your results.
But again, the issue about the seriousness, beyond government intervention, the individual, I mean, why should I pay so much attention to TB? Is this something that can easily kill me?
TB is one of the top 10 killers. You know, when COVID came, everybody was running away. But after COVID, TB is the #1 cause of death. It even kills more people than HIV. And for many people, as for coughing, people will not cover their mouth when they are coughing. They will not cough in the elbow. Now that we are even not wearing masks, we just cough anywhere. But what we need to advocate and tell everyone is that anytime you have a cough, please, now, mask wearing is not anything new to us. Please wear your mask. And again, if you don't have your mask, cough into your elbow or cough into a handkerchief, a tissue, and dispose it off. When you don't feel well, you have a cough, you have a fever, please visit a health.
I was just coming to ask about the symptoms to look out for.
The TB symptoms.
You are alive to your responsibilities.
Yes, it's a myriad of symptoms.
Okay.
So, I mean, the predominant ones is cough, we have fever, cough of any duration. At first, we're restricting ourselves to 2 weeks and realize that many of the people that have TB may not have been coughing for that 2 weeks duration. So fever, chest pain, weight loss, difficulty in breathing. And for the young children, you would see that a child is failing to thrive. That means that a child at 3 months, at 6 months, that should be sitting. At 9 months, that should be crawling or taking the first steps. That child is not even standing. So that child is failing to thrive. The child is not gaining weight as it should. So these are the symptoms that we look at.
And that could be TB.
Yes, TB causes that. And one of the major things is that a lot of people will complain of back pain, getting all manner of analgesics one after the other. TB can affect the bone, okay? There are people that TB also affect their brain and they become unconscious. So sometimes some headaches, it may not just be a normal headache. That is why I want everybody to visit the health facility when you are not well so that you'll be properly taken care of.
So the observation is on the 20...
On the 24th.
On the 24th.
But this year, because 24th falls on a Sunday, everybody wants to either go to church or attend a party here or there. We are celebrating the day on Friday, 22nd of March.
And that's tomorrow?
Yes, in the Eastern region, the Jubilee Park. So we would be there. We'll be supported by government. We'll be supported by our chiefs. We'll be supported by market women, school children, teachers. Everybody is coming to join us to celebrate this important occasion.
And what's the national call as you celebrate this, the day tomorrow?
This year, the theme is, Yes, We Can End TB. This theme is to bring out some hope in us that as individuals, with a little effort, we can end TB by covering our mouth when we are coughing and not stigmatizing those who have TB. When we stigmatize people, they are afraid to come out. And they are unable to tell their family members, I have TB. You know, when you have TB, we come to your family, and then those who are closer to you, we also screen them for TB. Those who do not have, we put them on a medication. It's called a TB preventive treatment. So yes, we can end TB. Yes, TB is curable.
Last time I checked, it was free too.
Oh, it is free. So when we say yes, we can end TB, the one who has the TB disease, you can also say that.
Of course.
Yes, I can end TB. The family member would say, yes, I can end TB because I'm taking TB preventive treatment. And for Joy FM, oh, yes, you can end TB. Giving us this platform, Joy TV, all your stations. This week, we have been moving from one station to the other. That is
have remained empty across Ghana's public schools, with learners wandering aimlessly and, you know, teachers observing helplessly as well. Their teachers have been on strike, and this is the situation.
One, delay with negotiation of the new collective agreement. It will interest you to know that following the expiration of the collective agreement in 2023. Negotiation of the new collective agreement should have completed on or before February 29 this year. But this has not been so. Thus, the new collective agreement stands unnegotiated, and we raise this concern in our letter to the Director General of GES dated 29 February 2024, and also inform the National Labour Commission accordingly. As we gathered here now, the issue is still outstanding. Ladies and gentlemen, 2, scheme of service. We have also drawn the attention of the Director General of the GES to the fact that the Ghana Education Service does not have a functional scheme of service for teachers. That's a much cogent and appropriate one, which takes care of all requirements in the teaching profession, needs to be developed for us. We have cried out over this to no avail. 3, equally important to the teachers are the following issues. The inability of government and the service to complete the distribution of the laptops to all teachers is of concern. The rampant changes of the school calendar without recourse to negotiation with the teacher unions is affecting the smooth operation of the service. Also, the blockade of teacher salaries by the Office of the Special Prosecutor without recourse to the laid-down procedures is a major worry. Ladies and gentlemen, our call to action. In the light of the above circumstances and given the delays and unfulfilled promises on the part of the employer and the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission, and also threats from the rank and file of our members, we, the pre-tertiary teacher union, do stand with our members and hereby declare a nationwide industrial action effective today. We declare an industrial action effective today, Wednesday, 20th March 2024, to press home our demand. Thank you very much.
So this was yesterday. However, the Ghana Education Service has instructed all school heads to keep the schools open until further notice. But in the schools, children were seen loitering about aimlessly. My colleague Zuleiha Nuhu visited some schools, including the Accra Newtown Experimental Basic School, the Nima cluster of schools, and Newtown Experimental Basic School, and interacted with some of them.
Press statement released on Wednesday, March 20th, the teacher unions said they were embarking on the industrial action due to the Ministry of Education and the Ghana Education Service's delay in addressing their conditions of service. The unions expressed disappointment that the negotiations of a new collective agreement, which was expected to end by February 29, 2024, remains unresolved. They also pointed out the absence of a functional scheme of service for teachers within the Ghana Education Service and criticized the incomplete distribution of laptops to teachers by the government and the GES. Despite appeals from the Ghana Education Service for head teachers to prioritize the safety and well-being of students, our visit to the Newtown Experimental Basic School in Accra, Nima cluster of schools, and Accra Newtown Experimental Basic School revealed empty classrooms with students loitering without proper supervision. Here are some of them.
We are not doing anything important in the clubs because teachers are on strike. So we are just playing and doing whatever we need in the class. So we don't do anything important.
The reason why I'm playing is because my teacher, they are on strike. I want them to come and teach us.
So the latest on this matter is that the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission called a meeting this afternoon. So all the interest parties, the Ghana National Association of Teachers, NAGRAT, the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Finance, they are all locked up in a meeting with the aim of finding a solution for this impasse. The teachers, they made it clear that their conditions of service expired last year and government has not done enough to renegotiate with them. The Fair Wages Salaries Commission this afternoon announced that they've met 10 out of the 16 demands of the teachers and therefore expressed their disappointment with the decision taken by the teacher unions to embark on a strike. We're monitoring this meeting, the reason why Mr. Benasante is unable to join us this afternoon for a conversation. When the meeting is over, we'll tell you the outcome. But let's come back to health, because 3 West African countries, Ghana, Burkina Faso, and Niger, are teaming up to combat non-communicable diseases, hypertension, diabetes, mental health disorders, among others, which make up NCDs, rising in West Africa and requiring urgent steps to address it before it becomes a full-blown crisis. In Burkina Faso, 1 in 5 adults are affected by poorly controlled hypertension. In Ghana, claims for basic anti-hypertensive medicines are within 10 most frequently prescribed reimbursed under the National Health Insurance Scheme. So to address this, health experts from the 3 countries have teamed up to provide some interventions. They are currently in Accra to fashion out strategies for this. In the studio with me this afternoon is Professor Irene Ajipon, public health specialist with the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons and Dodowa Health Research Center. She specializes in health policy and system. Also, Professor Tulip Bekosi, did I get it right? Thank you so much. Is a professor of global health policy in the Department of Global Health and Development. His expertise covers health policies, health system, and capacity building. And we are going to have a discussion on this very important matter. Non-communicable diseases. And this week I've had time to talk a lot about hypertension. I mean, on Tuesday, I had a discussion about diabetes, end-stage diabetes, one of the contributory factors. So hypertension is a very, very important subject, and that is one of the focus. But how dangerous is it, especially for these 3 West African countries? Let me start with Professor Irene.
Thank you very much for the opportunity and good afternoon to your listeners. Yes, it is a problem for us, and especially so because the numbers are increasing. And it's also a worry for us because both hypertension and diabetes are diseases that we call ambulatory care sensitive.
Break it down for me.
Yes, ambulatory care means walk-in outpatient care.
Okay.
So when a disease is sensitive to walk-in outpatient, it means if you have very good primary care, you reduce the complications and the deaths. The person can lead a healthy, normal life. So, but our primary healthcare systems are not adequately focused on this rising problem.
And Seb, I mean, the bottom line is the fact that a lot of people walk around without knowing their health status. And that for me is key. So how are you dealing with this?
Well, I think the key is for people to be aware of these conditions. And in our research, we're actually kind of calling them not diseases, but conditions.
All right.
These are longer term issues that people live with, people go to work with, people grow up and grow old with. So from that perspective, it's important to just be aware and manage those appropriately.
But is there a relationship between, for example, hypertension, diabetes, and the other non-communicable diseases?
Well, many non-communicable diseases, they're interrelated. For example, research clearly shows that many patients who are suffering from diabetes or hypertension, they also exposed to some of the mental health conditions, in particular stress, anxiety. So this issue of what we call the comorbidity is really important, and that also paves kind of the agenda for us not to treat each individual disease or condition in isolation, but look at the person as a whole and promote more holistic care.
So for the 3 countries, what is the strategy you've put together to combat this? Let me come to both.
Okay, so what we have been trying to do is that we think the best solutions come from the people who live with the problem. So over the last 15 months, we've been doing research in the 3 countries, and we've been reviewing the literature, trying to understand what are the issues, what are the drivers, what are the triggers. And now we've synthesized all that evidence. But instead of them sitting down by ourselves and then coming up to tell everybody this is what you should do, we are now starting what we call co-production. That's we are sitting down with stakeholders, engaging them in discussion and dialogue. Here is the issue, here is what we have found. If you have understood us, looking at yourself, looking at your community, what are the solutions that will work for you in context?
Perhaps we can even talk about the drivers first.
Yes.
So if somebody is watching and some of these symptoms are what the person is seeing, then you can take immediate steps. So the research, in terms of the drivers, what did the research find?
Okay, so I'll use a simple diagram that we have constructed and tried to use lay language.
Sure.
So we've kind of clustered the drivers into what we call contextual or macro level drivers, health and other systems, health systems, non-health systems, and then community, household, and individual. And we point out the fact that they don't work in isolation. Let me use an example. Let's say something like the community in which you live. And this is all coming from the research evidence. From the people in urban communities, some of them knew about that you should exercise, eat well. But the problem they pose to us is that there are no pavements on the road in my neighborhood.
For them to exercise?
To walk, just to walk.
Okay.
Or even if there's a pavement, the motorbikes and the bicycles are competing with me for the pavement. I go for a walk to prevent hypertension and diabetes. I may die from a road traffic accident, so I just don't go. So something like this it's a contextual factor, but it's also other systems, roads and transport. So you kind of need to look at these factors together. So I've given an example. Another example of contextual factors, our colleagues in Niger were saying, for example, that the coup and the matters arising has affected health.
Because they are mostly home and they are unable to have access to health facilities.
The borders were closed. It affected, medicines, things like that. Some of the insecurity in the Sahel means we can't even reach those. Again, it's a contextual factor, but it's affecting health.
Right.
And then if you come to the health systems factors, across all the 3 countries, the issue came up, if people have to pay out of pocket for service, especially for very poor people, they are just not going to use it.
And they don't have insurance as well.
They don't have insurance. They are going to wait till they get a stroke. Then it's too late. And then the other interesting thing that came out is that in Niger, there's no health insurance. So they were saying we need health insurance.
So for them, it's a cash and carry system.
It's purely cash and carry. But then Burkina Faso also said, we actually have insurance, but hypertension and diabetes are not in our benefit package. So for these conditions, it's still cash and carry. Then in Ghana, we said, we have health insurance, and these conditions are in our benefit package. But some of the implementation arrangements means that some patients were saying we don't have access. We don't have access because we go to the facility and they tell us, I've stocked out of your medicine because I haven't been paid by NHIs. So all 3 countries have different problems to solve related to out-of-pocket fees and so on and so forth.
So how are you working around these challenges that you have identified?
Well, we're involved in a 5-year program. So we are reaching this stage, the first of the 3 stages, during which we have analyzed the problems, the drivers of the NCD crisis in 3 countries. And what we're reaching is the second stage of the co-production, which Professor Ejapong has just mentioned. So when we engage with key stakeholders, policymakers, communities, health workers, to actually put the problems in front of them and give them an opportunity to actually come up with solutions. And then in the third stage, we will implement those interventions and we'll evaluate effectiveness of those actions.
Right. So, Prof, for example, Niger and Burkina Faso, where they have issues of, access to healthcare, and they are facing financial difficulties. Some they have a health insurance card, but it's not covered. Some it doesn't exist at all. And you have poor people who are struggling